And welcome, super warm welcome to the second ever DeSci Summit at the Museum of the Future in Dubai. First of all, thank you so much for making it this morning. We've heard the traffic coming in is absolutely horrendous. However, not as bad as last year. If any of you were here last year, it was the day that the floods essentially began, and just a few of our team members, like the hardcore crew, actually made it here. And then we kind of stuck it out in the museum all day. My name is Paul Kohlhaas. I'm the CEO and founder of an organization called BIO, and also of an organization called Molecule, molecular biology, so to speak. And want to welcome you all today to a really exciting day that we have that, to me, really represents the convergence of a couple of huge megatrends. And we typically, I think over the past couple of years, as technology has accelerated, we've become almost overloaded with these buzzwords of like blockchain, crypto, AI, and biotech. But DeSci is actually converging all of them in a way that we fundamentally think will accelerate humanity and accelerate biology and life itself. And we have a really exciting day today lined up for all of you. I'm going to give a talk later as well. We have some really cool panels, but the beginning of the day will be dedicated to kind of more looking at DeSci from a TradSci lens and really kind of an introduction to the topic. We have industry heavyweights such as in silico medicine from the AI side, representatives from Roivant, Sofinnova Partners, Apeiron Investments, Christian Angermeyer coming. And this actually represents a huge step change to last year because we increasingly have real industry heavyweights looking at the space and looking how it can solve their challenges. In the afternoon, we'll actually look at so what's happened in DeSci to date, what are some of the real use cases that are emerging, and then in the later afternoon, we'll go into how can we massively accelerate DeSci through the use of artificial intelligence. Before we start all of that, I think it's always important to actually remember why are we here? And the topic DeSci is really is very personal to me. It kind of represents, I think, a long, almost like a lifelong crusade for myself for the betterment of science and the betterment of humanity. I spent a lot of my teenage years kind of in online scientific communities. These were biohacking communities, in some cases looking at nootropic research, longevity, cognitive enhancement. And increasingly then I also began looking at patient communities that were online, like diabetics communities, in some cases HIV communities that were trying to develop their own gene therapies. And I began asking myself, besides intellectual curiosity, why are all of these people online? What are they trying to achieve? And I began realizing that there are many areas that are overlooked by traditional pharma. And I began developing an early thesis that on the one side, there's this powerful potential of people collaborating online, almost in an open source fashion. And on the other side, there are many patient communities or scientific areas that are simply overlooked by traditional venture, by pharma. I began developing an early thesis then. Then kind of stumbled into the Bitcoin ecosystem. I was trading biotech stocks during my studies at university, studied economics. And then stumbled into the Bitcoin ecosystem where I had a similar aha moment of oh wow, cool, this is now combining open source software, but with financial incentives. And I began thinking hey, what if we did the same thing for science? What if science was fundamentally driven through open data structures and where scientific data that now emerges positive or negative actually fundamentally helps in capital allocation at the speed of financial markets. So that was an early thesis. I wrote a paper paper/blog in 2018, mid-2018. I actually think Benji is going to give a shout out to it during a talk later, so this is how it all comes together. Some of you might remember the early days of Ethereum. This was 2018, and then the first NFT boom. So during the first NFT boom, this concept called crypto kitties actually brought the Ethereum blockchain almost to a halt because it got so much usage very quickly. And you could kind of breed these cats, and you would get new cats with different traits, and it really laid the beginning of kind of the NFT craze. And when that happened, I was doing a lot of work at the time around data attestations and how do we encrypt data on chain and, for instance, attach it to an NFT so that you could do selective disclosure, for instance, of a driver's license. Like, how can you attach a driver's license to an identity on-chain? I asked myself, hey, what if instead of attaching pictures of cats to NFTs, we instead attach a composition of matter paper, like the fundamental novel IP that describes a new medicine? And then what if we further financialize it? And so I think Benji is going to give a shout out to that article in 2018. So it's been almost a 7-year journey for me, helping catalyze this ecosystem and bring it to life. So it's a true honor to stand in front of you today and share that. Ultimately, again, asking, like, why are we here? So I think open science as a fundamental principle is really, really important. The scientific ecosystem actually used to be much more open, I believe, until the First and Second World War, until scientific institutions and scientists began working in a much more closed source fashion to serve the war efforts, right? But that actually translated then later on into our intellectual property system and how corporations today largely develop IP in a very, very closed fashion. The same could have been true for open source software. And we kind of forget about the history of software development, but Microsoft famously called open source software a scourge, a cancer that was plaguing the industry. That was I think in the late 90s when Linux really started kind of pushing the envelope on let's make software open source. And you kind of have to, and I'll refer to this later in a slide, that 80% of scientists today, this is from our data, spend 80% of the time applying for funding and 20% actually doing the science. Imagine the same thing was true for software development today. That you could only do software development if you got, and everything was very closed. Linux with that changed the course of history. But we haven't had that opening yet in the scientific ecosystem, right? Microsoft actually went on to buy GitHub 12, 13 years later, fully leaning into open source software development because it became unstoppable. And I believe DeSci kind of holds the key to enable the same thing for the scientific ecosystem. So that's a bold statement to start with. I know we're already running a little bit late. But I can keep going as well. Alex, how are we doing? Yeah? I can also, I'll take maybe two or three questions from the audience. Like maybe what does DeSci or what does science mean to you? Yes. Yes. 100%. A greater socialization. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I actually think that's such an important point. I think I think science today has become really inaccessible for most people. Like we see the end product of science, we see the end product of, maybe we receive the end product of a medicine as a patient, but really scientists, patients, and the end users have been really disenfranchised from each other. Yeah, I think that's a cause worth fighting for. Alex, do we have our next, are we going straight into panel?
Hi, I'm Aaron Weaver. Is this on? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, so I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Molecule and Bio. Absolutely delighted to have heavyweights from industry and friends, right? Come and join us today just to basically talk through a couple traditional industry insights. So i.e. what they expect of the future, what innovations effectively excite them. I'd say like some further reflections on how an ecosystem like DeSci can also sort of like either partner and develop itself in parallel with the elements of traditional industry. And then just a few pearls of wisdom. And seeing that we're in the Museum of the Future, I want them to prophesize a couple innovations and the ways that things might effectively change. But I'd love to invite up the panelists. Thank you. So we have Ed Kapoulas from Software Partners, just sit to my left here. So Michael Schelper from Care Syntax and Siemens, Christian Marian from Roivant, and Sanal Pai from First Spark Ventures. Alrighty. Well, look, thank you for joining us today. I think there's a lot to cover and not enough time. But the first thing I'm going to do is I won't do you the injustice of introducing you all and sort of like butchering your career history and effectively the mandates that you act under. But maybe just like moving in across the panel, just Ed, just a brief introduction as to what you do and very much what you're focused on.
Sure. First of all, the observation that was just made before this, how sad is it that we as VCs sitting here are now the establishment all wearing jackets and all of you are wearing the t-shirt. We used to be the renegades and now we are supposedly the incumbents. That's a bit disconcerting. Sofinnova, for those of you who don't know us, we are probably one of the most established firms in life sciences, founded in 1972, with the oldest life sciences venture firm around. We have in our history companies like Biogen, Genentech, Actelion, Shockwave. And so with that accrued knowledge and the understanding of access and the understanding of life sciences, we launched a new strategy investing in the convergence of AI and bio, which is one that I lead, digital medicine. And that's why I'm here. I'm here because we're embracing the future. We're looking at opportunities where bio and health are transforming the future, and we're looking to mobilize all the knowledge we've accrued and the 5 billion under management we have today to shape that future with all of you.
Much appreciated. How to follow on that one. Hi, I'm Mick, healthcare technology, 20 plus years, operating, investing. Currently focusing on one vertical specifically, which is surgery, because it's so, how can we say it, ripe for disruption. And there are many, many aspects that are coming in. Also on the genetic side, how can you make it more personalized, the outcomes improved, and really look into the area that is, after biopharma, the second largest profit pool in healthcare, which is surgery. So on the family office side, we're investing more into late-stage pre-IPO companies along the health tech continuum, typically B2B play. And then on the portfolio side, where I'm currently on the operating aspect, that is literally where we're getting into the dirty operating room, which sometimes is super clean and sometimes a little bit scary, given that it's the second most dangerous place on Earth after the battlefield.
And hi everyone, my name is Christian Marian, and I took out my jacket before this panel on purpose, aware of the audience. But yes, so I'm an early joiner at Roivant Sciences. When I joined, it was a very small startup. It became kind of a large biotech organization. We've done kind of 5 IPOs, over $10 billion in transactions, mostly with kind of leading pharmaceutical companies. And my role was first heading up the business operations, so setting up the operation of the company, and then like more on the M&A and corporate development side. And I think for those of you who don't know Roivant, I think we are among the originators of DeSci.
Yes, a question
I call it more like decentralized, decentralized pharma.
Models.
But I think like the real innovation of the company was not a scientific innovation. Was a business model innovation, was this idea that we would change the structure of big pharma, which are those like large central command and control organizations where you have a CEO kind of steering up a huge ship that has implications at each verticals. And instead what we would build is a decentralized pharma model where Roivant is basically sits at the top of a fleet of biotech companies that we seed and nurture. Aligning incentives, through the, smaller teams perform better, so aligning the incentives, giving the teams equity in the, company and the program that they are working on. And it turned out to be a quite successful model that has been, been replicated since. Yeah, looking forward to have a discussion of what the next stage of DeSci will look like.
Indeed. Thank you.
Awesome. I think you made the right move. I actually ended up getting out of my Uber and running on the road, and so the lack of jacket would have been helpful. But hi, everyone. I'm Sonal. I work for a fund called First Spark Ventures. We're run in collaboration with the Stanford Research Institute, co-founded by Eric Schmidt. We're a deep tech fund. We do everything pre-seed to Series A in the deep tech realm we'll take a look at. I look at a lot of our BioX deep tech deals, so similar to what Ed was mentioning. We're really bullish on the space of computational computationally enabled companies in the next frontier there. And then my previous life, I was at Genentech, so it's always interesting to see the big pharma lens when looking at some of these companies.
Incredible. Maybe just picking up on that in the aspects of digital biology. So there's, I just want to ask a couple of very specific questions of the panelists, and so feel free to intervene if you've got a thought that might be contrary to the matter expressed, where it's to spark a little bit of critical discussion or controversy, or there's a lived experience or just some pearl of wisdom that you would like to bring in there. But just maybe just something on the sort of the digital biology side. You've spoken a lot about next generation health sets and effectively looking, and you've been very vocal about the sort of broader integration of this across the value chain. So one of the things around sort of DeSci is the idea of DAOs, these decentralized autonomous organizations, and the movement of citizen science and bringing people together. And so there is this obvious use case that people are articulating around, moving past the data silos and getting people to want to contribute and move into this. So I mean, I'd love to sort of understand, where do you think across the value chain is the low-hanging fruit? What would you like to see change? And what advice would you have for a number of the people that operate the DAOs here and trying to mobilize their communities and sort of actually leverage what data they might have within them?
I think you touched on a really essential point that I think a lot of the struggles we see with our portfolio companies and even the companies we look at is the lack of federated data sets. So we have a lot of large-scale healthcare claims, real-world data, scientific data. It's just not all federated in a view that's really understandable. I think one thing that's been really interesting for me when you speak to lower-hanging fruit, there's a lot of focus right now on computation and discovery and development. There's less so at the latter end of the value chain, and there's really low-hanging fruit for AI to come in and implement. So two areas I'll talk about. One is AI for biomanufacturing. So we're really bullish here about how do you actually use next-gen predictive systems to help scale up traditional GMP manufacturing for monoclonal antibodies, small molecules, even simple known modalities like that. There's a lot of data rich there that's not currently being tapped into. The second area we're really bullish on is the use of AI for pharma commercialization. So when we think through actually launching a product, understanding different access value chains, pricing, helping a business development team understand the molecules they're bringing in-house and diligencing that more properly. So to answer your question overall, I think it is a huge struggle. I think there are lower hanging fruits at the latter end of the value chain that I think folks are not currently looking at. They're really focused on discovery and development. So we're really keen to find companies that are working around newer spaces that perhaps aren't as much in the press as some of the bigger isomorphic type of deals.
Well, it would be extraordinarily intriguing to see the traditional distribution model of pharma and the heavy reliance of sort of M&A in the R&D cycle sort of change a little bit, which will probably lead to one of the last questions I'll ask. Christian, you're talking about decentralization. You mentioned it, I need to ask about it now. Yeah, could you explain a little bit about what was the magical insight with Roivant, the Vants, the way they worked? I mean, also what the company noticed about the pharma operating model that allowed Roivant to have all this success stepping in? Why is it different to Lilly or Sanofi or a variety of other companies?
Well, Lilly is a much bigger company than us, so it would be a little bit, arrogant of me to claim that we're doing a better work than them. But certainly, we I think our model is very complementary to kind of the standard bigger pharma area. And I think what we've noticed is that big pharmas, just like most industries, are moving very often in groups towards the similar directions, and they tend to there is an exciting space. Let's pick obesity, right, where Lilly is now very strong, and you see every pharma kind of prioritizing that space and kind of leaving aside tons of promising science for no reasons, no safety or efficacy reasons, but really purely strategic reasons. And we saw that over and over again, big pharma kind of dropping the ball on great projects, and without, there might be kind of a different, better model to maximize value across those assets. And the way we do this is that we, identify those promising assets, in-license them, so transact with the pharma partners, and we really build companies around those. So, And that brings a couple of advantages. One, in general, smaller teams perform better. That's for science and for, across industries. Two, instead of, for our leadership to be kind of therapeutic area head in a big pharma, that person become a C leader, right, in that organization and has also kind of shared incentives in that program. Because think about it, if you're a drug developer at Lilly or Roche, right, and you work on a program, your incentives are actually not really aligned, because if your program succeeds, it's a drop of water in that massive organization. Your stock will not go unless it's a GLP-1, right? Like 2, 3, 4, 10x, right? But if the program fails, the companies go through all type of reorganizations. Your team might be discarded and so forth. So you don't really have an incentive to go as fast and as cheap as possible, basically. And that's what we changed with that model, where we allowed them to be really entrepreneurs as opposed to corporate soldiers. And the last point I would say is that that model also allowed our investors to basically invest in projects and companies that they were really excited about. So if they're excited about immunology, they could invest in Immunovant, for example, as opposed to the top co that has a kind of a broad portfolio of assets. So this is really kind of what we brought, I would say, as kind of an innovative business model. And I think there is a lot more to do, and I'm excited to see to have this conversation around this side, because I think if you can, what we've done is align incentives of executives and leaders and to some extent shareholders. But I think if you can bring on top, the patient community, the scientists working on those programs, it can become a very powerful tool. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I see the analogies with some of the aspects of DeSci and also some of the things Paul talks about in terms of, some of the ideas articulated by Andrew Lowe, who was, obviously
early advisor to Roivant.
Yeah, early advisor to Roivant,
board member,
and BridgeBio, et cetera, minimum viable teams, allowing scientists to really be within their zone of hyperspeciality and focus, et cetera. So, I mean, it's there's some intriguing analogies to effectively draw a mix. I wanted to ask you more on this sort of the delivery workflow side of things, because just in relation to care syntax, you guys provide sort of you optimize certain types of surgical technologies and what's effectively happening within the hospital setting. But all of those unacquainted, what would a patient journey look like in that setting, and where could things move into the future? Would we see a prospective decentralization of some of these surgical technologies? So I can get it at a GP practice or roll into my home and get minor nip tuck touch-ups, et cetera. So I'm wondering how diffuse the technology can get.
I like the use cases that you have for the home surgery. It's okay, not judging. Look, if a lot of you maybe traveled even via plane to Dubai, right? And we don't necessarily have a concern when we board the airplane that we will not arrive at our destination. When it comes to getting into an operating room, most likely we feel a little bit different about that. Yes, naturally, the person that has to go into an operating room has a different risk profile. There's a need for medical intervention. But at the same time, there's no system-integrated approach, right? Even if you were to look at aviation and what is really the work that a pilot does, often still utilized at takeoff and landing, or if there's anything that happens, but fully supported and augmented by the technology that works in Unity, in the plane, around the plane, on Earth, as well as in space. And then we are going into the operating room where we are facing so many different silos. And a little bit back to Sonal's point from the beginning, right? We do not have a federated data model or access to that. And the same thing comes to surgery, where you do not have a structured and curated data flow because of all of these data silos. So you're having extremely skilled people there that are operating, I wouldn't say blindfolded, but definitely with the tunnel vision. And they do not have a holistic view over what is actually happening with the patient before, during, as well as after the surgery. Because in a lot of instances, you have to connect the data points before, do the risk stratification, or really understand, should that patient actually undergo surgery or not, which currently you can't, right? And, you could with a lot of manual labor or with technology such as the one that we are currently putting into the market. And bringing all of that together by eliminating these silos, having a structured and clinically curated data flow, you basically have the foundational model for surgery, which is not only important for the provision side that you alluded to, but it's also very important for clinical trials. It's important for showing efficacy, efficiency, so post-market surveillance for medical devices, and many other aspects. And if we take some of the medtech companies, not putting names out there, but there was recently one that put a surgical robot into practice. Took only 15 years to get it FDA cleared. So the moment it's launched, it's outdated day one. So with exactly this real-world data and real-world evidence, we can bring that down from 15 years to less than a year. And why is that important? We know that the knowledge in the medical field doubles, every 73 days, right? So when it comes to medical devices, we have to get them quicker into practice to generate more insights. Think about the entire genomic space where we are at the infant stages. Why? Because, again, there's a lot of resistance, we have mindsets that need to change, and. So looking at a patient's journey, ideally, one day I would feel as comfortable getting into an operating room as boarding an airplane. That might still be a little bit further out, but the more we can connect the dots, the more we can use personal information, be it genetic information, be it connecting prems with what would be relevant on the pharma side, the more we can improve the outcomes. Right now, the biggest problem we have is incentives are massively misaligned. So talk about a total knee arthroscopy, whether the patient can walk the next day or can never walk again. The reimbursement is the same, and I think that is a problem.
Yeah, intriguing. Ed, so tell us a little bit about digital medicine. It's the strategy that you effectively run at Sophonova. You've also rode a wave of like some shift in modalities, referencing sort of Achilles in a video game that was approved by the FDA for ADHD treatment. So like, I'd love to see how you envisage the build out of digital medicine. Talk us a little bit through the technology stack, the opportunities that are effectively, that are present today and we might see in the future.
I don't know if we have enough time for that, but I'll give it my best. What is very interesting, what you said, Christian, is actually, I would argue that the OGs of DeSci are probably the VCs, the life sciences VCs. Because in a cynical way, you could describe life science VC as off-balance sheet R&D, right? It's basically the ability to take some orphaned piece of IP that somebody believes in, and then it's up to us to fund it. Now, the funny thing is, though, that we still have to sell it to pharma, or at least my biotech colleagues have to. And that's because I think there's 3 ways of making money in venture, and believe me, this goes to a point that you actually asked. There's 3 ways of making money in venture. It's sort of like taking existing technologies through new channels, new technologies through existing channels, or new technologies through new channels. Now, existing technologies through new channels, I would argue that's where the tech incumbents have really generated vast returns. Think YouTube, think telehealth. You don't take a technological risk, you just provide access to a technology in a new way. New technology, existing channel, I would argue is pharma. It is biopharma in particular. Now the challenge there is, or the benefit there, is that it's an insulated captive environment. If there's 100 pharma companies who can transact with 5 business development executives each, then the audience that my colleagues on the therapeutic side have to sell to is 500 people only. That's a very small environment. Now, moreover, half the LPs in our funds are those same pharmaceutical companies. So they actually have access, they have a preferred access to these technologies, get a first row seat, and then get to access them and acquire them. So the benefit of that is that it's a closed environment where you play inside baseball, everybody knows each other, and it's kind of an elegant sport like fencing, whereas the aforementioned category is much more like a street fight, oftentimes with a rusty knife. Now, what we're thinking about, and why I'm here, is the 3rd category, new technology, new channel. And the question then is, what does that new channel look like? And what are the conditions that you have to put in place for such a new channel to actually work? There's a couple of things, even if DeSci were to work in, let's say, a future environment where, peer review will be on-chain, IP litigation will be on-chain, everything will be on-chain. There's still a couple of things that you cannot get away from. Those are, at least in my mind, manufacturing, clinical trials, and the biological response rate of any molecule in the body. Those are ultimately the things that are still in the real world. And that's our mission, to basically find that integration, to fund that integration, to find the companies that provide that integration, and ultimately build that new world of a new technology and a new channel.
Thank you for that. So we've only got a couple of minutes left. I just want to sort of put out one sort of general question to all the panelists here. So seeing where sat and situated in the Museum of the Future, and I was asking for a little bit of yeah, some prophetic visions from everyone on the panel here. So I'm just going to paint a scenario here. So the year is 2035. We sort of advanced on quite a bit. You've become the all-knowing, all-seeing sort of artificial superintelligence, and you're focusing your lens on the healthcare and scientific research sector. So like, what is it that you would like to see change in that? And maybe just a couple points in terms of list of priorities. So yeah, just I'd love to get a couple perspectives on that. Sonal, would you like to?
Yeah, I can think of many. I think the number one that comes to mind is standards and metrics. I think what we struggle with, especially in this new computational era, is what does good look like? A few companies have started to, like in silico medicine, just produced a really nice result that shows this is what we've achieved. Whether or not we want to set that as the baseline is a different question. But I think at least in 10 years, if we can have standards and metrics that this community is following of this is what good looks like versus this is not, that would be a huge win.
Amazing. A point dear to my heart, at least like on the longevity side, I feel that there is a lack of scientific consensus around like what is a strong outcome, where should the industry effectively be stewarding. But yeah, point for another discussion. Christian?
Yeah, so my kind of optimization dream is a little bit kind of aligned with what you said. It's less on like, obviously we need to optimize kind of the drug discovery piece, but I feel we're already doing a pretty good job with the advance of AI and so on. Like we're pretty good at designing small molecules, even large molecules and so forth. So I feel like the huge challenge for our industry is slightly less the discovery piece, but it's more that the funnel gets really, really small. And I see every single day, like I've been pitched, you know, great kind of science that would deserve to, you know, be advanced, but for reasons that are like capital constraints and, you know, market realities, right? Unfortunately, of kind of how the insurers, right, the payers are reimbursed in that space and so on. Like, you know, those great like kind of scientific programs for patients and for, you know, community at, you know, the world as a whole are not really advancing. So if we can find ways to basically like extend that funnel of drugs that progress from discovery all the way to the clinics to, you know, ultimately commercialization, I think that's really kind of, you know, where my dream would be that in 2035 we would have a better model to bring this.
Maybe just one question around that, and this is probably a point more relevant to the DeSci community because there's a lot of repurposing that happens through DeSci. Like, what's your thoughts there? Are there things that could prospectively enable that? Do you think that there is a significant degree of clinical utility in looking at compounds that may have not been developed for like the right indications, or at least they have sort of more prospective application or use? That's to you.
Yeah. No, I mean, certainly, but I think it solves only one piece of the puzzle, right? I think the advantage of this repurposing is that it's molecules that are relatively known and have been, you know, have gone through kind of the earlier stages of safety trials at least and so forth, right? And that allows certainly an acceleration of understanding how this molecule works in a specific population, right? So that's one step, and it's an important one, and it's certainly the lowest hanging fruit, I would say, that I think the industry should, you know, focus on. But certainly, if we can also find ways through DeSci to accelerate, you know, the development of, you know, new compounds as well, because we have strong biologic rationale for an infinite amount of compounds. We have, you know, kind of the ability to design those compounds, but we don't have the ability to put them into patient fast, basically.
Appreciate that. Mick, you being the ASI, the future.
No, just building.
How's the law going to play out?
Well, look, building on top of what Christian said, I think one wish that I think will be more possible than ever in 2035, which is not too far away, is to actually have the discovery part. Yes, we have to open up the funnel, right? Enable with DeSci projects to really widen the funnel, but at the same time, we have to really include the entire population on the planet, not have it based upon a very small demographic, which is currently happening with a lot of the projects. And technology how it advanced already today and how it will continue to advance and evolve will definitely provide a foundation to do that. And if we were to look at the last 3 industrial revolutions, it was always focused on, let's call it the Western world, so to say, and now we're having the 4th one, which all of a sudden includes the entire world, because there are no geographic boundaries. And that is the same thing that we need also for drug discovery in order to really make sure that we are having 4 different subcontinents, 4 different ethnicities, drugs that really hit home and create the impact, which also would create a shift in terms of currently, where's the largest profit pool in pharma, right? If we look at the profit pool, it's US. That's why over 50% actually is all focused on that. We do see China rising as a superpower in that respect. They can do a lot of things faster, cheaper, quicker, and there's a lot of competition in China. But then again, there will be much more coming to the pipeline. So how can we unlock other geographies and create more of a balance in terms of the volume and the impact, and not necessarily just with a profit pool where we see whatever, 8 out of the top 20 drugs being focused on cancer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because at least in Western territories, they've experienced a little bit more homogeny in terms of the patient populations, and also everyone is treated. And so like it actually affects clinical enrollment rates. So, you know, talk about the rise of China, they can just run trials quicker because people want therapy, right? And they haven't effectively been treated before. But, you know, that's, I guess also the hope of a lot of people in this room is like, what do a lot of these territories fundamentally miss? Like it is a venture capital ecosystem, an ecosystem that allow people to sort of get their ideas spun out and effectively work on it. But yeah, Ed, would love your thoughts on how the future unfolds.
I'll try and keep it short, but I think the goal we're building towards are markets that are n equals 1. So everybody is its own market, which means that probably healthcare and even pharma sales has to become a services model. Now, how would that look? And mind you, there's a couple of shameless portfolio plugs coming. You know, you would have, for example, a company like Bioptimus that we invested in that is building foundation models to capture the first principles of biology. They would be integrated in the AI doctor in my pocket. I would have a problem, I would consult that, they run a bunch of analyses, they're like, this is exactly what you need right now. Then that feeds perhaps into another portfolio company called Leighton Labs that designs a biologic that I then can take that then has the required effect. Or, you know, a chemical that can be provided to me, prescribed to me. And ultimately in that services model, I think you circumvent the geographical challenges that you mentioned. You circumvent some of the challenges around, you know, market sizing in this or that geography, and hopefully the increased understanding of the individual, you know, sort of like is the opposite movement right now that we're seeing, where indications as we identified them, cardiovascular, metabolic diseases, actually turn out to be interlinked, cardiometabolic. So these are artificial constructs that we provided to make, you know, sense of the world for ourselves. That word is reductionism. So I hope that we can circumvent reductionism by embracing the complexity of the whole. And that requires us to basically have an n equals 1 market and a service model for each of ourselves. I don't know if 2035 is too ambitious, but that's the end goal we're working on.
Well, anyway, it was just that with everyone in the media talking about things being so imminently around the corner in terms of technological change, like, you know, like why not stretch out so a bit? But I would love to thank you all for your time today, sort of sharing the sort of insights and pearls of wisdom. And yeah, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for moderating.
Thanks so much for that. Yeah, sorry, I mean, Hello, hello, hello. All right. You can all hear me? All right, and the music is effectively softened. So I'd like to actually welcome, we have a fantastic keynote effectively coming up, something that actually really, really excites us at Effectively Bio and Molecule in the DeSci ecosystem to sort of see the growth within the ecosystem. And so I'd like to introduce Jane He from YZ Labs to the stage, who is a very established biotech investor and also now a formidable force within the digital arts ecosystem. And she's going to share her vision effectively for the intersection of healthcare, blockchain, and decentralized science.
Thank you, Aaron, for the introduction. So hi, everyone. It's so great to be here with all of you. I believe there are scientists, there are researchers, there are builders. I'm sure you are all dreamers and game changers too. And I'm Jane, as Aaron just introduced. I'm from EZ Labs. I know it's YZ Labs. Actually, Y means E, who is He Yi, the co-founder of Binance. And Z is CZ, and CZ decided to put E in front of him. So it's EZ Labs. And on the other hand, we wanted to make the investors super friendly to our builders. So make it easy for our builders and projects as well. So we're EZ Labs. So as I said, I'm super honored to be here. So let me see how. Oh, it should be. Give me a second. Just testing it out. I'm not sure if. Alex, do you mind? Okay, got it. Perfect. Sorry, first time being here. So we're in a golden era. Super lucky. But actually, I believe none of us really are prepared for what is upcoming. So as the co-founder of DeepMind, Mustafa said, we are approaching a critical threshold in the history of our species. Everything is about to change. Soon, you will live surrounded by AIs that will organize your life, operate your business, and run core government services. You will live in a world of DNA printers and quantum computers, engineered pathogens and autonomous weapons, robot assistants, and abundant energy. That is very well said. And actually, we recently met with the founder of DeepSeek, Liang Wenfeng, and he personally believes that AGI will happen within the next 2 to 3 years. And here, we at EZ Labs, we're embracing the future. We actually just rebranded from Binance Labs a couple months ago. So we used to only invest in Web3, but now we're expanding our investment scope from Web3 only to Web3 plus AI plus biotech and border healthcare. We're CZ's family office, and actually CZ is our intern here. So here on this slide, on the left-hand side, that is a scaling law chart shared by Jensen Huang from NVIDIA. And on the right-hand side, that's the new scaling law at our EZ Labs. We wanted to invest in and support AI and robotics that will generate smarter and automated thoughts and labor, which can ultimately help free up, to some extent, our humanity and advance our humanity. That's the AI. I would call it the intelligence layer. And then Web3, it would definitely continue to serve as an extremely important layer of infrastructure, which can empower everything else via the decentralized ownership and coordination. And ultimately, we really wanted everyone on this globe that we can live a healthier, happier, and longer life. That's why we're rebranding and expanding our investment scope. And now, let's look at AI first. So here is a more detailed mapping of Gen AI stack, starting from the compute layer, more on the GPU side, more on the cloud and compute services side, and then moving up to the model layer, the foundation models of different different models. And then moving up to the application layer and ultimately to robotics, which will hopefully give AI a body. But if we take a deeper look, what about AI for deep science? What about AI for biotech? What about AI for the broader healthcare? Actually, within AI space, I think those are sort of lagging behind. Of course, the complexity nature of biotech and healthcare is definitely one of the challenges. But other than that, one more challenge there is the data. So the AI model, the foundation model, needs the data to train the model, to make it smarter. But the thing is, within bio and within healthcare, the data are sort of stuck in a lot of silos. The data are unstructured, they're stuck, which will actually, I will elaborate a little bit more in my presentation here. Now, let's look at the intersections of those three areas we're going to focus on. First, it's not going to be the focus today, but we already started looking at the intersection between AI and Web3. We already see a lot of rising opportunities from this intersection. Let's move on to the second intersection, which is biotech plus AI. AI is already changing the game here. For example, the diagnostics. I think the doctors are already using the AI to spot cancers based on like AI on pathology images. And then it's also helping doctors detect like brain disorders like based on scans much faster and much more precisely than ever. Another example, I think that the last panel talk touched upon a little bit too, the drug repurposing and the drug discovery. In biotech, AI already started speeding up drug discovery. But I have to say this one is a bit trickier and much more challenging. Like one pipeline in biotech can take more than 10 years, take more than $1 billion, and only 1 in 10 success rate, even after IND. If we calculate from the beginning of the drug discovery, the success rate is can be lower than 1%. So it actually takes time for the AI model to prove itself to be working. And here, as I said earlier, is a challenge for AI, for bio, and healthcare. I think AI needs data, lots of it, from all kinds of people. The problem? Most health data, as I said, are stuck in silos, in hospitals, in clinics, or private databases. I believe all of us here have done a number of body checks in the past. But those data, you don't own it now at one place, right? It's either going to be in paper or PDF or across different digital formats, or the formats, the biomarkers, it's just not consistent. The data itself are not structured. So even if there is one super powerful AI health management model here that can analyze each of us health data, that can help us better manage our health, can help us better diagnostics and better even prevent cancers and diseases in the future, we cannot use the model because we don't really own the data here. And further, without the data, actually the AI model we just discussed doesn't exist because the model itself needs data to train it. So I would say one of the reasons why the AI for deep science, why AI for healthcare, for biotech is a bit lagging compared to some other applications fields is because of data. And I think this is where blockchain and DeSci can come in, breaking down the walls and making data work for everyone. So let's move on to DeSci part. So blockchain is like a super secure and transparent digital ledger. So in DeSci, I believe it can help people share health data safely without giving up control. So people can share their medical records, the fitness tracker information, biomarkers, and even DNA information on chain and stay anonymous, give consent through smart contracts. and even get paid with tokens for helping out training a great AI model. So people can decide where and how they want to own their own health data, who they wanted to give your health data to. And third, you can win and gain by helping, contributing, training a great AI model. And in return, the AI model will come back, contributing to helping you diagnose, helping you analyze your own health data, your health data set. So in this case, everyone actually can win. The researchers and the AI model companies, they get access to the diverse data too. Blockchain isn't about data, it's also about capital. So traditional VC funding is great, but it can be super tough for a lot of new researchers, scientists, especially for some opportunities where the potential commercial value might be relatively small, like rare diseases. So of course, I think the DeSci, like DAO, it opens new doors to a lot of startups, which maybe used to be like super challenging for them to get into traditional VC funding, and now there are doors and windows. It opens new opportunity for new startups everywhere. And ultimately, I see the potential of intersection of those three. So AI plus blockchain plus healthcare. It's gonna be a super powerful combo. So blockchain creates those open data marketplaces where AI can dig in and find game-changing insights, like new ways to treat diseases or predict health risks, as I just said. So the more people share data, the smarter the AI model will get, and the more discoveries we will make. So it's gonna be a win-win-win-win cycle. With that, I wanted to say that we do have a global lean team at Easy Labs covering global. As you can tell, CZ is our intern based here in Middle East. And then here, we invest in both, all of those four directions. One is direct investments, equity, tokens, hybrid. We're super flexible there. Different stages, ticket size is very flexible too. And then Easy Residence. We actually just announced our Easy incubation program, season 1. The first station is gonna be in Silicon Valley. Welcome to apply to our incubation program. And going forward, we will definitely launch more programs. For now, we're planning for 3 incubation programs a year. We'll expand into other parts of the world. So starting from Silicon Valley, next station, highly likely in Southeast Asia or Hong Kong, and then next station would be in Middle East or Europe. So that's the Easy Residence incubation program. And then on the bottom, that's MVB. We have been running that for a long time. That's the incubation program on our BNB chain. And ultimately on liquid strategy, we are starting that strategy as well, so it's going to be a very well-rounded investment strategy. And inside that, we do have our internal AI called Y2 to help us better run our investment process, decision-making process, etc. And lastly, here we are, we're CZ's family office. We invest and we make impact. Lastly, we're hiring, and we're expanding our team. So those 4 roles are we're very actively looking to hire more talents here. So AI investor, researcher, engineers, and then healthcare, bio investor, and researchers. And last 2 roles are more for our portfolio company support, for the portfolio company ecosystems. One is go-to-market expert. We want all of our portfolio companies to benefit from that go-to-market. And lastly, the talent partners, who will be the recruiters for our portfolio companies to help them get the top-tier talent from both science, AI, of course, on the Web3 world as well. With that, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm gonna kick off the panel as well as the moderator. So welcome the panelists onto the stage, and Apeiron, maybe you can share more information on the.
actually really inspiring, really visionary, and also illustrative of all the amazing opportunities and technological and scientific unlocks that we can prospectively see in the future. So with that, I'd actually like to invite the next series of panelists to actually come up. It is titled The Investor's Perspective, so discussion of TradSci, DeSci, and then also sort of emergent themes. So Brent Roberts, who from Split Capital, I'd like to welcome you to the stage. And then we have Brian Majanaski from CerebrumDAO, and then also Chris Leiter from Atria Capital. And then also we have Jack Platts from Hypersphere. And thank you so much for your time and your insights here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, all the panelists. Welcome on board. So why don't we just, I guess one by one, just introduce yourself a little bit, and also your focus of your efforts, no matter it's going to be investment or your own entrepreneur experience, and what's really generate your interest and excitement in DeSci.
Sure, so let me kick that off. My name is Brent. I'm CEO of Split Capital, which is a hedge fund focused on high conviction opportunities in the digital asset market. So it's mostly liquid tokens, no venture. My link to DeSci is I've been a multi-asset investor for more than a decade now. I've done quite a bit in the bio space, both into public biotech as well as a direct venture too. Nothing really medtech, more on the therapeutics side of things. Very much indication agnostic. And I like DeSci, or I see the potential in DeSci because it's a bit selfish. It falls within the two of my passions, the one being the biotech market and the other one being the crypto market. And I definitely see the potential of overlap there. So I'm excited about the category and the level of innovation that can come from it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brian Majewski. I'm the founder of CerebrumDAO, and so I am fully red-pilled into DeSci as a founder of a bio DAO itself, and have been doing this for quite some time now. I'm also a personal investor in crypto assets, and have been a software entrepreneur for, 25 years or so. Before getting into this field of neuroscience and biotech. Yeah, Jane, your presentation was fantastic. The model that we're thinking through for CerebrumDAO is exactly that. This community-powered engine that people can plug into with their tokens, and not only fund the advancement of neuroscience and toward the ending of brain diseases from our perspective, but getting utility out of that token where they can stream data and understand personally more about their brain health, and then have access to personalized solutions via the utility of the token. So we see a great future for this. I'm invested in the DeSci ecosystem in a number of different places as well.
Great. My name is Jack Platts. I'm the co-founder and CIO of Hypersphere Ventures. And we started the firm in 2020. We have a liquid fund and a venture fund, and have started to look really closely at DeSci. Prior to that, I was early on at Polkadot, and was at Polkadot for about 3 years. And I had 1 year at my brother's biotech firm, family office, early drug discovery. So getting into the overlap of crypto, what I've been working on, and early drug discovery is very interesting. And I think there's a lot of promise in the space, and as well as what Jane said, if you layer in AI drug discovery on top of that, I think we're just now starting to see the potential of that.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Leiter. I'm the founder, general partner of Atria Ventures. We're a San Francisco-based early-stage venture fund investing at the intersection of AI and biology. I'm replacing my colleague, John Spies, who's up here. John, wave. So please come to see myself or John during the day if you're having any interesting projects or ideas that we'd like to talk to you about as you're thinking about building. Atria is a 0 to 1 firm, meaning that we really partner with entrepreneurs and founders across the life sciences ecosystem, building companies at that pre-seed stage. So we primarily invest anywhere from 250K to 1.5 million in early stage companies, both here in Europe and the US, globally. And we focus on this kind of enabling infrastructure across the life sciences. So we focus on kind of what I consider distribution, discovery, and data. So how do we kind of support discovery of new molecules, new assets, and enabling AI and infrastructure that powers that? How do we kind of invest in the data science layer across life sciences that ultimately support the moat around IP and new assets being developed? And then how do we think about distributing these new therapies and molecules and assets across the life science ecosystem, either from M&A, from biotech to pharma, or launching drugs and making sure they're coming to the patients that ultimately need them most? So that's our focus of the fund. In broader DeSci and decentralized science, I've been a long-time crypto investor, but also a long-time investor in molecule and the broader bio ecosystem. And I think, as we talked about earlier, and Jane, you mentioned this really quite succinctly on your presentation, is the ability to kind of involve patients earlier in the life cycle of drug discovery. And that's the opportunity that I think a lot of us are here today, is that mission and ultimately that impact and where it can lead to downstream.
Great. I think one of the things I really want to focus on is a challenge right now biotech and healthcare overall are facing today, especially maybe under Trump's administration. So what are the biggest challenges that, based on your experience, are biology, are biotech, are healthcare facing, and whether some of them can be helped or can be solved somehow by AI or Web3 in the short to mid-term? Of course, longer term, I think everything can be a super blue sky, but within, for example, next 3 to 5 years, what are the challenges you think AI and or blockchain can help solve? Maybe start with Chris?
Yeah, I mean, just to pick up on the theme around data here, at the end of the day, all the foundational models that we're seeing happen in biology. So we've invested in a few of the open source models. We've invested in, also a large amount of these models like Isomorphic Labs and Chai Discovery and Evo Scale 2. These are some companies that are kind of in the protein diffusion model space. These models are only as good as the data they have to train on, right? I mean, it sounds obvious, and we know this is the kind of key issue across not just in biology, but other sectors. And a lot of this data is sitting inside these kind of large pharmaceutical companies that just don't have the incentives aligned to share or release that data. So, Jane, to your point, I think possibly one of the most foundational and potentially transformative effects that DeSci can have in biology is aligning incentives to share that data. Whether it's we talked about this with Roivant and the panel before around repurposing drugs and the data around that, but how do you find and source new data from the EHR, from patients directly, to find new indications, but also the patient sets the population from whether clinical trials or once you have the drug approved, to ultimately bring the drug to the right patients at the right time. So can Web3 potentially have this incentivization mechanism to get big pharma involved? And that's where I came from before starting Atria. And I think, the early signs is that, Pfizer Ventures obviously has invested in the space, but how do we encourage that trad side to come involved in that space? That's one of the biggest opportunities I see in terms of aligning incentives.
Yeah, just add to that, and to the data point is spot on, but also in addition to that, the model, the foundational model needs to be able to be application specific in doing things like discovering new drugs. So using a traditional LLM is not going to be quite as fast as having a lot of developers just focused on building one specifically for drug discovery, assuming that data is there and they have access to a broad base of papers. Then really plugging that in to be able to lower the likelihood that you're rejected in clinical trials. It seems like on the cost side of things for developing new drugs, 85% or so of it is really at the clinical trials side of things. So one way to improve or lower costs is to just improve the likelihood that you actually get past the clinical trials. Like you're actually setting up an experiment and you have a valid hypothesis that has a higher likelihood of being approved and turning into an actual drug. And so I think that's probably one area where AI can do a lot of the work up front, where maybe a human was piecing all this stuff together before, or a lot of humans, but having kind of a computational model that's 10x more efficient than like a traditional LM will probably unlock a lot of potential to actually have AI come up with a lot of new cures to diseases that otherwise maybe would take a lot longer to complete.
Totally.
You mentioned the Trump funding cuts as well. I assume that's another part of this. So the way we think about it is this is you know, just a really amazing opportunity right now and a catalyst, I think, for both solving the funding problem, but then incentivizing the data collection problem in an application-specific way. So, you know, on the neuroscience side, at least how we think about this with Cerebrum is, I mean, you got billions and billions of dollars that go through NIH to fund research that are likely being cut right now. And I know I'm talking with some labs, they're facing a crisis right now. But ultimately, that's the people's money, right? And it's been allocated by unelected bureaucrats, really. And so that's not very efficient. We can kind of take the power back into our own hands. So you as a person, if you want brain health funding to continue, you come to a place like Cerebrum DAO and you crowdfund, right? So it's your money again, but now you're getting a token that will have some utility for you. And so if this happens in mass, we can easily create hundreds of millions of dollars to billions of dollars of funding if people realize that they have the agency to go do this. And then likewise on this data side, then we create applications that plug them in an application-specific way. And so think about your own personalized brain fitness coach, right? If you're willing to plug in through an app and connect your wearables, we can train models that can give you a brain fitness score just like you get a daily sleep score from your ring. And then we can train a coach to educate you about your brain health, and then we can kind of point you to the research that's being funded that might matter to you personally. And so, like, this is all about empowering people and the incentives, and the tokens really allow you to do that if you design it right. And giving people an idea that they have agency with their money and their data and their behaviors on a daily basis to really advance science in an application-specific area like neuroscience.
Yeah.
So funding and liquidity, I guess that's a major new market of the DeSci for sure. But I guess I'd like to speak to it more from a Web3 side than an AI side, right? With an example, and again, I'm not here to shill, but something like genomes. So Genomes DAO, where you know essentially you have your DNA, you know, like data within your control. I think most of us in the room are extremely fatigued by big tech monetizing our data, and you know we've seen no return for that, and we've lost the privacy. Something like Genomes DAO, where you know it's your data, and it can still be commercialized, but at least you know you sort of see the return for that, and you have the control of it.
Yeah, totally. I think blockchain definitely serve as an extremely important, I would call it the infrastructure for the people to share, no matter it's the health data or research data. Because we were actually talking to a few Stanford professors last month, and then a couple of them saying that OpenAI hired them, and they wanted to develop their own AI for deep science. Because deep science database is just so different from the current version of LLM, which the data used to train the model is actually very largely available in public domain for current the GPT versions. But for deep science, people actually need very specific labeling, very specific benchmarkings. So they really need the brains to train the model. And then the professors' feeling were like OpenAI pay them per hour fixed rate, and then feels like the model absorbs their brain, and then never asks them for anything ever again. So I think here at Web3 space, actually blockchain can help design a super good ecosystem where the alignment can be much better. So the contributor, the data owners, and ultimately who is beneficiary from this AI model, everything can be much better aligned. So, yeah.
I just want to give a really quick real-world example of, actually, we all just kind of mentioned this. I'm also going to show my own portfolio for a second. So, so we invest in a company called Axiom, a San Francisco-based large language model for toxicity studies. And, you know, animal studies at preclinical, clinical is one of the most expensive parts of the drug discovery life cycle, as everyone knows. And Axiom's mission is to eliminate animal studies. Now, they're focusing, just to your point, around just liver toxicity, which also happens to be the largest set of usually tox expenses. And so they came out of stealth yesterday, Axiom BioSci, I think, axiom.bio, if you want to take a look. But that's like an example of where it's a very specific deep science model. It's a large language model just on that data set. And then they've had to go through partnering with several academic medical centers plus some biotechs to actually extract that data and then to train their own models on top of that, then to produce their own proprietary data in addition. So, and the next stage and the next phase of that startup will ultimately be partnering with pharma, partnering with biotechs to then drive their pipeline assets through the kind of traditional scientific discovery process. That also links into the FDA and some of the regulatory pressures that we're talking about. And so I don't want to get too far into it, but I don't know if everyone in the room knows that the FDA is essentially kind of relaxed some of the rules around animal studies on certain types of drug discovery processes, and that's like another really interesting regulatory tailwind, not just for the company I mentioned, but in general, DeSci, and the ability for DAOs and projects in DeSci to ultimately bring therapies and drugs and assets into the clinic.
Perfect. So I guess let's move on to more personal questions, maybe one by one. Chris, you up first. So as I think you run both sides, right? The traditional life sciences side and then the DeSci part. So what excites you the most right now? What kind of opportunities do you feel like more fitting into DeSci field? And then what are the opportunities you feel like, okay, I can only look at them in the traditional fields, and why?
Yeah, I'll try to, I think we're really still at the infancy of DeSci. The types of projects that I see having the most interest and the most applicability to our field right now is really this kind of Venn diagram where it kind of says on one side therapies and I would say kind of therapeutic areas and assets that are just like ignored by pharma. Mm-hmm. And then on this side you have like a super engaged consumer or patient advocacy group side. And so like if you think about like a couple years ago, and what was the best example? And we've heard about Roivant, we've heard about BridgeBio, but also Vertex Pharma. If anybody knows about the history behind Vertex, which is a $20 billion market cap pharmaceutical company, they developed an asset by the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation that essentially cured cystic fibrosis, and that foundation now is one of the wealthiest private foundations in the world because they ended up having the royalty license on the back end of that. I've always thought DeSci can operate in a very similar or mimic a lot of those types of traditional plays where you have an engaged patient group that is able to take the very earliest, riskiest part of drug development, which ultimately has to have this engaged patient population, and then bring it into an asset development phase that allows more capital allocators to come on board, whether that's pharma, whether it's biotech hedge funds, whether it's private equity, or partnering with other biotechs. We're not at that stage right now, right? I think we will be over the next 5 years, if not sooner. What I get really excited about right now is like these kind of engaged patient groups like HairDAO, which some of you will meet, Long COVID DAO, that are really kind of ignored by traditional pharma for many, many years, and for a lot of different reasons we can debate why that is, and that's the kind of where I look at for the opportunities to invest in DeSci, which we do actively invest out of the fund.
Thank you so much. And then moving on to Jack. So Hypersphere actually is a very successful early stage investor in Web3 spaces. And then based on your experience on some extremely successful investment case in the past, what are the things you are looking for in a new DeSci projects? What excites you most there?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I agree that DeSci is still relatively early, and there's been a lot of D plus, DeFi or refi for regenerative finance, and it's always quite tricky in the early stages of whether adding Web3 to something makes it better, because typically adding blockchains to anything makes it slower, more expensive, and poorer UX. Over time that'll change, of course, but like so from that perspective, really what can Web3 or crypto unlock for something as important and as real as all of our lives and our biology? So I think the initial DAOs that have been mentioned are a good way to do that. Simple capital formation to fund different types of research or different types of experiments that are otherwise not the focus or of traditional pharma. So I really think of what kind of unlocked understanding the early stages of DeSci, at least for me, coming from a non-biotech background, is just the capital formation piece. Crypto is very good at that, whether it be ICOs or DePIN with decentralized physical infrastructure networks. There's clearly something there where we can fund more researchers or get more experiments off the ground, so then big pharma or biotech VCs can pick it up.
Thank you, Jack. I think one of the challenges here, as you said, because like DeSci is still very early, right? I think one of the challenges there is like how to balance by nature, it's patient, it's long-term, it slows R&D in reality versus like extremely fast pace in the crypto side. Like how you see the challenge there and how as an investor you wanted to, what are the things you are looking for like in a new venture that you think that challenge can be sort of reduced or managed? Yeah, Jack,
to me?
To both of you actually, because one is investor and one is there.
No, it's a great point. So the way we're thinking about it with Cerebrum is kind of like a barbell strategy, because it's this community engagement. And Chris, you're absolutely right. My original thesis on Cerebrum was, it's a venture philanthropy, but tokenized, so you can drive utility directly to end users and participants. So, we have our therapeutic development, which is, funding really early stage research and translating it through. But we also have like a product strategy that we take and we say, well, what can we do that can drive value to an end user for their brain health today? And so we've got some digital interventions there that we're working on through, I mentioned the Brain Fitness Coach, the Brain Fitness AI, the Brain Fitness Score. We've got a natural product that's already on the market, that's already safe, and we're doing human studies on it. They're going to begin next month. And so, if you think about that, it's a natural product that should be neuroprotective based on all the lab data that we have, and it's patented. So if we can actually demonstrate it works in humans, you have a safe neuroprotective intervention that you can take throughout your life that is easily accessible to you because it's relatively affordable. And so these are things, and then we provide access to these solutions with the Neuron token. So there's utility to actually owning the token. There's something for you to do and engage in today. You can start contributing data to the DAO, and then you can watch as these longer-term therapeutics, come in and play. So we're trying to create excitement, trying to create engagement through the token today, but also still doing the long-term development and crowdfunding of that.
One more question for you, Brian. So what kind of difference do you see between DAO, like the DAO fundraising approach versus the traditional like VC fund? Like how would it be very different if you raise like the funding for your current research you're doing via the traditional way versus what you are doing here in Web3 world?
Yeah, it's a great question because I probably have an order of magnitude or two more capital if I took the traditional route. The problem with that, though, was when I looked at it, I said I can get more capital faster, but I'm losing out on all the benefit of the token and the utility and the user engagement. And so I just played it out and said, well, if the world's going on digital, if the financial system of the world is going to be tokenized, which I believe, and it's all going to run on digital assets, why not set up the play now and then ride the wave, and we'll be the largest thing in brain health globally because we're on the best platform, even though the dollars are tight right now. So yeah, there's always this temptation to go to traditional capital. I've just resisted it to try to stay true to the token model because I do think the problem we're solving with advancing neuroscience and translating therapeutics, and I'm going to talk about this later, it's an incentive problem, and how we're solving the incentives is with the token. And so I bypass it if I go to traditional capital.
Got it. Thank you, Brian. So Brent, So you used to run like an allocator's row. You have the allocator row. And then on the other hand, you are also running a liquid strategy. And it's actually very different. It's like on the two sides of the spectrum. So what would you see, say, from the DeSci perspective? What are the signals that you are looking into when you feel like, okay, the capital I'm allocating to specific funds or specific project, DeSci projects, those are rising. But on the other hand, on the liquid strategy side, what are the signals you are looking at to buy or to sell for certain projects? What's your take there?
Sure. So let me repeat what the rest of the panelists have said. And so DeSci is very, very early right now. And let's just take a step back, right? As a hedge fund or an allocator, you are a steward of capital, which means you need to responsibly invest for financial return. That is like the crux of investing. Now, in terms of the DeSci or the biotech market in general, let's break it into a few parts, right? Let's go public biotech. It thrives on high liquidity and easy, monetary conditions, which we haven't had since about 2021. Will that start to change moving forward? I'm not too sure. But there's nearly a macro thing at play, I would say, on a global macro market space, but again, on the biotech macro within the biotech market itself, right? So, do I think it's the right time to sort of step in now and submit these projects, like these tokens? I'm not sure. So crypto does face a general liquidity problem. There's a fight for liquidity, and there's a fight for mindshare, and there's a fight for attention. There's something that needs to really, really catalyze this space before it can move materially higher. When we have a look at tokens, fundamentals do matter for sure, but in the crypto market, substantially less.
So what, in your view, are the best catalysts for DeSci, as far as you can think of?
So the catalysts themselves, I'm not too sure, but I feel like the space nearly needs to have its ChatGPT moment where it'll be sort of like a domino effect. Has that happened yet? No. What will catalyze it? I'm not too sure, but I'm waiting for that. And until then, just maintain relationships with the teams, and there's a few very, very high quality teams in this space.
Yeah, and actually that brings to a question I want to ask to all of you. That's the final last question to all of you. What are the interaction that you can see coming now and in the near future between the traditional science and DeSci? And what are the hottest or what are the most promising area you are looking at right now between those two sides? Maybe starting from Chris?
Yeah, I'm just going to pick up one. I'm going to go back to the last question Brent made there real quick before I answer that question. I think we're missing. Yeah, I don't see a lot of crypto investors really deeply understanding the scientific process, right? And I think that is why DeSci is very early. That's why there's a liquidity. Let's just face it. There's a liquidity issue around that, right? And we'll continue to do that until you galvanize this kind of hybrid strategy that we're certainly running at Atria, which is kind of deep scientific expertise, deep crypto expertise, and marrying the two. And I think that's what I'm really excited about over the next 1 to 2 years, seeing a lot of more traditional venture funds thinking about DeSci. But I think that's just because we're so early. So I just want to pick up on that. I don't think we actually have really smart investors yet in this space at scale. But that's an opportunity for a lot of people in this room who are considering coming in. To answer your question, I'm really excited about we're now this phase 1 of capital formation of DeSci, but what's the next stage? Well, we need to go into clinic, right? We need to be bringing and supporting these DAOs and therapies and assets to actually, not just becoming traditional biotech companies, but actually continuing to the decentralized process. So what does that mean? Okay, so how do you run preclinical workflows and clinical trials decentralized? So one of the big things that I'm looking at is kind of RPA, robotic lab automation is a big focus. Biomanufacturing, how do you do that remote? The CDMO space is incredibly archaic, and Sonal from earlier mentioned she's looking into biomanufacturing. That's a big space we're looking at. How do you actually run that through incentives that are on chain? So lots of other areas, but those are like the top too, I would say.
Got it. Yep, Jack.
Yeah, I'd say the most obvious next step for beyond the capital formation is tying back either some sort of cash flows or acquisition of some of these assets or early experiments to token holders, because I think there's obviously tokens trade and they can go up and down in value, but in terms of actually tying them to the science and to the outcome of experiments over a longer time period, I think that's going to be a challenge and a communication problem for a lot of projects to explain to their community that science takes time, clinical trials take a lot of time, and crypto typically is a lot faster. So I think that's more people hopefully will be brought on the journey through those. Like we talked a lot about aligning incentives, but actually seeing that play out in terms of actual projects. And you're giving up your data. Okay, so how much are you going to get? Is it worth it for the service or money you're getting? And all of the next layer beyond some of the things that we all agree are high mission, high impact, and important for curing disease.
Yeah, I mean, communities are core, and our tokens are product. So making the token useful and fun and engaging early. I think we have to do that to catalyze the movement and to drive token appreciation and be able to get more capital, to deploy more capital before we're going to see returns from our projects. As far as where we interface with TradSci and when will that happen, our thesis with Cerebrum is more shots on goal and more diversity of hypotheses, and scarcity is the mother of all invention in some regards, so we don't have much capital, so we got to prove we can do it better, faster, cheaper, and push these assets through the pipeline and make them interesting for TradSci to pick up.
Every company CEO thinks that their stock is undervalued, and I think in the crypto market the problem is even larger. Every founder thinks their token is egregiously undervalued, right? But if you think about a liquid market, it all functions on supply-demand. So there's two things here. In the traditional markets, you don't see retail mom and pop bidding like therapeutic biotech stocks because they don't understand it, right? So I think the building in the DeSci space, focus on something simple and focus on something that the layman or the mom and pop can truly understand and really grasp. That's on the retail side. I think on the institutional side, again, institutional participation in the crypto markets is relatively thin. What changes that? I think it's just time. I think it's market maturity. And I think it's just growth of the overall market itself.
Yeah, totally echo that. I think maybe a little bit summary here. I think two things maybe from DeSci part we can help, no matter it's going to be better educate the crypto audience or trying to increase the awareness or participation from the audience side. I think two things. One is, as Brent just said, I think one is trying to find something that maybe just an average crypto audience feel closer to, more tangible. And they feel like it's very close to him, not super distant R&D process that has nothing to do with me. I think that's one. And two is, I think you need to educate and communicate very well with your audience, with your community. And then I think another part is the feedback loop. I think the thing is R&D, in reality, the feedback loop is too long, too slow. And then I think if by nature, the project we're working on right now, it's that nature, but I think you need to share maybe in a higher frequency, in a more deeper details with your community, what are you doing and what are you progressing. And then maybe on another side, on new projects, I think what we're looking for is maybe something that has a shorter the feedback loop. People can feel something more faster and more efficiently, so they know it's just growing. It's like AI. Maybe you feel like you're contributing to GPT-1, and then after a while you feel like, okay, the model I'm contributing to, in addition to the token paid to me, I also feel the progress of GPT-1 to GPT-2. I feel the progress there. So I think the feedback loop there, they feel something is progressing. That's important for the audience too. So I think that concludes our panel talk. Thank you so much all for joining us, and thank you for all the panelists to sharing your expertise. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we'll just go back over there and get them to take it off.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session. Super excited to kick off the second part of the DeSci Summit, where we're going to be going more into the use cases of DeSci, and we're going to learn about some really cool DAOs in bio right now. So to kick off this session, we're going to have Paul, the co-founder and CEO of Molecule, come and give a keynote about why this is all important.
There we go. Cool. Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here today, and I think give the first proper talk of the day. We had some amazing panels in the morning, and the goal of my talk is really to showcase a little bit like what's happening in DeSci under the hood, and then also remind everyone why we're here again, because I think looking at the examples makes that much more concrete. Thanks so much for the intro as well. I'm Paul Kohlhaas, CEO and founder of Bio and Molecule. And so why are many of us in crypto, if you're in crypto? So fundamentally, I think we invest into crypto because we believe in sovereignty, in kind of liberty, in open source access to information and data, and in freedom of speech. And because something is being taken from us slowly and silently. And what do I mean with that? With that, I really mean kind of the massive inflation that kind of we've seen over the last couple of years, money printing by central banks across the globe to kind of save oftentimes failing banking system. And so Bitcoin was created as an alternative to that, right? To kind of replace the Fed. And science and medicine, in my view, are kind of fundamentally trapped in the same power structures, kind of the powers that be. And what are those? It's kind of the biopharmaceutical industry, kind of the mega complex that produces medicine, and then the patent system. And they're kind of like deemed too big to change, just as kind of the Federal Reserve was once deemed too big to change. I think Balaji famously said this, that like someone had to invent Bitcoin for actually people to begin questioning that system. And I think DeSci really aims to do a similar thing. So biopharma, or like medicine in the US, healthcare spending consumes 18.5% of US GDP. Around 9% goes directly to the sale of drugs and pharmaceuticals. And that's an insanely high number. Like, I fundamentally posit that we could be spending much, much, much less on healthcare, have much more diverse treatments, and have healthier societies. We could be spending that money on other things like education, infrastructure, and this entire system is entrenched by a 19th century era patent system. So in our current system, treatments and recurring revenue fundamentally dominate healthcare. The system that we've created to date needs lifelong customers, and it disincentivizes cures. This leads to the chart, for instance, that we see on the right, which is the rise in US overdose deaths involving prescription opioids. In some cases, in some years, there's 16,000 deaths annually from opioids that are kind of that are given out by the medical system. On the other hand, Goldman Sachs asked in a famous article, is curing patients a sustainable business model? And this article analyzed a novel hepatitis C drug that was put onto the market, and previous treatments for hepatitis C basically made more revenue than this cure. And Goldman Sachs says, well, you guys really shot yourself in the foot. You're kind of destroying your customer base. You made more money before, and like we ran the numbers on it. And based on that, they downgraded the company, and executives at the time were fired because they developed a cure. On the other hand, scientists spend 80% of their time applying for funding and around 20% doing the science. That's really the numbers that we see, and probably many biotech founders or scientists in the audience can probably confirm that. Our fundamental hypothesis is that most of the world's potential scientific talent remains untapped, and that we live in a time of science friction, not of science fiction. This is a really interesting case. There was a scientist who treated her own cancer with viruses that she grew in a lab. This happened in Q4 last year. It ultimately led to a Nature article, though, how this scientist called Halsey self-administered a treatment called oncolytic virotherapy to help treat her own stage 3 breast cancer. And she's now been cancer-free for 4 years. But then the article says, in choosing to self-experiment, Halsey joins a long line of scientists who have participated in this under-the-radar, stigmatized, and ethically flawed practice. So she couldn't get anyone to even publish this for over 3 years until one editor decided, actually, I'm going to go against the stream and publicize this. And then I found this tweet really funny. Scientist does science, cures cancer. The science establishment, no, you can't do that. And then we wonder why scientists are fleeing academia. So what do we ultimately need to really, I think, move humanity forward? We need permissionless science. And so we're coming at this problem from 2 sides. I just mentioned the intellectual property system. We'll hear a talk from Molecule later. Molecule is really an exchange for on-chain scientific IP. And we turn siloed research into kind of liquid open markets that are powered by data. And then on the other side, you probably heard a lot about Bio. Bio is a curation and liquidity launchpad for scientific communities. We bridge DeFi and DeSci together and help scientists, patients, and investors collaborate on-chain to fund real-world research and kind of commercialize the outputs. So you probably heard a lot about BioDAOs, and this talk is also aimed at kind of giving some of the base primers on how does the ecosystem actually work. I know we have a lot of new faces here that might be hearing about DeSci for the first time. So BioDAOs really create values by building on-chain IP token portfolios that represent novel research rights in all sorts of areas. We're going to look at some of those areas just now. And these kind of new products or these research projects can later be sold to pharmaceutical companies. They can be sold to biotech companies to commercialize, or some of the DAOs are already choosing to commercialize the outputs themselves. So you have a DAO that forms. It issues a governance token. Members of the public, interested participants, purchase those governance tokens and fund a treasury. The DAO then begins funding research and IP through a global community of scientists. And that IP can later be monetized with the proceeds flowing back into the treasury. This is, for instance, a case study on VitaDAO. We're going to hear a lot more about, I think, VitaDAO in the talk that follows this. But basically, you have a biotech company or a university that will give its IP rights to VitaDAO in exchange for funding. And then later, VitaDAO can give those governance rights on to different IP token holders, again, receiving funding. This is kind of a brief overview of VitaDAO's current IP portfolio. It's taken VitaDAO about 3.5 years, or like 3 years, to like build this portfolio. We'll look at some of the big outlier success cases here in a minute. So let's take a view outside of VitaDAO. So VitaDAO forms a part of this much larger bioprotocol ecosystem that we've been developing. These are some of the metrics that we've been tracking. So in total, the research funding that has been raised by BioDAOs to date is over 30 million. The BioDAO community size today is around 110,000 people globally. We have over almost 30,000 token nodes in our ecosystem, and the total value of tokenized IP currently sits at 11.5 million. I think it was almost 50 million in December. So the market moves together with the broader crypto market. It fluctuates. And this is actually something that I think Jane and a couple of other people previously have said, this is one of the biggest challenges I see for DeSci, is like, how do we bridge the cyclicality of the crypto market and kind of the broader economy with these long-term research outputs that we're trying to create. So since I last stood here about a year ago, the DeSci ecosystem has grown really significantly. Some of the newest DAOs that just launched, one is Curetopia. I think we'll have a talk from Ethan in a bit. Another one is a DAO focused on quantum biology that recently launched. And the leading ones are still VitaDAO and HairDAO. Big shout out here to HairDAO. I think HairDAO is an incredible success story. They funded a piece of research in beginning of 2023 through an IP NFT. They then organized a decentralized clinical trial with participants in their Discord. Together with the University of Miami, people could sign up for the trial, and this particular substance was a repurposed thyroid hormone. And at the beginning of this year, they began selling it through an online store. You can go onto it, you can check it out, anagen.xyz. And I think the preliminary data, don't quote me on this, maybe they'll correct me online, is that it's 3 to 5 times more efficient than the closest hair loss product on the market in regrowing hair follicles. And so I think this is an incredible outcome for DeSci. within 2 years to go from a novel product that is researched, repurposed, and is now being sold to consumers in the US. So BioDAOs are launching all the time, which is really, really amazing now. I'm eternally grateful to the whole Bio community and kind of all of our supporters, our entire team, for enabling these entrepreneurs to launch just continuously. So Quantum BioDAO launched in December, raised almost 6.9 million, just now opened their first quantum biology lab in LA. They're building a quantum microscope. Really, really incredible community, and I think some of the most avant-garde research that is being done. They launched, Clarice D'Aiello, the founder, came out of MIT and is working with some of the best scientists in her field. Then Rowan Dixit, who launched Long COVID Labs, raised around 2 million, over 500% of the initial funding target hit. And I'll talk in a minute. I'll just give an example of like what they're currently working on, and then we'll hear from Ethan with Curetopia in a little bit. They raised, I think now it's 2 million because the price of SOL has increased, to focus on rare disease research. And I'll show some progress here from the lab. So this was actually this week. So no, last week the first patient in one of their studies got his pre-treatment blood work done. So they send kind of a mobile physician to a patient's home to kind of collect a live sample. Many of these patients actually are unable to leave their home, so it's very difficult for them to seek treatment or for anyone to even collect data on long COVID. Long COVID is estimated that it affects about 200 to 300 million people globally. And there's very little hope actually for these patients. It often affects young people. You have very strong online communities, self-help groups. But I think it's one of these huge success cases for DeSci. You also see Long COVID Labs only has about 6,000 followers. And so this post that they did got 46,000 impressions and over 700 likes. And I think that's incredible because this actually will get much more of the general public, of patients, to pay attention to what's happening in crypto and onboard a fundamentally new type of user. And then just 8 hours ago, patient number 1 received their Pemgarda and Paxlovid repurposed drug cocktail. So they're actually, this DAO launched 2 months ago, and now they're starting to treat patients with a novel repurposed drug cocktail. I think that's really incredible. Yeah. So what are we fundamentally enabling now? What phase is DeSci in? What are we moving to? So we launched the new Bio Launchpad on Base and on Solana in, I think, about a month ago now. And the Launchpad is really, the goal of this Launchpad is to bring this number of currently 9 BioDAOs to, I think we have 6, 7 now that are actively in curation, 2 are currently fundraising, but really massively broaden the funnel. Because the liquidity in crypto is there. And it's not just about liquidity, it's fundamentally about empowering kind of a new era of biotech founders, scientists, and scientific communities. So I'll talk very briefly about how does this Launchpad work. You may have seen other Launchpads, like I think Pump Fund is on the one side of spectrum of Launchpads. And then another spectrum, for instance, is Virtual's protocol that actually serves the launch of AI agents through Launchpad infrastructure. The Bio Launchpad works in three pretty simple ways. First, you have curation. So Bio token holders can decide which DAOs actually get listed on Bio protocol. Then there's a funding stage where founders and kind of the ecosystem and community have a governance vote whether a DAO should launch on a bonding curve, which is one type of fundraising and price discovery mechanism, or do a fair launch auction where participants can contribute capital and then everyone gets the same price. Typically, DeSci up to date has not operated with kind of strong VC pre-sales. I think it's actually incredibly important for DeSci communities to kind of form bottom up and incentivize the community and scientists and people to join. And then the last step is that the protocol automatically deploys a liquidity pool on chain that fundamentally makes these DAOs tradable, discoverable, and public. So we have a whole lot of upcoming launches. These all just went live. So we have SpineDAO that we'll hear later from today, and then MicroDAO. MicroDAO just hit its minimum funding target of 2.2 thousand SOL. Spine is currently sitting at 1.4. And then increasingly, we're gonna list more and more of these communities also just in a discovery mode, so that people from all over the world are able to discover them, join their early communities. Yeah. So how can you actually think about bio now in this broader context? So bio really represents a growing portfolio of IP tokens that are backed by science. And fundamentally, we think of IP tokens, they are governance rights over a real-world asset. Fundamentally, this IP is going to become valuable. Not all of it, that's the nature of science. But I think one reason why I'm extremely bullish on this type of scientific or product development is because it's so close to the users. And so this is an example of VitaDAO's current IP portfolio. Again, it's set at about 40 million, I think, at the end of last year. It's currently sitting at 8, kind of in line with how the markets come down. And we're actually going to talk a little bit about one of the IPTs that are in this portfolio and kind of how this works. So this is a typical innovation cycle within a company. So if you've ever studied innovation or kind of how scientific discovery works, typically there are a lot of ideas that get bounced around, and then eventually they end up in a funnel and they get taken to market. But you end up with a lot of things initially and then narrow it down. Now, if you think about science or you think about specific diseases, like discovering a cure for cancer, you have to imagine that across the world, there are hundreds of companies doing this process in silos without sharing much information with each other or collaborating to cure the same diseases. And that is I think that's a fundamental inefficiency of our modern times that we've somehow created. It's a result of the current patent system that we have that really incentivizes monopolies, and it disincentivizes information sharing and kind of open science. I talked about this at the beginning of kind of the talk. My hope fundamentally with DeSci and crypto is that we can actually move into a post-patent system, right? Where innovation can be kind of discovered and worked on and collaborated on at a much, much faster rate. Because imagine this process should be happening globally, not in silos all over the world. No wonder it takes 10 years to discover a drug and it costs upwards of 1.2 billion if everyone is running the same really expensive process. Yeah, so currently DeSci really focuses on this part, kind of early stage discovery and preclinical, but Long COVID Labs is essentially taking something into humans in a phase 1, and with several other DAOs, we're in discussions actually for phase 1 trials or for first in human trials. And what's fundamentally going to move DeSci forward? What will people remember? It's once we start having, I think, in human trials and outputs. So fundamentally, a last little building block for anyone that's new to DeSci, there's a fundamental innovation that we've developed at Molecule, which is called an IP NFT. Most of the DAOs that you see in the bio ecosystem are all using kind of the IP NFT as a fundamental framework to secure innovation on chain. And an IP NFT is actually pretty simple. It's a legal contract that is typically a one-of-one relationship. Let's say Ethan works at a university and I want to fund Ethan's work. I will have a one-to-one relationship with the university, and the university will say, cool, you own 90% and Ethan still owns 10%, or vice versa. And so it's a real-world legal contract. We work with some of the best IP attorneys. Then it's a smart contract that essentially structures the NFT and any kind of additional tokens that are created around it. And then fundamentally, it's a encryption and data storage system. So there's data that is not publicly revealed to anyone, but then there's selective disclosure on the other type of information that you want to reveal. And this essentially creates almost a form of a trade secret. This entire bundle, for novel IP, you can now transfer within a minute, depending how fast the Ethereum blockchain is. And that is a fundamental, that's a fundamental change in IP innovation. IP NFTs can further be fractionalized, and we'll look at an example of that just now. So you can take an individual IP NFT, and then we can create a governance wrapper around that. Now, what does that do? That enables contributions for individual work, so I can now pay people in little chunks of the IP. I can incentivize them in a different way, and fundamentally govern the asset in a public fashion. So IPTs can be exchanged for work, for funding, additional funding, or for contributions. This is really interesting, for example, for DAOs that have an IP NFT that now want to raise follow-on funding for one specific research project, or allow a broader community of people to participate in that asset. I'll give a last little case study. One of our leading assets is VitaRNA. And so VitaRNA was actually an asset that, a project that was introduced by Pfizer when Pfizer invested into VitaDAO. And this is essentially a tokenized mRNA-based gene therapy. It was first funded for roughly 90,000 by the DAO in May 2023. And the incredible thing here is, you have to imagine, the DAO bought this IP for $90,000. That was the cost. And then there was a follow-on tokenization. Whoops. There was a follow-on tokenization. Sorry about that. There was a follow-on tokenization that raised 300K in June last year, roughly. And after that, the asset began publicly trading. So for 300K, the asset was priced at 1.5 million FTV. And then it began publicly trading. It stabilized at roughly 3 million FTV. And then the community and the scientists did a series of data drops. And so we could kind of see live with each consecutive data drop, the community got more and more excited about it. And the researcher, Michael Torres, is actually also coming to Dubai this week. He couldn't make it, but we're really excited. We're doing a first meeting with the Abu Dhabi health regulator to explore whether a clinical trial for this asset could be feasible in Abu Dhabi, which would be huge. It's currently trading at around 8 million FTV. I think at its height, it was almost 35. And I think it's a really powerful, like, here you have like live data getting published and the community really kind of responding to that. Fundamentally, we see, I need to wrap it up, hey? Yeah, fundamentally, we see this all as kind of like an open liquid market for scientific innovation that's emerging. Kevin is gonna share a little bit more about that. And with that, should I wrap it up? Yeah, cool. Oh, I'll say one last thing. We're building towards a world where scientists spend 80% doing the science and 20% applying for funding, and where anyone in the world can fund and participate in science independent of institution and geography. Cool. All good?
Thanks so much, Paul. We're gonna now invite Alex Molaski and Johannes, who are the Web3 lead and AI team lead at VitaDAO, to tell us more about the DAO.
Oops.
Can we go back? Oh. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being here. It's great to have you, and it's great to be hosting this event alongside Bio. So today I'm going to be talking about what we're building at VitaDAO. We're going to be sharing publicly for the first time our new AI roadmap and how we're planning to integrate AI across the entire organization. So before anything else, my name is Alex Molaski. I am the Web3 co-lead and the Longevity Pod interim lead at VitaDAO. Help. Where's Alex? Sorry? This? This one is forward. All right, cool. Cool. So first of all, taking a step back and think about why do we exist in the first place? What is VitaDAO and what we're trying to do, right? So we're essentially a global community on a mission to eradicate aging, right? So we are here for the mission of making death optional, really. And we are essentially united by this purpose. We have a community that is comprised of scientists, researchers, and funders. We pull them all together. We pull their talent and their capital together to deliver what we want to have, like equitable longevity breakthroughs. So yeah, how we're doing this? Essentially, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create this new model for funding, advancing, and commercializing science. And we want to do it in an equitable, permissional, democratic way. And what I mean by that is, usually when people think about longevity interventions, they think about that only being accessible to high net worth individuals and all that. We want to make this accessible to the broader public, to the broader community, right? So VitaDAO created this model where essentially the community vets and funds longevity science research projects. It gets research IP in exchange. It monetizes this IP through the IP NFT and IPT framework that Paul just talked about. Essentially spin outs new biotech companies and sublicenses IP. If there's any proceeds being generated from this process, it all flows back to the treasury of the DAO that then reinvests that capital into further research. So our model has evolved over time. So VitaDAO has been around since 2021. It has deployed over 4.5 million across many different biotech companies and academic projects. And it has like a portfolio comprised of IP NFTs, IPTs, and equity. So you're going to hear from some of these projects later today. We do have the team from VitaRNA and VitaFast speaking in the afternoon. But what's important to highlight here is that we first started with almost being like a decentralized fund, investing in equity deals of biotech companies, right? So we built like a very credible portfolio of this company, some of which you can find here, and you might recognize some of the names. After that, we started implementing the IP NFT model, working alongside academic institutions at very credible universities. So it was really challenging to get to convince these academic institutions that are very traditional in nature to back this new model of funding science. But I think we did a very successful job. We invested in over 7 academic projects through the IP NFT framework. But then more recently, we further developed these IP NFTs into IPTs, which are essentially the fractionalization of the IP NFTs, so we can bring them to public markets, right? We can decentralize ownership, governance over these IP tokens. So 2 examples of that are VitaRNA and VitaFast. Paul covered this in the last presentation, so I'm going to skip this through real quick. Essentially, what we do is we sign an SRA with a research project or a biotech company. In exchange for that, we get IP rights, and then we can essentially decentralize the governance of these IP rights to the IPT token holders, right? So IPT token holders essentially participate in governance of these IP rights. How do you want to use the IP? If there is any distribution proceeds, that there is like governance linked to how you want to distribute those proceeds as well, and so on. So yeah, VitaRNA and VitaFast, as I mentioned, are 2 of our most successful stories, sorry. So VitaFast got funding in January 2022. It was a $285K investment from VitaDAO, and the current FMV, fair market value of the project, is $4 million. And then VitaRNA received 91,000 funding from Vita in 2023. And then after the IPT launched, token started trading. And the FMV currently is like 6.2. So what we want to do now is scale this model, right? So how can we scale this? But not only scale, we want to scale it in a way that is faster, better, and cheaper, right? So this is where AI comes in. So I don't think I need to convince anyone about the impacts that AI is already having in the world, specifically in the scientific academic environment. These are just some examples of the impact that it is currently having. It is now reliably producing peer-reviewed publications. There is Google's AI co-scientists. There is demonstrating AI-generated hypothesis validation already, and so on, right? But it's not only ideas, right? So AI is also being used for execution of scientific research already. So what you see here is like 3 examples of how this has been used. In Silicon Medicine, for instance, they developed their first AI scientist humanoid to operate in their fully robotic lab. You're going to hear from Insilico later today, by the way, as well. We have the one in the middle is actually one of my favorites because it's like almost like a cloud lab that you can tap into. So essentially, what you can do is you as an AI agent can essentially use the lab as an API call to develop your experiments. So they would do they would serve you as a wet lab via an API call, which is super cool. And at the end of the day, like what we want to do is we want to create this feedback loop where we have AI models coming up with hypotheses, running experiments on those hypotheses, generating data, and then based on that data, depending on how it goes, that data can essentially further feed other AI models to essentially reinforce and make the experiments more credible over time, right? So we want to create this this flywheel effect where we are improving our models over time. Cool. So essentially, like the long-term vision for us, I think, is to leverage AI to evolve VitaDAO into a fully autonomous and high-throughput organization. And what I mean by that is, I think the only way for us to create more of these assets to really accelerate scientific discovery is through the use of AI across the entire process, right? So again, from hypothesis generation to execution of science, we wanna be using AI across the org. Cool. So this is the roadmap that we have that we are working on until the end of the year. We're going to be talking about each one of them in more detail if I have time, but I'm going to fly through it. So Aubrey, we have already like a project we're doing with Aubrey de Grey. We have our preprints journal that we're working on. We have Vita Terminal, Biohacker, and Vita Labs. But we're going to talk about them in more detail now.
Yeah, hi together. Agents is definitely the buzzword AI 25. And like, what is an agent actually? Like, for me personally, like a good way to think about it is like it's that AI system. I can give a task. I can go away for some time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, a whole day. And it comes back and it has a result for me. So it produced some kind of output. Like the first agents we already see, for example, like you could consider deep research as an agent. You give it a task. Hey, please research that topic for me. It goes to the internet 15 minutes and comes back with a result. Yeah, so basically VitaDAO started with the very popular interview with Aubrey de Grey, the longevity researcher. And we thought, like, with that new strategy in mind, basically applying AI agents all over VitaDAO to do useful functions, we thought it would be amazing to have Aubrey AI, basically an AI that impersonates Aubrey de Grey with full permission, obviously, but having that digital Aubrey de Grey that you can ask 24/7 on demand your questions and it will answer precisely and accurately. And yeah, so basically it's an AI trained on Aubrey's knowledge. It lives in the cloud. It can respond to events, for example, like it can do API calls, and like if new data emerges, it can take action, which is another really important characteristic of an agent. And yeah, so basically, like it's available for the Vita community. So they have now this Aubrey de Grey in the cloud that can answer their questions. Yeah, also we want to give it much more utility. Like it already, right now, today, it helps the RMR2 team to design their study. So they go to Aubrey AI and ask, like they're doing a huge mouse study. It's like the second study, they did one before, and now they're expanding on that first study. And like what was pretty amazing to see is that the team consults Aubrey AI how to design the study. Yeah, so we also basically, yeah, we want to potentially feed the results of the study back to Aubrey AI and share it with the community. So yeah, basically it lifts the infrastructure, 1 or 2 words on the infrastructure. We're running ELISA in the cloud, on Fala Cloud, and more expanding the capabilities by giving it access to Bio, ArchiveX, and other data sources like PubMed, for example.
Cool. And yeah, we're doing this in partnership with Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation, which is Aubrey's core focus right now. And we're actually going to be hearing from Caitlin directly about the project that he's working on and we're helping him out with later today. Cool. I'm going to skip through this because I don't have time. So I just want to talk about one last thing that is really a focus for us, which is VitaLabs. And this is essentially our venture studio program where we're incubating like very early stage ideas with the goal of bringing them to markets through IPT spinouts, right? So this is like a roadmap for a season. So VitaLabs structured in seasons. The first one is ongoing. We have first like this ideation stage where people share their ideas, brainstorm, try to create teams around them, proposals, ideas for funding. Then the project receives funding from VitaDAO, starts running some initial experiments, goes into more in-depth research if the initial data package is good, go through that process, and then if the project is promising, we essentially crowdfund for, we launch an IPT for crowdfunding and decentralizing IP ownership, right? So the reason why I'm mentioning this is for season 2, which is probably going to happen at the second half of this year. We want to have AI agents creating their own hypotheses as well. Like, so we want to have AI essentially competing with humans in a way, at least from an ideation perspective. We want to have them sharing their ideas, and we want to have them competing for funding, essentially, right? Ideally in an anonymous way, so people are not biased against the AIs, but we'll see how it goes. And then if it is successful, we can essentially tap into these wet labs, cloud labs that I mentioned before, to execute the research through these CROs. And then if everything goes well, we decentralize ownership over the IP via this IPT spinouts. Cool, so super excited for this. This is really a focus for us, and thank you for having us.
Thank you guys so much. Next up, we're going to invite Kevin Nosler from Molecule. He's the head of product to moderate our next panel about IP tokenization.
Cool. Thank you, guys. Where do you have the clicker? Alex, did you take it with you? The clicker? No? Okay, we'll try. I actually had a presentation on here. Okay, it's already the panel slide, so we start. Cool. First things first, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed right now. And it's not because of this amazing venue, the amazing people that have been speaking so far, and also the great sponsors that we have here. But this is still a crypto conference, and I haven't heard a single GM. So GM, guys, happy to be here. Cool. I don't have the clickers, so I'll just go through. My name is Kevin, already mentioned, head of product at Molecule. I'll be talking quickly about tokenized IP before opening up the panel. So to set the stage, actually, who's clicking? I can click? No, maybe? Next slide. Doesn't work. Okay, never mind. So I want to start with 2 fundamental truths to set the stage for the panel. The first one is actually scientific institutions are actually currently in a crisis. We're spending way more money, we're getting way less output. The amount of researchers is actually increasing, but the amount of scientific output that is having an impact is actually decreasing. So people are in a space where, yeah, we have to innovate, right? We have to keep the ball moving, we have to go and, Alex Dobrin, where's the clicker? The green button. Ah, see, easy. Thank you, boss. Yes, now it works. Cool. When the engine stalls, science is losing its power? Question mark. Yeah, potentially. This is exactly what I meant, right? We're getting less bang for our buck when it comes to science, and that's the first fundamental truth. The second one is actually that the world of IP is changing, right? Before the system, it's very monopolistic. There is a certain elite that's benefiting from the current system. And what you can see here is that actual components of the S&P 500 that you all know, the amount of intangible assets increased drastically over the past couple of years. And then at the very bottom, what you can also see is a market cap of intangible assets, with science actually leading the way. This is not 21 billion, that's 21 trillion in potential market cap. And I guess this has been mentioned before during the talks as well. We are tokenizing everything, and so also science. Nice. Then let me quickly introduce the molecule protocol, what we're doing, why we're doing, and how this all relates to these two truths. I'll skim through this a bit because my boss Paul did an amazing explanation about IP NFTs and IPTs. But in essence, what you see at the very bottom is the way we envision it. People have intellectual property, they have data, they have ideas, and we allow them to bridge this or to port this into the Internet of Money, which is blockchain, right? It's basically on both sides of the spectrum. Super early stage ideas, proof of invention, give me anything, can be the picture of a napkin. You can timestamp it on-chain, you can keep it to yourself, and whenever you're ready to show this to the world, you can tokenize it into an IP NFT. The IP NFT itself represents the legal wrapper, if you would say so. So an NFT with legal contracts attached. And then you can further fractionalize this into IP tokens. And then, as Paul has already mentioned, you can fundraise using this, you can incentivize your community to take part in this. And yeah, overall, pretty cool framework. And then what you see at the top is the actual product that we're currently exploring. So everything at the bottom is when token. So we have a lot of means to tokenize assets, IP, data on-chain. But what we still not lacking, but something that we've seen also in the space as a critique, was to be able to show scientific progress on-chain as well. So we're currently developing science hubs, if you would say so, to allow projects such as VitaFast, Oliver and Victor, that I'm going to invite in a second onto the stage, but also other projects within the space to be able to report updates to the respective projects to make sure that the correlation between the tokens and the science is clear. Cool. This being said, I would really like to invite Oliver and Victor on stage to this amazing panel. We're going to be talking about VitaFast. Just to set the stage, I don't know if you guys have a mic yet. I guess not. Oh, it's there. Okay. We're all prepared. Have a seat, please. Yeah, VitaFast is one of our flagship projects, actually. Was the first IP token crowd sale that we performed. Yeah, it was quite an interesting one as well. Highly oversubscribed, over 200 participants, actually 1,700% oversubscribed, and 600K of demand. And I'm here with these two amazing scientists. So yeah, maybe we can kick things off a bit. So you two are scientists. You came to a crypto conference in Dubai. Tell me about it. How did you start here? How did you get here? Maybe Oliver can start with your background, then Victor can go next, and then we just take it from there.
Thanks very much. So my background is I started some YC-funded companies in the UK, looking at peripheral nerve control of various organs, sort of a long-term career biotech entrepreneur. Came to DeSci about a year and a half ago. My cousin was an investor in DeSci generally and said to me, you know, the problem with DeSci is it doesn't have enough scientists. And I thought, well, I can do that. That's something I can actually help with. So turned up, found just a whole group of really dedicated people working on very cool projects. Was really excited to work with some of those. And also just, I think DeSci funds different kinds of things to as we see funded in the other pillars of scientific funding. You've got the NIH and, well, maybe less NIH now, but other grant funding agencies. You've got the traditional VC ecosystem. And DeSci is sort of emerging as this third way, and that just means that different stuff can come through that early stage of the funnel, and we can have more late-stage assets. So that was what was really interesting to me. Started working with VitaDAO, and sort of started working with Victor here, who I'll let him explain, but had applied to VitaDAO for funding for this autophagy project. And I'll hand over to Victor.
Thank you. Yes, it's exciting to be here in Dubai, first of all, of course. First for me, and this was also first experience for me to work with DeSci. This project, it was an experiment that was for my lab. It was an experiment that was for VitaDAO at the time. So we are very much as non-technically minded as it gets for any scientist, right? So if we take any people in this audience, we will be probably the least knowledgeable about anything to do with a computer, right? Because we're biologists. So I'm a cell biologist. I have this couple of decades of academic research. I run a lab, standard academic lab, so we study basic biological processes that underpin normal, healthy biology, prevent age-related decline, and in fact, this is where we're starting with. So we're interested in understanding why aging happens. I'm personally interested to understand why I looked like this in that picture, and now I have a lot of gray hair on me, and it's not just gray hair. We all know that, you know, sooner or later this process will happen to everyone, and that's the most amazing thing about this. It will happen to everyone. Not everyone will succumb to a specific disease or ailment in general, but everybody will get older, and this is what, as a scientist myself and people that I try to supervise in the lab, PhD students, postdoc, trying to understand. They try to understand why do we get older. And for us, this was the opportunity then to capitalize on what we do as scientists to then try to do some difference in terms of application as well. So I guess as a follow-up, we'll then see how it went from that point.
Yes, exactly. Cool. Thank you very much for the intro, both of you. So I guess let's switch into the actual project VitaFast. So from my understanding, which is very basic, you had this journey with crypto, explored DeSci. You used this as a means to also fundraise for your project, which was highly successful. But from my understanding, the project touches upon, as you already mentioned, right, longevity, rare disease as well, and then also some age-related diseases as well. But I think for the rest of the people, and also for the millions watching on Twitter, I think it would be really cool if you can, just explain a bit what the project is about. Maybe, Victor, you can go about this about, and then also just explain a bit how these different fields kind of interrelate with the project as well. So just to paint a picture as well for the audience.
Yeah, so I'll start with the fundamentals of the project and why it was interesting to VitaDAO from the start. So as you've seen previous talk, so one of the foundations of VitaDAO is to try to make a difference in an area is that it relates to longevity, aging, and autophagy as a process is probably one of these most fundamental cellular pathways. You may have never heard of this, but whatever you do in your life, anything good that you do to your body, whether you exercise or do a healthy diet, or if you are an adept of this now rapidly developing sort of interventions that people are starting to experiment on themselves and basically try to prolong healthy lifestyle, rapamycin, NAD precursors, all of those things that essentially work through autophagy. And we know that, well, there's been vast amount of research in the last couple of decades. We know that all of these things require autophagy to be activated and to clean the cell from within. So it's essentially something that makes your brain cells to live up to 100 years old or longer, something that makes your muscle to be able to run that marathon. And the problem with the process, just like with the whole body, is that sooner or later you will not be able to run that marathon, or at least not in 3 hours or under 3 hours, and you will not be able to win a world championship in chess, even if you're Garry Kasparov. So, so by targeting autophagy, what we believe would happen, it would allow your cells to live and function for as long as possible. How this relates to the entire aging process, we're still to discover. In fact, nobody knows what aging is, and I'm not joking, nobody knows. There's lots of theories, but we don't know why this is happening to us. As Joy in Friends was saying, God, why is this happening to us? We don't have the answer to that question, but we think by targeting this process, we have a hope, a shot at making some difference.
Amazing. Thank you very much. And maybe just going a bit deeper into the project itself and the current state of things. From what I'm understanding, at the moment, you generated something that's called lead compounds, right? And I think this is, at least from my very limited understanding, quite a big deal at this stage. So the question here is, can you talk a bit more about how they work, why they're important, and then also I think it would be really interesting to understand, is that something common for project? Like, is this a breakthrough? Is it something that is quite unique to the project, just to paint the picture as well, like where the project's at?
So I'll sort of give the whistle-stop tour of the VitaFast development. Victor, in his lab, developed a number of assays for testing how well any particular compound induces autophagy. And particularly, we care about some of the late stages of autophagy, which are not necessarily influenced by natural mechanisms like fasting or wrapper, which generally influence the forefront of autophagy, stuff going into the pipe. So Victor developed a number of assays that would let you attest how much autophagy was happening through the cells. What we've then done is basically derived some particular chemical sort of structures, which are called like lead structures, that do induce autophagy really well in these assays. And then from those have created optimized compounds with our own chemical synthesis, these lead compounds, that are currently in the sort of few hundred micromolar potency range in order to induce autophagy. Now, they need to get about 1 to 2 orders of magnitude more potent to become truly drug-like, but they're in the process of doing that. This is just after about 1.5 rounds of chemical synthesis optimization. So pretty soon we will have a number of compounds that are in that kind of drug-like potency range that induce autophagy uniquely in these assays, which understand autophagy in a particularly interesting way. The other component of that is in the same time we've discovered which targets these compounds are acting through. So we can now also computationally model and computationally optimize those compounds in order to speed up the pace of discovery and get them closer to the clinic. Well, something interesting that's come out of that is that while discovering these targets, we've also found that there are some potential repurposing opportunities with drugs on market or drugs that have been through at least safety trials that have activated those targets and already been developed. And so we both are in a really interesting position where we have some unique targets that induce autophagy that no one else has looked at. We can think about bringing in some existing compounds to do that, as well as having our own set of compounds that are going to be sort of even more potent against that same combination.
Amazing, thank you. And maybe just a question on how long does it usually take to develop these leading compounds? Like, what's the average? How quickly did you manage for the project as well? Is there some ballpark estimate that you can share with the audience as well?
So we've gone from a bunch of phenotypic assays and a sort of wide screen to, as I said, about, I'd say we're probably 2/3 of the way through the compound optimization phase in about 1.5 years, having spent about $200,000. Nice. The general industry standard here would be 5 years and million-ish, maybe 2, to get to this particular stage. So we've done it considerably more efficiently, and I think a lot of the DeSci funding model is what has allowed that.
Amazing, thank you. Now I also you reflected on the past and how you got here, right? Where it is the current state of the project. But I think also what would be really cool for the audience and also for the community around this project to understand a bit more about the future of the project. Like, what are the next steps now that you mentioned? What are your needs in the future as well? Like, what are like the next milestones you'll be looking at the moment?
So for the project right now, we are looking at two next milestones. Firstly, get down to a single lead compound that is the most potent of our new molecules, and then secondly, be able to define what does a longevity autophagy-mediated clinical trial look like, right? What does that kind of phase 1, phase 2A signal-finding efficacy trial look like? How do we measure autophagy in the clinic? How do we, because people on the panels this morning talked about, has DeSci had and has longevity had its like ChatGPT moment, right? Like, it's really hard to say that that's going to happen when you have to retrospectively measure lifespan and health span. So you need to be able to think about what does that trial look like that we can show people that this is working and convince them of that. And I think Victor could input that better than me.
Well, there's, with autophagy in particular, there's whole set of challenges that prevented it from being essentially a drug target as yet. So it was discovered a couple of decades ago. The Nobel Prize was given to Asumi in 2016, but usually when this happens, you already have some drugs that are, used in clinic, or at least in some sort of on the way to being to clinic. It didn't happen with autophagy as yet, and it's surprising considering how important the process is. And there is a number of roadblocks which explains why this is the case. And what we are trying to do locally within this project, and obviously need to do it broadly as well, is try to overcome those things. Like, for example, how do you show that your activator works? How do you measure autophagy in a human body? It's not, currently it's not as trivial as it sounds. So yes, there are some proxy
It doesn't
markers.
sound trivial.
It doesn't, well. And then especially if you talk about, so all of these drugs, they're in a way designed from the start to be protective. They're supposed to make your cells and yourself live longer. So it was one of the reasons why we did this, because there are lots of people trying to do autophagy activators as well. So this was based on serendipity of scientific discovery that we had, was a starting point for the whole drug discovery process, because it was based on few observations that made it stand out from everything else. So these molecules by default are supposed to be cytoprotective, right? But then in order to then be able to visualize that longer life, you need longer time as well, right? So there's a lot of these big questions that how do we measure this? How do we show an effect within a short period of time, because we don't have 20 years and equivalent amount of money to run those trials. So
we just have to make you go back to looking like that.
Well, that's this is exactly what is happening. And to be honest, I was thinking about putting some of this on one side of my face and leave another, and then we'll,
self-A/B test, I like it.
Self-A/B test, amazing.
It might come to that, but.
Cool. Thank you very much. I know I have to be mindful of time. Last one, do I have one more or no? I don't have one more. Okay, final statement, one question. If you had to look back at DeSci and your journey right now, what was in one-liner, the best thing about this experience so far? Trying to fundraise maybe the crazy people, crypto money that's coming in, where you're just like, oh, what is this? Or it's like, finally, it's happening.
Funding new kinds of projects that people are excited about, not just institutions.
And for me, it's an opportunity to talk to people, not just write something and then wait for an answer 6 months later with usually a no as an answer. In this case, I can talk to people, to community, to specific people. It's cool. Refreshing.
Thank you very much. Then that's a wrap. Appreciate you. And great having both of you here. Thanks, guys. Of course. Of course.
Thank you guys so much. I'm going to invite Ethan Perlstein, the founder of Curetopia.
Somebody take the... Oh, here we go. All right, how's it going, Token 2049? Oh, that's pathetic. Let's go. We need more excitement here. I'm going to talk at 1.5x speed, so you might have to listen to this on the recording at 0.75x. Oh. I think I need some technical support, or... Yeah, I am pressing the green button. Okay. There we go. Okay, Curetopia, the rare disease DAO. Unfortunately, the couches are eclipsing the site name, curetopia.xyz. Here's a fact that you will now memorize. 1 in 10 people on planet Earth has a rare disease. Raise your hand if you have or know someone who has a rare disease. That's it? Okay, your homework assignment is to study your network. I guarantee you will uncover someone with a rare disease. The statistics say it is true. Now, how are we going to fix this problem? We have no shortage of scientific talent. We have no shortage of scientific modalities. The problem in rare diseases is lack of access to sustainable funding and misaligned market incentives. It is time to leave this system behind. I like to talk about building biotech on-chain. Curetopia is the first DAO, bio-DAO, whose mission is to eradicate rare genetic diseases through DeSci. There are 10,000 plus rare disease communities and counting. When I first got into this space in 2013, there were only 5,000 rare diseases. I'm not sure where this is approaching the asymptote, but there are a lot of rare diseases, and most of them affect very tiny numbers of people. As a result, this field is completely neglected, and the economic costs in the US alone are catastrophically large, estimated to be at least $1 trillion. That's the cost. I'll get to the other side of the coin, which is the opportunity, in a second. The point of Curetopia is to empower patient communities so that when they participate in research, they can be rewarded appropriately, and then have governance rights that accrue with those token rewards. And there's also another pain point we're solving, which is using smart contracts to make sure that scientifically promising results never fall through the cracks because there are just too few patients to treat. I like to use this metaphor of a rare disease being a wormhole. People hear the word rare and they immediately shut down. They think, this doesn't really matter, this doesn't affect many people, why should I care? Well, it turns out if you pursue rare diseases, there's a possibility you might actually access much bigger biology, including the biology of aging. So I mentioned that rare diseases impose a brutal $1 trillion cost, but they also represent a $1 to $2 trillion opportunity if you could figure out platforms and processes that can scale. And that opportunity of $1 to $2 trillion is tantamount to the market caps of the top 10 biopharma companies. So there's a massive, massive opportunity here that no one's touching. And Curetopia is taking a direct-to-patient approach. As was mentioned before, we're using drug repurposing because it's a hack into the system. We can go faster, we can go cheaper. But the part that was missed about repurposing that was commented on earlier is that repurposing is actually the training set for Gen AI. How do you think you're going to come up with these new novel molecules? You're probably going to start from a basis point, like a repurposed drug. So repurposing is not something to sleep on. This is actually going to be, if you invest in repurposing at scale, you have a data set that will inform Gen AI in the future. The word composable is tossed around a lot in the Web3 community, so why not? We'll embrace it. Curetopia is virtual remote first. It's basically me and a support team. We have no labs. I'm a digital nomad. I can work here. I can work equally well in California where I live. And we're working with very visionary partners, including Bio, Molecule, and Perlara, my first company, the world's first public benefit corporation. And I like to talk about Curetopia as the world's first public benefit community. So we're contracting with Perlara to perform research services in the area of drug repurposing, focused on yeast models and inherited metabolic diseases. A little bit about me. I have a track record in biology. This is my third company that I have a track record in biotech. This is my third company. My first is Perlara PBC, as I just mentioned. My second is Maggie's Pearl, which was a joint venture with a highly motivated family whose daughter was affected by the disease that we were treating. And I have a background, right? I can flash these credentials on the screen, but I think the point is I'm a biotech founder, a repeat biotech founder, backing into crypto. And it was commented on earlier, the DeSci vibe before I got in was seemingly mostly crypto people backing into science. That's great too. We need all types, but we especially need repeat founders who have experience in trad bio coming into DeSci if we really want to scale the space. So this is the team. This team is imported from Perlara. These are the scientists I've been working with in the trenches for years with families at Perlara, doing the work that now Curetopia is meant to scale. And I also want to come out as obvious that the team here has a lot of women, and I think that's an important message for DeSci. We need more women in the space. Here's token supply. So the token economics here, we didn't really do anything exotic. We followed the mold, the sort of crypto cap table that was set up for other bio-DAOs. One innovation here is increasing the community incentives. These are the rewards that will go to patients for contributing data and participating in research. As was mentioned before, this is a utility token. It's not a meme coin. It's not a charity coin. The Cure's utility is that the holders get to vote and propose potentially as well research directions. They can earn cures, as I just said, by contributing to clinical trials. Let's say they contribute data, upload an EEG or a blood test result, and there'll be a corresponding airdrop to match. And then, of course, there'll be access to IP generated, as was just mentioned, with IPNFTs and IPTs. We're not there yet, but we're getting close. I won't get into the science because I'm short on time, but if you go to the Curetopia site, you can gorge on plenty of background information. You can go to Perlara's Substack, Cure Odysseys. You can read to your heart's content about why yeast is such a great model for studying inherited metabolic diseases. Now, just to point out why this is, again, not charity and why this is actually a massive opportunity. the likelihood of getting a drug approved in rare is twice as high as it is for the all-disease average. It's still a pretty crappy success rate of only 20%, but it's still better than 9 out of 10 failures in all diseases. The other fact I'll mention is that the PRV program, the Priority Review Voucher program, is a massive market incentive that constitutes a capital unlock. Right now, this program is in limbo. It's being reauthorized by Congress in the United States, and if it does, what this guarantees is essentially a $150 million backstop. If you can cure or treat a rare disease, get a drug for a rare pediatric disease, you can essentially be almost guaranteed $150 million. So even if you do a trial for a disease of 10 patients, and you can do that super economically, you could still potentially get this very massive financial reward. And so I've done that sort of, well, we haven't done it yet, but we got there. We got close. We went to a phase 3 with Maggie's Pearl. It didn't work, but there were tremendous learnings that we're recycling into the next generation of programs. But just want to call out 2 numbers here. The cost of taking our phase 3, working with the family and with all the other perks that go with that, only $5 million compared to $166 million for the rare disease industry average. And that's a 33x cost savings, and then the return that we're talking about here represents almost a 300x return. So working with families unlocks capital efficiency and speed that's unheard of in TradBio. So we had a test flight project on a group of diseases called the ARS genes, the ARS genes. I can't go into the biology, but again, you can gorge on the details on our website. Our test flight project launched over Christmas time, actually before the auction, and we had results on February 5th, which was about 2 weeks before our auction launched on Solana. I can't divulge the compound identities here because this is going to be the data set that is the basis for our first IP NFT filing. Of course, we have to file off-chain first, so we're doing that. But we're really excited to, within 2 months, we turned $100,000 into 2 clinical candidates, which I think is pretty impressive. Here's a roadmap for 2025. I said we're doubling down on drug repurposing, but drug repurposing is an investment in Gen AI for the next generation of targeted medicines. We initially wanted to focus on 60 inherited metabolic diseases, but I had to trim our sales because the auction only produced not only, but $2 million, which is a healthy sum, but we were aiming for 4. So we've scaled down a bit on our target size for inherited metabolic diseases, but we have a plan to boot up a pipeline of 40 programs for about $1 million, 1.2, which is about 25 to 30K per program, which is unheard of in biotech to stand up a program that cheaply. It's an order or 2 orders of magnitudes cheaper. And of course, with our test flight project that I just mentioned, we have 2 families, pioneer families whose children are ready to go, and we're doing experiments actually this week to determine which clinical candidate we will advance into our MVP clinical studies. We envision community medicines, this idea of platforms in a pill. We're working on metabolic diseases not by accident, but by strategy. And we essentially have a blueprint we can copy from Blueprint, Brian Johnson's Blueprint, and as VitaDAO has showed before, we could potentially go DTC with these, essentially as a DTC compounding pharmacy with a brand wrapper around it. So that's one possible way to commercialize. The other possible way, as it was just mentioned many times, is through the IP NFT pathway. And I want to end with, well, I'll show you actually a video to end, because I think seeing is believing here, but I want to plant the seed of this idea of a rare disease moonshot. So everyone's heard of the statins, right? The cholesterol-lowering drugs. They were originally approved for a rare genetic disease. Did you know that? Called familial hypercholesterolemia. And then only later did the market expand to anyone with dietary high cholesterol, and then eventually got approved for the treatment of primary coronary heart disease. So not every rare disease wormhole is going to lead you to this moonshot opportunity, but this is not a fantasy. And so here's one possible avenue that we're exploring that could result in a rare disease moonshot. Has everyone heard of this substance? Who's taking this substance? Is this part of your morning supplement stack? Okay, so we did a screen with yeast and we modeled a particular metabolic disease, and we found that NMN was the top candidate to rescue this disease. We had 4 patient pioneers. These children all have DHEDS. They're spread out around the world, and their families agreed to try NMN. Rosie is one of the first patients to take NMN, and this is her before video. Ah, no, go back. Come on. I want the first video play. Help. Doesn't work if you don't see the baseline. Tech support, tech support. How do I get the first video to play? Can I manually override it? Oh man, that's a real bummer. I want to show you the before, otherwise the after is not impressive. Can someone help with AV? Can I get this video to play? No. Okay. Oh, this is really a bummer. Okay. I'll have to show you this on my computer, okay? So if you had been able to see the before, actually, I can just reenact it. Why don't I do that? She was sort of like this, okay? Very difficult for her to keep a straight line. Her legs would buckle. Ah, perfect. My God. Okay, simulcast, simulvision. Raise your hand if you can see a difference. Or raise your hand when you notice you see a difference. Put down your phones and look at the screen. Do you notice a difference between before and after? Raise your hand. I guess you can abstain, but I think it's pretty clear there's a difference. This is a cure? No, but it's a treatment. And this is obviously what we're trying to achieve across all 10,000 rare diseases, starting with metabolic diseases. I don't have time to show you the next video, but come see me afterwards for this boy's video, which is also equally impressive. And I don't have time for the supplemental, but yes, check out Curetopia.xyz and help us end rare diseases. No questions? I don't know. Is there time for questions? No, we gotta go. See you guys.
Thanks so much, Ethan. I'm gonna invite Brian Magierski, founder of CerebrumDAO.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Glad to be here and glad to present again. So I am founder of CerebrumDAO, Brian Magierski, and so what I love about DeSci is I have the audacious task of telling you how we're going to end brain diseases in 5 minutes. So here we go. Our vision for CerebrumDAO is we envision a world with only healthy brains, and that means a world where we've ended all brain disease for everybody. My North Star on this is my daughter. I always bring this up in every presentation. So this is a collage of her when she was younger. She's 13 now, and it was created by her oldest sister. So Ruby May here has Down syndrome, and she was born with it. And one thing that we discovered when she was born is that people with Down syndrome have a virtual guarantee of getting early onset Alzheimer's dementia. It's because the 21st chromosome is triplicated and the amyloid precursor proteins on it. And that guarantees Alzheimer's for most people with Down syndrome. And that means pathology in their 30s, and it means symptoms in their 50s, and it means they're not going to be living past their 60s in most cases. And so it was a frustrating thing to realize when you just had a wonderful new person enter your life. But it also, I put it in the back of my head and said, I think we're going to have to do something about this at some point. And after about 7 years, I did get triggered to create the change that is now CerebrumDAO. So it's probably no secret to anybody here. Our world is kind of failing us at epic proportions across multiple different things, from our financial systems to our health systems to climate and you name it. It's depressing my oldest daughter's generation to no end, and it should be depressing all of us, honestly. And when I thought about Alzheimer's and going after Alzheimer's and brain health and ending brain diseases with a new organization, I thought about why hasn't this been done? And so I mentioned it took a little while. It took about 7 or 8 years before I got on this journey after my daughter was born. And I really didn't see the progress, and I started studying everything that was going on in Alzheimer's, and it just occurred to me that all these issues that we're facing in the world really come down to incentives. And there's a great quote from Charlie Munger that reads, show me the incentive and I'll tell you the outcome. And more crassly, if you take James Carville's quote from a different context in politics, it's the incentives, stupid. So of course it's the incentives. And so when we want to look at brain diseases, I pick one, the one that most people are familiar with is Alzheimer's, and say, well, what are the incentives? And in brain disease, and Alzheimer's in particular, it's not a lack of money. There's the NIH budget went up from $300 million 10 years ago to $3 billion a year for Alzheimer's research. And that is that ginormous green bar that just keeps getting bigger. So you have over 90% of the funding for research on Alzheimer's is coming from one institution, and it's allocated by unelected bureaucrats. And it's allocated to institutions that over decades have perfected the art of getting at that honeypot. It's a big amount of money, and they know how to get to it. And unfortunately, there's no accountability on outcomes for humans. Are we curing Alzheimer's with this funding? It's just to publish, right? And that's it's a broken incentive system. And so I looked at that, I'm like, I don't think if you go from 3 billion to 30 billion, anything's really going to change, and we're not going to be closer to solving this disease, so what do we do differently? And so if those are the incentives, what's the outcome, as Charlie says? Well, we're getting dumber as we get older, and that curve is actually going down over the last decade, so we're getting dumber as a population, unfortunately. And we're getting older, and Alzheimer's is getting worse. And I can't go a day without a conversation with somebody on brain health where I find out very quickly that they have Alzheimer's somewhere in their family, and they're terrified about what might happen to them and their children and their grandchildren. And the numbers are staggering, and Scientific American coined this the $10 trillion disease recently. So how do we get at this? Cerebrum DAO is a bio-DAO. We're a community-funded and governed organization. And what we said was, like, let's bring the people together, let's motivate them to contribute and participate. And what are we going to do differently? Well, we're going to go fund things that aren't being funded right now. So more shots on goal, a lot more diversity of hypotheses, and then let's streamline the process and make it better, faster, and cheaper by engaging a community that's not a rare disease community and a small community, but it's everybody with a freaking brain. So it's the entire planet. And we all have a vested interest in this. So how is Cerebrum doing so far? Well, we've funded multiple IP NFTs now, which is great. We're trying to bring interventions fast. So the first one we funded is something called Percepta, and it's a pill that you can buy on the open market today. We just don't have human data. And so it's intended to be a neuroprotective treatment. We're going into clinic next month. So we're going to have first-in-human trials on this, and we're trying to produce evidence to show that it is actually neuroprotective, and it'll be a very cost-effective intervention for people globally. We funded Fission Pharma, which is targeting mitochondrial dysfunction, and this is an early-stage research project toward a small molecule. And we collaborated with VitaDAO and Molecule to fund translational fidelity, which is intended at preventing the aggregation of proteins like amyloid. And two of these IP NFTs we've also subsequently got follow-on funding for, which is Percepta and Fission. And so those are IPTs that are trading today. We funded two strategic portfolio companies. One is already in clinical trials for Alzheimer's, and the other one is going into clinical trials for a very promising small molecule and also a supplement. And the big challenge of the day, and this is the one we're turbocharging this year with Cerebrum, is how to engage millions of people. Because really, the next movement on this, we've figured out how to source and translate the funding and the science. The next step is how do we engage the population to accelerate what we're doing. We believe we got to meet people where they are and give them interventions they can access today. And these are interventions like digital health, like supplements, and other things that they can engage in today and participate and even start contributing data to improve our ability to understand the brain and understand the science that we're funding. One of those interventions is available today, and this will soon become the AI Brain Fitness Coach and Daily Brain Fitness Score. You can download the app today. I'm running out of time really quickly, so please scan fast. We have a premium product intervention where you can measure your brain health through taking a simple assessment, and we give you a score on your brain health that's validated by science. Holistic score, the only holistic score out there today, validated by science across 20 different metrics. This will be a premium product that'll be discounted to our community members. And the supplement that you can buy today is on the market, and we're going to be producing data over the next 6 months to hopefully prove that this is neuroprotective and accessible for you today. So our roadmap is plug in the people, track the data, incentivize the development of the therapeutics, and then be better, faster, and cheaper at processing them through these novel token mechanisms like IP NFTs and IPTs. If you want to come join our movement, our Discord is here, and you can also follow us on X. And I failed at doing this in 5 minutes, but I got it in under 10. Thank you. Okay.
Great. So now we have Vincent Chalier, the co-founder of SpineDAO.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, GM Dubai, GM DeSci, I love you. First of all, I want to thank Molecule and all the bio team. You guys are totally incredible. I mean, you don't measure what you are doing. For me, it's like the duty of our generation is just revolutionize science. And in the context of SpineDAO, it's revolutionize spine health. So I'm Vincent Chalier, I'm a spine surgeon. So I put screws in your back. Who in the audience experienced backache, back pain? Once lifetime? Maybe, yeah, maybe all of you. Who had surgery? 1, maybe 2. Okay, this is my typical office hour. So I see 100 patients per week and in my office and for back problem, and I operate on maybe 6 to 8. So 90% of the people that are coming in my office are not appropriate surgical candidates. And that's just a huge burden. So it's the gray button. Wow. Black screen. Perfect. And it's a burden for the patient because the patient is waiting for like 3 to 4 months to see me. And when he sees me, I'm like, I don't have the solution. It's not putting screws, rods, or cage that would solve your problem. It's a burden for me because I need to see 100 patients a week, and it's like 35 patients per day. So it's just a robotic rhetoric. How have you been? What painkiller you take, etc., etc. You need to leave a little space for the empathy for the patient. I'm doing this since like 10 years in private practice. It's just unsustainable for me, and it was part fueling the idea of SpineDAO, basically. It's also a burden for the payers, because basically in 90% of the case, the payers are paying for inappropriate care. That's huge, and you need to know that this is shared everywhere in the world. It's not a French paradox, it's not a French specificity, it's shared in China, in Japan, Saudi Arabia, in US also. US it's even worse in the US. So if I put this button, it will go black again. Can someone help me? Like this? Wow. So imagine I have my 1 out of 10 patients that are surgical candidate. Yes, I can put him in the OR. I'm super happy. And what do I do? What is my strategy? You need to know that there is no consensus for a given patient. We have a WhatsApp group of 120 plus spine surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, and neurosurgeon. For a given case, you have a wide spectrum between the limited endoscopic decompression and the instrumented anterior, posterior lumbosacral reconstruction. So there is no consensus in our surgery, and it's a pity because basically we are doing an aggressive surgery with up to 50% complication rates and 30% revision rate at 2 years. So we need to build credibility and consensus. Also, I don't want to see well-being patients post-operatively in my office. Basically, I love to see well-being patients post-operatively in my office because in Périgueux, Dordogne, France, they bring black truffles and ducks and red wine. So I'm super happy, but basically they are taking a slot for a patient in need. So these 3 inefficiencies, we identifies this, and it fuels our 3 research projects. So how does SpineDAO works? So basically, it's an AI agency with 2 arms. You have Lamina arms, that is the patient data system. So we already built a patient data set of 300K patients with 65K operative patient, 30K patient at 2 years follow-up. So we are fueling our predictive model from this existing data set. But we want to be prospective, and we want to also bring the blockchain in that system. Because we are convinced that blockchain is the guardian of AI. Like, think about that. Blockchain is the guardian of AI. Like the data that we gather, for the moment, they are siloed, we know that. But we don't know exactly who is doing what on this data. The industry is doing some stuff on the data. We don't have feedback. Researchers are doing some stuff on the data. We don't know exactly what they are doing. But the blockchain technology allows transparency, immutability, and incentive. And that's why we want to use the blockchain for the use of our data. So what we want to do, we want to build predictive model, filter, a smart appointment system that can provide the 90%, that can treat the 90% burden, decide, and a surgical strategy assistant, and also tracker, the use of Internet of Things to monitor postoperative patients. And we also have another arm that is Sapiens, is the knowledge engineering. So we want to build the largest repository of spine science in open access. Because DeSci, it's also publishing. And publishing in open access with incentive for researcher and also peer reviewer. Because that's the main bottleneck of traditional science. Make no mistake. We don't want to fight traditional science. We don't want to destroy traditional science. Basically, our core team come from traditional science. And I will show you the core team after. But what we want to do, we want to use new technology to build a more balanced system. So going to filter, I will be super quick. So it's a smart appointment system that allows the patient, when he comes to the surgeon website and he wants to click to the appointment system, gather some data. So it is our first AI agent, a chatbot. And then you have a second AI agent, the predictive model, that is able to calculate the surgical candidacy in terms of probability. This one is surgical, this one is not surgical. And the third one is the smart appointment solution that takes the appointment, fills the surgeon agenda from the predictive model. This surgical patient, appointment in 5 days. This non-surgical patient, maybe we can put him in another practitioner, chiropractor, physiotherapist. Or if he wants to see the surgeon, it will be in 2 months. So this is our roadmap. Basically, we want Filter to be commercialized in Christmas 2025. This is our token distribution. And look, we have this 15% data sharing rewards, quite the similar that Idan showed us. And this is our circular economy model. So if we are able to build a smart appointment system, basically surgeon, insurance, and hospital would love to pay for that. And what we want to do is they will pay in fiat because they are crypto naive. What we want to do is we want to buy back in stablecoin, spine token, and IPT. So basically, it encompasses what has been said this morning. And last but not least, it's based on a human community. We truly believe that AI is a tool. It's just a tool that helps us to help patients. So it's patient, practitioner, and researcher all together. So we are in the middle of the auction, thanks to our incubator bio. And don't hesitate to come to see what's going on and maybe to put some Solana on it. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. I've been up here a little bit, so I'll just introduce myself. My name is Shreya. I'm a second-year student at Harvard College studying molecular biology, and I'm also a researcher at the Harvard-MIT Broad Institute. I'm trying to build a CRISPR-Cas diagnostic for bacterial infections that's 100x cheaper and faster than current methods. So I wanted to very, very briefly talk about a community that's recently become very near and dear to my heart, and one that many of you are probably familiar with, the BioAC, or bioaccelerationism community. For those of you who aren't familiar, we basically believe that thoughtful and responsible acceleration of biological innovation will substantially improve human life, longevity, and patient quality of life. So we really look at biology through like this engineering lens. How can we improve it? And we view biology as a substrate for innovation alongside the massive and substantial improvements we've seen in computing. And I'm sure that's a philosophy many of you guys believe in. And so when I came to Harvard 2 years ago, I pretty quickly kind of attributed and engrossed myself in the academic landscape at institutions like Harvard and also the medical system. And I noticed a couple things. The first thing being that the American healthcare system is very, very slow to changes. And we've seen politicians try to change this, we've seen businesses try to change this, but the fact is there's still so much inertia in the American healthcare system. Obviously, America's not like the best model for healthcare or anything like that, but I would say we have a pretty robust industry there. So that's something to think about. And then a second thing that I noticed was that in the 2000s, we had a really, really major hyperfixation on information technology. We had the dot-com boom, and now with artificial intelligence, but there's arguably an even more robust and way more exciting revolution happening right now with biotechnology, because we're seeing that the probability of drugs being effective is rapidly increasing due to these substantial improvements in silico technologies. We're understanding the biology better and the mechanisms better, and we also have better vehicles for funding this type of research. And so those 2 points were super compelling to me, and I decided that I wanted to devote a lot of my time in college to forwarding and communicating the spirit of the BioAC movement. And so I started a podcast called the BioAC Podcast. I've had the incredible opportunity to interview some very interesting people, one of which is Jiankui He, the Chinese scientist who gene-edited the twin babies some time back. I've interviewed Bob Langer, and I've interviewed Aubrey. And so this has been a really exciting endeavor for me, and we're really, really excited about this project. We basically just want to push forth this message of DeSci to younger generations and to university students. So if anyone here is interested in sponsoring us or helping us in any capacity, we would really deeply appreciate it. And also, if you could give me a follow on X or Twitter, we're really trying to build this community. The handle is just @ShreyaPBot. We would really appreciate that. But yeah, thank you guys so much. And with that, I'm going to invite our panelists to come up to the stage to talk about patience. Yeah, right here. Not sure if Ethan's here, but yeah, we can just go ahead and...
Yeah.
How
we have 15 minutes.
Falls on the job.
It's way better.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's really great to meet both of you. We've obviously heard a lot about your DAOs at this point, so I won't ask you about that again. But if Ethan was here, I would probably ask Ethan and you, Vincent, since you guys come both from more academic / clinical medicine perspective and now going into DeSci and more on the crypto side, why is this all important? Why should we be decentralizing biotech funding and IP into the hands of patients? And were there any like pain points in your experiences before coming here that kind of motivated that transition? And obviously, Brian, if you have any thoughts on that, please do give it a shot.
So basically, it was like the motivation came from like real world problem, and it's patients' problem, but it's also practitioners' problem. Because we care about patients, and I love taking care of for patients, like discussing with them, seeing their pain generator, explaining the pain generator. But we also are practitioners, and to be a good practitioner, you have to take care of yourself. I mean, it's been 10 years. I mean, I'm in private practice. I barely have the time to practice sport every week, and taking care of the practitioner is important for the patient. So. That was our motivation. Then, in terms of decentralized health, I took the red pill. I think it was like in 2022 or 2023 with a molecule website. And I was like, yeah, this IP NFT and this IPT can empower everybody in the game. Like for the moment, it's just like big pharma and big biotechs, and I'm like, it's the same for a spinal implant game. And I was like, yeah, maybe this could be a vector, like to change everything. To say, you can be a patient and you have your word on what's going on. You have your word on the governance vote. You could be a practitioner, you can have your word, a researcher. And also it was to kind of change the way TradSci is publishing. That was the three red pills. It's a lot.
Yeah, totally, Ethan. Just to repeat the question, it was basically what experiences in academic science kind of maybe led you to not like the traditional funding system, and why you think that decentralizing funding and IP to patients is important.
All right. Well, I was in academia a long time ago, so I'm not coming as a refugee. I'm coming from biotech. So we need to distinguish between two types of DeSci, the people coming from academia and the people coming from biotech. That's why I talk about trad bio versus trad sci. So I had a great graduate school experience. I don't know, maybe I'm unique among people in that way, but I'm coming into DeSci from being a repeat biotech founder and seeing the opportunities in that space that I don't see in trad bio.
You know, for me it was, and I think the rare disease community was an inspiration for me with Cerebrum, because the one I raised my hand for was Angelman syndrome. I have a friend that has a son with that, and I was introduced to the FAST Foundation, and they're already, I think they already have one therapeutic in trials and out licensed to pharma, and it just showed me the power of, like, why are we doing this, right? You know who your customer is, you know what the need is, it's acute, they live with it every day, and that kind of crystallizes things, and it's also very empowering. So, like, what could be more motivating as a researcher to have direct contact to, you know, the people that are affected? And it seems like the way the system's set up right now, it's quite, you know, the labs are removed from, you know, the people with the diseases that you're trying to cure. And if you can connect it, like I knew this as an entrepreneur, like I got to be close to my customer, right? The more close I to the customer and their problem, the more passionate I am about creating the product that's going to solve that problem, and the more excited I get when I do it because I see the satisfaction. Same thing applies to, you know, to research, to you know, biotherapeutics. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, patients are a really core part of your guys' DAOs and really leads what gets funded, what types of research you do, so that's really critical. Kind of like following up on that, specifically for rare disease, because Ethan, obviously you know about 2/3 of them are for kids, and so the families are extremely motivated, and only about 30% of those kids live till age 5, and so there's a huge motivation there. I was wondering if you guys could speak to, you know, there's huge upside if the drug or the project associated with the drug works. But obviously there's a chance, and things do fail very often. And so do you guys envision there to be like any measures that protect families if the programs fail? Or maybe it succeeds, but then it gets licensed and set at a price that these families can no longer afford?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone going into research understands that failure is a possibility, and you can't be discouraged by that. I ran a phase 3, it didn't work. 90% of drugs in late stage clinical trials don't work. So in some sense, it's no shame, because you're like the average. So for families, the ones that are interested in research usually have pretty thick skin and are not going to be deterred. When it comes to success, that's where I think Curetopia is built to help make sure that the upside is fractionalized and collectivized. That's really the key. So, you know, there was a case of a clinical trial that was conducted by a company and resulted in an approval, and then the company said, hey, we're going to give a free lifetime supply to all the patients who were in that trial. That sounds great. And then, you know, they're all patting themselves on the back. Look how great we are for patients. And I'm like, well, if you were doing this from Web 3 in the beginning, then you could have been rewarding folks for data participation and for data contribution from the outset, and not some token gesture that makes for a good PR statement. So, yeah, I think failure is just part of the territory. It's mostly planning for success, and then how do we share in that success?
Yeah, there are other aspects to this as well, and we think about it a lot, and we'll have to see how it plays out. But as a token-governed community, like, as we see success with our project, like, we're not motivated purely by profit, we're motivated by the solution. And then now we're a global community, diverse, right? So now you're taking a look at, well, does this work across all populations and all different, you know, types of people? And what's the accessibility? Are we going to go for out-licensing this to pharma? And we know what that might lead to, which is, you know, a very expensive drug. Or is there another way we can kind of push this through to approvals, money aside, but maybe the community can solve it, and then the community is motivated to say, hey, we want this drug to not only get approved, but we want it to be affordable, and we want to validate that it works in a diverse population. This is only possible with a global community-funded organization.
100%. And Jane from Easy Lab said something super relevant this morning, like, we need data, okay. We need labelized data by experts. But to have data, you need to have human bonds. You need to have trust. And you need also to produce a truth machine. So all the data has to be verified. And blockchain tech is the best to verify, to be transparent on who's doing what. And last, in our system, patient is the exclusive owner of his data. So there is no one else.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, great. I think we're a little strapped for time, but I'm just going to ask a few maybe specific questions to each of you. I have a science background for now. I'm pretty young. But so I'm kind of interested in what makes drugs work and what makes them fail. And so this question's, I think, more for Brian. I've been following some of the failures for Alzheimer's drugs recently, Roche's failure, Apeiron, you know, there's been plenty. And it's very just well known that Alzheimer's is a really tricky disease, I think, for a lot of reasons. You know, do we really know the cause? Are we targeting the cause? The mouse models aren't that great. So I was just thinking about like how your community and how your DAO thinks about these types of things, and whether you think that the people that make up your DAO, you know, have that knowledge and have that sort of that intuition and that depth to really kind of, you know, knit through some of these challenges that even the science community can't really figure out.
Well, you know, I don't come from science, so, but I'm getting up the curve pretty quickly. And also I think that outsider's perspective, the almost naive perspective, lets you ask different questions and challenge some assumptions. But yeah, you know, Alzheimer's, you know, the billions and billions of dollars we've spent on it. I mean, we're still treating this disease. I mean, if I made a parallel to heart disease, the way we're treating Alzheimer's, we would be testing statins on people who have congestive heart failure and are in need of bypass surgery, right? It's not going to work. So the pathology of Alzheimer's is so far along, and we're testing these drugs and trying to stop or reverse it when neuroinflammation is creating a toxic stew in the brain and neurons are dying, and there's very little you can do about it, unfortunately. So we've, as a community, have said, let's treat this brain disease as a function of aging, and let's go upstream. And let's say, why does this pathology even exist in the first place? You know, what causes the amyloid to even start building up before you get to the tangles and the inflammation? And are there other upstream causes of this? And we're starting to fund that. Thankfully, we have blood biomarkers coming out now where you can detect some of this pathology, and you know, I think we can start treating this more like we treat heart disease with cholesterol and statins now. So,
yeah, absolutely. Do we have time for one short statement or one last thing? Okay, I'm going to ask you guys to maybe answer in just a single sentence, or maybe just pick one of the three, multiple choice. So, obviously, founding a BioDAO seems to require a lot of different fluencies in science, in crypto economics, which I know very little about, and in patient engagement. And so, which pillar has been the hardest for you guys when you're scaling your DAOs and your companies?
Creating human trust and human bonds first. That's the most challenging stuff. And if you want to have the great data set, you need to have human bonds. And let's build bridges between spine, cerebrum, and rare disease. This is the beauty of the BioDAO from Bioprotocol, that we are in it together.
I think, so, you know, I'm a solo founder as well, but I'm a repeat founder, so what I'm realizing now is you have to be a CEO, you have to be a CFO, that's the crypto economics part, managing the treasury. You have to be the CBO, the chief business officer, you have to go out and scour for partnerships, and you're the CSO. So doing all those things, I love it, but it is definitely a juggling act.
I think it's essential to recruit the community, and I think it's very hard. And by recruiting the community, that's where you get this diverse talent pool, so you solve a lot of these problems, because people come in with expertise all over the place. I've been absolutely blown away at the quality of talent that finds their way to us, and sometimes I scratch my head and say, what are we doing that we're getting all these brilliant people in all these different capabilities areas that, you know, we just need, and they're doing the work. So. But that takes a lot of time, and we're still working really hard at it.
Yeah, absolutely. With that, thank you guys so much. This wraps up the afternoon panel.
Hi, everyone. We have a panel coming up. I'm the head of AI at Bioprotocol, and I'll be giving a talk shortly. But first, we have a panel led by Astrid Wallard, who's the Chief Investment Officer at SMAPE Capital. And is Astrid here? Perfect. Welcome. And
Awesome. Well, I would ask my panelists to come on stage, please, now, and take a seat. We will be speaking about the role of AI in DeSci. That's too good. Awesome. So before we get started into this very interesting discussion, I will ask you just to briefly introduce yourselves and maybe spend a sentence on what your companies are doing. So I'll just get a start. I'm General Partner and Chief Investment Officer at SMAPE Capital, and we're a crypto-native investment fund.
My name is Ismail. I'm one of the co-founders of Lagrange Labs. We're a company that focuses on the intersection of AI and ZK, so how you add verifiability to the outputs of AI models.
Hi, my name is Peter Fedyshev. I'm a co-founder of Jira. We are working with massive amounts of human data, training AI to understand chronic diseases and aging.
Hello, good to see everyone. My name is Roland Roventa, and I'm on the investment team at Mechanism Capital. We are known as a crypto-native first fund from 2020, which likes investing in new paradigms, one of them being, of course, bio.
Awesome. Well, great to have you all here. When we speak about AI, then inevitably we also need to consider sort of the data that has been used to train that AI and how it's being used then also for DeSci. Just this morning I was actually at another conference where a lady was also telling the story that we have an issue, for example, with cybersecurity, where AI has also been learned to sort of take into account sort of virus code and sort of is now also using that data set to also then analyze code, create code, and which again sort of makes bad knock-on effects in that respect. So if we think about sort of using AI and all the data that comes with it, where do you see sort of the challenges and also opportunities for DeSci?
Yeah, I mean, I would posit that there is very few risks that are greater to humanity than that of a single rogue actor using a model with some gain-of-function research capability and a $10,000 gene printing machine. I mean, that provides a opportunity to cause mass harm that a single individual can do at a scale that was unprecedented before AI. To be able to add function to some genetic sequence that is some pathogen that can be spread very easily, and then to be able to at home print that is possible today with the existing technology. And this is why you need guardrails and constraints over what models do, the types of data that they're trained on, and how those models can be accessed.
Well, as they say, any AI is only as good as the data that is used to train. And with medical data, as you know, there are lots of additional complications. Like it's a private data, it's private about people who are alive, and that's why it's pretty hard to get. Still, most of the research is done on large government-sponsored biobanks. And when I say large, I'm talking about maybe 500,000 to 1 million people. And this is just a drop in the ocean compared with the total number of people on our planet. So what I think is a huge potential of decentralized science is to bring all these technologies, including on-chain storage or linkage of the data, zero knowledge proof technologies, in order to actually collect a lot more data that has been collected before by the government agencies. So I envision that within a few years, maybe this community will generate a data bank, a health bank that is 10x larger than the currently existing, and that will be the revolution.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, given that we're a crypto conference, I think DeSci is built upon the premise of crypto. And when you think about AI, it's a digitally first system. So I think the opportunity and challenge is the same in terms of linking all of these new primitives with crypto and making them work. And I think that in the next decade or so, crypto has the opportunity to help bootstrap such companies and help them grow. And given that AI will need a place for them to exchange value, I think that crypto is the right fit, given that the AI doesn't have the same values as we do of paper money and gold and other ways to exchange value in the real world. So I think the opportunity is to have a very collaborative culture around these new kind of businesses with crypto ethos first, in which you have a global community, you have a global bootstrapping mechanism, you have crypto flywheels. So I think that's the opportunity, which at the moment is a challenge as well. It's a bit of both, depending how you look at it.
How far would you say are we actually in sort of the whole progress in DeSci, also implying these AI models? When, well, almost 20 years ago, a security policy advisor for a big EU-funded project, we were trying to build up something like the Google Maps of healthcare, right? That you can zoom in and zoom out of an organism, look at the whole metabolic pathways and how they would be interconnected. But we also struggled with sort of interoperability of data there. And also how you could access some of the data, sort of like, the holy grail is always said to be like EHRs, right? But also those, they are sort of very widespread, not all of them accessible. Some records are also just handed manually. So where do you see sort of how we can improve also sort of with sort of the whole Web3 technology that we have and the AI technology and sort of really strengthen this space?
Yeah, we're in the first innings of DeSci, objectively. We're in the first innings of the use of AI in science, broadly speaking. I mean, the Nobel Prize last year in a few areas was won by people whose research was heavily contributed to by AI. It's the first time that has happened. And we're just seeing, major companies like Google release research models for chemistry and a number of other areas as well. And we are not even seeing the beginning of citizen-led research using open AI models, nor are we even seeing the use of private AI models that are having proofs of their inference and proofs of the result of research being done on chain. Very little of the scientific process and reproducibility of scientific results has any type of formal proofs associated with that, specifically in AI-augmented sectors. So we're really just in the first innings of DeSci, right? I mean, we saw earlier this year DeSci get really hot, prices went up, things went down, and people said, well, what's the future of DeSci? Well, the future of DeSci is a very fundamental innovation in something that is natural to human evolution, the progression of healthcare, the progression of science, and the progression of our ability, of species' ability to survive.
I mean, I fully agree with the points. I think that, I mean, it's probably a bit of an early take, but I think DeSci is more interesting than DeFi, because in DeFi, we've already built lots of the primitives. Like, there's only so much DEXs and lending and different kinds of financial primitive protocols you can build, but in DeSci, the opportunity is endless. Every single year, as technology progresses, you can bring all of that with DeSci, and I think that DeSci is very early days, definitely in the first innings, but crypto has been very good at being a global permissionless capital formation tool for protocols or businesses. Up until now, this has mainly been used for speculation, objectively, or limited fundamentals as well, but I think that from now on, companies that actually provide real value, real change, and especially companies in DeSci, it's just that, in my opinion, it will take some time because it's more of a medium to long-term goal in terms of having a company grow, having the research grow, being able to fund researchers in comparison to a, I don't know, pump fund token. It's just very different mentality, and I think the crypto community in time will be able to think more long-term, and once we see a couple winners, which inevitably I think will happen because of protocols such as Bio, the narrative will shift, and not only in crypto but also within the larger biotech community. I think that in crypto we've been very good at being contrarian and supporting things that otherwise would have been seen as crazy, and I think that's what Bio is doing as well. And 10 years from now, I don't think that they will be seen as crazy. I think they will be seen as revolutionary.
Maybe I would also try to add to this. I think collectively, crypto community has resources comparable with the largest companies in the world. And I think, like in biology, animals of roughly the same size try to occupy the same ecological niches. So Google goes to aging and biotech, Amazon is going to aging and biotech, and then comparable community, which is crypto, will go to aging and biotech. We see it in Binance, for example. The difference is that crypto is decentralized and those guys are Uber's centralized. So it would be really fun to see the emergence of that behavior from this decentralized behavior, and I think DeSci is spearheading this effort.
Awesome. How do you see the future of DeSci, also future trends? Do you also feel that AI agents will take over the scientific process, or how do you see DeSci evolving in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to ask yourself what DeSci fundamentally offers that's different than just centralized science. And I would say that there are, at the core, two things. There is a mechanism for capital formation and a mechanism to programmatically form incentives. That's what you can build with DeSci, right? So the primitive applications, and I think the first ones that we're seeing gain traction are, okay, we have a mechanism for sourcing investment, and we have a mechanism for sourcing incentives for people having, providing data. But that's the start. I think where we're moving is areas where AI, fundamentally in a decentralized fashion, can provide a greater research or diagnostic capacity through the number of people using these models than a single corporation could. This is citizen science. This is large numbers of AI agents rendering inference over private data. And the result of that is, there's these collective, agentic futures where you have large numbers of people using open AI models or even closed AI models with private data to be able to provide some type of clinically significant research outcome.
Maybe just to add on top of that, I think we're seeing a change from, in the financial world, it would be from Wall Street to Main Street. Previously, only a certain selected few companies or people had the technology skills, funding required to do a few things, and especially in this industry, they were controlled or they were directed towards certain directions. And now, given that that will no longer be the case with the improvements of AI, with DeSci as a capital formation opportunity. I think that we'll see a lot more innovation in healthcare as well, just because of this, because of us and crypto is very good at betting on people and betting on insane outcomes. And you'll always have capital that is interested to invest in something that is completely new, that nobody has ever tried before. Whereas maybe in a traditional VC, that will never happen because they will just see it as impossible. Crypto kind of has its own risk metrics, or the lack of risk metrics. They just, yeah, like investing in very asymmetric outcomes, which this industry can provide.
So I will also try to add to this that, well, in the future world, like 10 years from now, when lots of AI and agents are around, blockchain and crypto is a natural medium where these things can build, interact with each other, pay to each other, exchange and create value. And second, I believe that crypto provides a permissionless system. So essentially, I mean, many years ago, you had to ask a white-collar person to let you do your project. With AI and IT, blue-collar people got access to resources to develop their projects. Now you don't need to graduate from Stanford to get resources to build and finish your project. I think this kind of democratization of entrepreneurship, this is one of the most powerful things that is happening here. And once again, DeSci is spearheading this effort in science.
Great. Are there any questions from the audience at this stage? We've got a few minutes left, 2 minutes.
One question.
There you go, Anish, yeah.
You can shout and we'll repeat it. Right. So let me respond to that. So the cost to train a foundation model is decreasing asymptotically. Right. DeepSeek was trained on $10 million worth of compute effectively. And when you talk about crowdsourcing compute from latent resources, it's going to get even cheaper. And you talk about improvements in AI, it's going to get even cheaper. So if you believe that the future of scientific research will move to AI, then the corollary of that is that the future of scientific research will drop asymptotically in cost per Moore's law, right? I mean, a compute-driven industry in a market that indexes on compute is going to decrease in value or decrease in cost of that compute based on Moore's law, right? We've seen this empirically over the last 60 years. And the 2 Nobel Prizes last year were won or awarded to researchers who used AI, Geoffrey Hinton, for example. So I would say that that's a good example of why this is now going to be feasible to be done on the capital environment of crypto. Next question, please.
Sorry, I think there was another one there. Do you want, or I can? Can we both?
I'll probably take this one. Yeah, I mean, as a crypto liquid investor as well, I think that question makes a lot of sense. And I think the answer is not necessarily, doesn't necessarily exist to a full extent because it's quite new. And at the moment, there's only a number of, let's say, DeSci protocols that have been listed, and they haven't had a full lifeline that you can assess. So in my opinion, I think you have to look at what the market wants. As an investor, you can't go against the market. So I think the number one thing that has to be done is to look at their achievements and at their timeline. And we'll only be able to know the real kind of outcomes once one of these research companies or companies will be able to get acquired, will have some sort of financial outcome. Up until then, it's basically we're kind of making educated guesses on the future of those companies. And I think that you have to have sort of a prediction model in which you predict the future outcome of that company and be able to put some sort of value to that and see what are the chances of it being acquired, what are the chances of the research progressing, and what are the chances of it dying. And based on that, you can come up with a valuation model. That's what I would do.
I mean, in terms of investing for SMAPE, it is that I have a natural sciences background. I've helped spun out many companies out of Oxford University as well in sort of the healthcare space. So I have a very strong understanding what it takes to actually get these scientific and healthcare ventures sort of off the ground. And I think this is something that we would be looking to see in a founder as well, or in the founding team as well, right? So there is crypto, which has its own complexities, and then there is biotech, which is also highly regulated and also has its complexities, and you need a very different go-to-market strategy there for patients or the healthcare providers and. You know, so you need a solid understanding what you're actually getting into. As SMAPE, we're actually also taking a long-term approach, so we're not an investor that is sort of getting tokens, is dumping on the open market. It's very important to us that if we invest, it is a long-term partnership, and we want to advance and accelerate these companies. We are there to support them, and obviously, yes, we have to make our exit within sort of the lifeline of a fund. But there it is also a responsibility not to invest in something where, you know, I don't know, we would need to be divested in a year or so, yeah.
Yeah, so I also want to add another point. So you're buying and selling an asset that prices in the conditional probability of the success of the research, which is highly liquid and will fluctuate as the research progresses. So you could buy it 1 year in and sell it 3 years in. Even if the research takes 10 years to get through stage 3 clinical trial, there is likely going to be a buyer where if the market correctly prices the risk of this reaching its final outcome times the size of the outcome, that someone will purchase it, right? What crypto provides is just a liquid market to buy and sell an asset that has some corollary to a future cash flow. The only difference between that and, you know, buying and selling an equity is that when you're investing in an early stage biotech company that is not publicly traded, you can't really divest your position very quickly. Crypto just allows you to have a more efficient mechanism for capital formation around the associated risk of the research success.
Awesome. Well, it was really great to have you all here on the panel. If people want to get involved, how can they get in touch with you?
Yeah, I mean, you can reach out to me on Twitter or Telegram or email. We do ZK, we do AI, we do stuff, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, always feel free to reach out on Twitter or here or anywhere.
Twitter or here, anywhere.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All right, testing. Up next, I'm going to... Straight. Green forward. Yeah. Good. I have a little talk about what Bioprotocol is doing with AI agents, as well as giving a survey of the field of what research agents are doing in the more Web 2 land. Without any crypto, without any DeSci, what agents are doing. So I'll get the slides up in a second. Here we are. My name's Sean Brennan. I joined Bio 5 months ago to lead the growing AI team at Bio. We have a team of 5 now, and we're building something called BioAgents. And what I'm declaring is that this is the start of Agentic Science Summer. Like what is coming is many different teams in Web 2 are creating agents that are able to complete research tasks and discrete steps of knowledge work. And so I'll talk over these teams in a second, but I want to start with a quote by the head of OpenAI. He said, "We expect the impact of AGI to be uneven. Although some industry will change a little, scientific progress will likely be much faster than it is today. This impact will surpass everything else." So this is the head of OpenAI saying this, and I think they're looking at ways that AI agents are going to be able to be put in a loop and think about science, think about research tasks, and we'll talk about some of them today. I recently was lucky to attend an event in San Francisco put on by Compound VC, where over half these teams presented in person. And these are all what I call like Web 2 science, Web 2 AI research. So I'll talk about each one specifically in a second, but all of these teams are pushing the boundaries in each of their ways. They're state-of-the-art in agentic science. But again, they're not DeSci, they're not crypto native. And so what we're asking ourselves is, how does blockchain add to what they're doing? And how can we use what they're doing and accelerate it and scale it through token incentives, through on-chain knowledge graphs, through these different things that we're working on in crypto. First up is Google Co-Scientist. Here's just the flow of how they set it up. It has multiple agents under the hood. And of all the ones here today, this is the only one that's closed source. And so they're basically spending a lot of money on servers for each. I don't know if anyone here has access to the early test version of Google Co-Scientist, but they're trying it out in alpha right now. And you can imagine for each chat window, they have tens, if not hundreds of servers working under the hood to answer this. And so this is all closed source. And what we're trying to do with BioAgents is replicate this, but also be open source and try to achieve the same results. So here's a little bit more on the timeframes. The last panel and today we talked about how biotech has very extended timeframes, and AI is a solution. Just the example here is that there was an idea posed in 2015 about a specific molecule in bacteria, and it took 10 years to have that experiment run. And just that same research question was posed to the AI scientist, and it basically created an experiment plan and was able to do this extremely fast. Another one to mention is Sakana AI Scientist version 2, which came out about 2 weeks ago. And this is a framework for running a research scientist as an agent. On these things, you can basically plug in any general model that you want. This could be O3, it could be Claude. And so this is a framework for running agents. And you basically put in a foundational model, and it has access to tools. And in this case, what they're doing is trying to create papers in the field of machine learning. And so what they did was start with an idea. They tune, I'll skip ahead to this next graph. So they start with an idea. It's like basically a tree search. And in each step, they have an AI LLM to look at the results of the previous step and see which of the trees to prune and which to continue down. Hyperparameters are just different variables in how an AI is built. And then the research agenda is actually, it's running code. And then ablation studies is something, ablation is a term for removing one specific piece from a study, or from like a LM's neural net, or like a basic piece of its knowledge, and then seeing how the AI performs without that one specific piece, and then trying out with the next piece. And on the whole, you get a view into what each specific piece of its knowledge base is contributing to the overall result. So this is a really interesting to look at. OpenAI has something called Paperbench, where they're doing something very similar. They're trying to replicate known papers in the field of AI, basically saying, here's a groundbreaking, noteworthy paper. Given its initial starting conditions, initial data set, can an AI replicate that paper? And they found that actually this wasn't using O3, it was using 4.0, and it was, in some cases, able to replicate it. Moving forward, Stanford has something around automating hypothesis. It's basically a loop where it's creating a hypothesis and a null hypothesis and thinking through this. And I have about 10 minutes total, so I'm going to breeze through this. I'm going to be writing like a Twitter thread with all these and links, so you'll be able to read that after if you're interested. Genentech has something called Prescient Design, which is an open source kind of lab within Genentech that put out, again, like an open source results of their experiments working with AI on antibody testing. And they basically had, this was one of the people that talked last week, and they had extremely successful results, and basically all of Genentech is going to start using this for their research. And the only inorganic side of this is something at Berkeley called A-Lab, stands for like Automatic Lab, for one of the things with AI is the discovery of molecules and discovery of the compounds is getting easier, but still the hard step is characterization, or actually creating that molecule, running tests on it, the physical test. And so they work with, on the left here, I don't know if you can see, this is basically a pairwise reaction between different inorganic compounds, and they basically put these in a kiln or a furnace and create these, and it's entirely automated. So it's like a self-driving lab where there's, like, basically the grad students are only there to put in the initial ingredients, and then they let it run. And so they have a recipe, they have an iterative process, and it's pretty exciting. I think the two more here are Future House. It's super, like, they're state-of-the-art as far as creating an agent framework for automated testing of especially like benchmarks, like biology benchmarks, and grading agents against a known rubric. And it was cut off here, but Arc Institute has a model called EVO2, which is state-of-the-art at genetic modeling and design. So, like, going back to the Google co-scientists or the other ones, if they had access to this model, this foundational model, it changes the agent from being great at tool calling and conversation to being great at genetic design and basically a PhD level in this field. And the image here is just a few steps of the training process to create the EVO2 model. And lastly, yeah, these are the ones I went over today. And am I doing it on time? Switching over to what bioprotocol is doing, we're creating a fleet of bioagents. And for all the ones before it, we're talking about one instance of an agent. Like, one agent is able to do tasks at a certain cadence. It can run n tasks in a period of t time. And so if you give access to a lab to an agent like that, they're going to ask, like, well, can I have two agents? Can I have the time that it takes to run a task? Or create two results, and I get to choose the best result out of a selection. So we're pioneering agentic science over planetary scale compute, and scaling these agents so that we increase the throughput of thought of each agent. And as a whole, we have a lot more compute time towards these problems. And so we are building a fleet of scientific task runners where there's going to be many, many agents, and they're all able to run tasks for the BioDAOs and for external parties to insert tasks. So instead of one agent able to think about a specific research problem, we have a fleet of 10,000 agents that are basically idle and open to accepting tasks. And the BioDAOs all have a lot of research and specific tasks to give the BioDAO, or to give the bioagents. And the concept is very similar to AlphaFold, like folding at home. Do this, you can run a program on your computer, and it's just performing machine learning. It's just a mechanistic machine learning to solve protein folding. And Google DeepMind team and a company called Isomorphic Labs won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry last year for this. And we're doing something very similar, but instead of very, I guess, like formulaic machine learning, this is running agents at home. And we're inviting people to run agents that are part of the bioagent fleet. And we can assign them tasks. And over time, they are, we're scaling them on different companies like Prime Intellect, OLAS, and others. And we expect, because these are just Docker containers, they're very lightweight. Like, you don't need a full GPU to run these agents. And so we can scale to 10,000, hundreds of thousands, even millions of agents that are able to complete the research tasks that I was talking about before. And you can see, like, the reason that people would pay for this is that they get access to basically a research lab in college or a biotech firm or a startup, even a passionate individual. It doesn't have to run the DevOps. They don't have to create the agents. They don't have to set it up. And so just by paying in the bio token, they get access to insert tasks into the bioagent fleet and get research done and just get the results at a very fast time frame. Here is just the discrete steps of the knowledge process. It just maps to the scientific method. People can start at one step and just run that single step, or they can run multiple steps. And like Kevin with Molecule was talking about, like IP NFTs, in theory, where you can start with a research paper, think about next steps, and go through the entire process of designing an experiment, running it, sending it to a cloud lab, and then if you have a positive result to your experiment, you can create an IP from that. Here's we're built on the ELIZA framework, and so this is what, kind of like under the hood, what the bioagents are doing. They have different plugins. We have a hackathon going on right now, where it's still open to join. And if you want to create a plugin that gives a bioagent access to a specific API, or maybe a new tool, it's actually very simple to add, so you can talk to me after if that's something you'd like to do. And to summarize, agentic science is a new field, and these new capabilities are leading to just an increase in technical thought. Like the throughput of technical thought is increasing with AI agents. And using the open source frameworks that I talked about, especially like Sakana Scientist, there's a work from Stanford called Biomni, which is going to be open sourced in next month. I think it's going to be incredible. They talked about it last week and showed some demos, and it's basically we can leverage the open source community, like the Web2 open source community, and then we scale it with the BioToken and our network here. And we're going to create a fleet of agents that are able to accelerate how fast experiments get done. And thank you. That's all. Up next, I would love to introduce Caitlin Lewis, who's the research director at the LEV Foundation. And I'm sure she has some exciting news. And
do you know how to hook this up? Oh.
Yes, it should just be the green arrow goes forward.
Probably that. Not going yet. Let me see here. Yeah. It's not there. That's okay. Oh, okay. We got it. Excellent. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin. I am the research director at the Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. And I'm going to walk you through how we are going about identifying therapeutics for damage repair, starting in mice, but with profound implications for humans. So since normally I would be speaking at aging conferences, and this is not that, so some of you might not be quite as familiar, but aging actually kills 100,000 people every single day. So it is by far the most impactful cause of human suffering and mortality, and yet we don't treat it like a disease. It is responsible for more than 90% of deaths in high-income countries, but it's also incredibly expensive. So the global cost of treating age-related conditions tops $1.3 trillion, or $1.8 trillion annually. And so this is no small number. There are a lot of people interested in trying to fix this, something that pharma could perhaps get behind. So this is the framework that is the kind of the foundational frame, I guess, that underpins everything that we're doing at Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. It's the damage repair framework. It's sometimes referred to as the SENS paradigm. And essentially, the core idea is simple. Aging itself is not that mysterious. We've known what causes a lot of these things for a really long time. It's the result of the accumulation of specific types of cellular and molecular damage that accumulate and ultimately manifest as diseases. But the difference is most traditional approaches are focused on trying to slow aging down, and instead we look at this and we think, okay, well, what is something that we can do to reverse the present condition and restore it to its normal function? And so this framework that was conceptualized in the mid-2000s by our founder, Aubrey, it's elegant because it makes aging actionable. There is something that we can do about each of these things. And it's more of an engineering problem than it is a biological one. So an analogy that some people really dislike, but often gets used in my field, is you think about a rusty car, an old car that breaks. Now, cars weren't designed to run for 100 years or more. They're designed to run for 5, 10, 20 years, maybe at most. But yet we can keep cars in pristine condition by restoring them. If you have rust on the car, you don't slow down how quickly rust accumulates. You restore it. And so aging similarly should be addressed in the same way. This is by repair and not with resignation. So to do this experimentally, we have built RMR. This stands for Robust Mouse Rejuvenation, and it is our primary experimental pipeline. And the goal is to test multiple damage repair aging interventions in mice simultaneously. So we think we need to do this to reflect the natural complexity that exists within aging, but this also should mean that our findings are more reproducible, more relevant, and hopefully also translatable to humans, which is where it ultimately matters. So we want to move from isolated interventions into complete, more rejuvenation strategies that we can see move into the clinic. Our first study recently completed, we did 1,000 animals. This was like the largest scale mouse study that had been done to date. And it was really just to prove a point, although we got a lot of insight from it as well. But addressing the rhetorical aspect for policymakers and funding bodies and other academics even, is this possible? Can you rejuvenate mice? Well, the answer is yes. But also from a practical perspective, what are the kinds of things that are really needed to get this job done? And so it showed pretty clearly to us that we need more than a single intervention in basically every single case. And we also can't be including interventions that are absolutely impossible at the scale of humans, like something called parabiosis, which is effectively surgically fusing the circulatory systems of old and young mice. Like, I don't see that as something that's going to be moving into humans anytime soon. So it had to be practical. We had to develop a short list of interventions that fit these criteria in order to do this, and in the process, RAID was created, the Rodent Aging Interventions Database, that it has, basically it's a compendium of all of the studies that have been done according to the specifications that we used for our study. So if it has to be damage repair, it has to be initiated when mice are already old, because otherwise you're not really fixing anything, you're preventing it. A number of criteria like this. And you can see from the visual that the results were shockingly few. There were not very many, at least a year and a half ago, not very many interventions which had rigorously been tested in this way. Fortunately, that has since changed. But nonetheless, building this really helped us to prioritize high-impact interventions where we had the confidence to say that this was more than just hype and sufficient to include in a $3.5 million study. So, and importantly, this remains a living resource. It exists on our website. Anybody can use and access it. I'm not going to go through all the specs. This is also publicly available, but all in all, 1,000 animals, 37 intervention groups with all of the controls and everything, and sampled across multiple different time points. So it got messy pretty quickly, but I think that chaos is probably representative of what we would see in aging anyway. We also had a cross-sectional design, so we're tracking animals across time points when they're not apparently ill yet. Operationally, it looks something like this. This is not even any of the data from it. It's just all the different groups, but we will be replicating this in our next study, which I'll get into in a minute. But the key insights from this were essentially, is the study feasible? Or is combining interventions feasible? The answer is yes. So we've known for a long time that aging results from multiple different types of damage, but what we didn't know is whether or not stacking interventions on top of each other would have unintended consequences in terms of stress or other problems they might cause. So fortunately, we didn't observe that, and we do think that things can be safely co-administered and have an effect. We did see health improvements in our animals, and then it also helped us to lay the foundation for our next big study, which Opry has since decided to double in scale. So it's 2,000 animals. There will be 20 actual intervention arms, but probably more like 70 intervention groups with all the controls. And again, looking for synergies between things. Because the data set is much larger, this also demands that we have more advanced analytics. I think Aubrey is one of the things that we're really looking forward to for that, but this is also with other ML platforms and utilizing multi-omics data and then feeding that into something like Aubrey, the agent, which can then distill it down for us. And so we will, at baseline, include rapamycin for all the animals. It's an mTOR inhibitor. It's one of the oldest longevity interventions, and it's still kind of the gold standard. So it's pretty boring. I don't like that we have to use it, but you really can't argue that anything is better unless it's absolutely blowing the gold standard out of the water. So we include that. We also include exercise wheels for everyone. I learned that in America, it's not considered like standard necessity for animals to have access to running wheels. In the EU, that's different. So they'll have all of those, but also we have 8 brand new interventions that are each targeting different types of damage. So for example, deuterated fatty acids. In normal cell membranes, the lipids that form the membrane are really highly susceptible to oxidation or lipid peroxidation, and then this kicks off a cascade that then damages mitochondria, damages proteins and the genome and other cell membranes, ultimately causes cell death. What we know is that by providing deuterium-reinforced fatty acids, which is where some of the hydrogens specifically are substituted with a heavy isotope of hydrogen, deuterium. These are physically resistant to this process, and so will prevent this cascade from progressing. And so in this way, you can protect against membrane damage even in conditions of oxidative stress. Also things like exosomes, which a lot of you have probably heard of. It's typically in the context of cosmeceuticals, but I think that's probably mostly for regulatory reasons. But these are small vesicles that a number of different types of cells will secrete, and they're important in intracellular communication, which breaks down during aging. So in many contexts, exosomes are thought of as being restorative for that normal communication process. IL-11 inhibition, so IL-11 is an inflammatory cytokine. It's a primary component of something called the SASP, senescence-associated secretory phenotype, which senescent cells kind of spit out all the time, and it's very bad for you. And so we know that IL-11 is grossly upregulated with aging, and that dampening it allows for tissue regeneration and prevents a lot of the fibrosis and problems that will occur otherwise because of aging. Also, a novel senolytic. It's not ours, it's a collaborator's, but it's proprietary, so I can't talk that much about it, but we are excited to include it in the study. Oxytocin's kind of a fun one. Most of us think about oxytocin as it's like the cuddle hormone or love hormone because of its association with pair bonding and orgasms and all the fun things. And it turns out that it also has some really important regenerative properties for specific organs and tissues. And so, and it declines during aging. And so restoring that normal physiologic kind of peripheral circulating oxytocin levels is shown to rejuvenate the specific tissues that are affected. So we'll be including that. And also interesting is albumin. Albumin is by far the most abundant protein in the serum, and it's responsible for basically binding to and detoxifying oxidized products, damaged proteins from the blood. The problem is that as we age, albumin itself becomes oxidized and it starts to get really bad at doing its job. And so we believe that by replacing with kind of young, fresh serum albumin, that it will help restore this natural buffering capacity. And as a bonus, like plasmapheresis already exists, that those machines are approved, people get it for various conditions, and so the regulatory hurdles for something like that are probably pretty minimal. Partial reprogramming, a lot of people have probably heard of. It tends to confuse people, but you're basically restoring a more youthful gene expression profile without making cells go all the way back to when they were stem cells, so they start acting like they're younger again. And CDC42 is it's a signaling molecule that primarily affects hematopoietic stem cells and other stem cells, but it becomes really strongly overexpressed or hyperactivated with aging. And so studies shown that if we can dampen this, then you kind of restore the normal niche behavior in the stem cell compartment. So with all of these put together, like this is definitely a multi-pronged approach. Interventions aren't going to act in isolation. So we think this is actually really exciting when we take things that directly maybe impact different markers of aging or different causes of aging, but indirectly they converge on the same pathways. We think that there's probably a lot of synergy to see there. So this is about more than mice, of course. We can have the world's longest mouse and nobody is going to care. Ultimately, we want to see these things moving into the clinic, and that happens with a really careful biomarker collection and tissue banking and planning for clinical stages later on. If you haven't heard of longevity escape velocity, it's the concept that our organization was named after, and it's effectively if you can undo more than a year's worth of damage per year. So you reach this stasis point in the trajectory. And for decades, this was just considered to be science fiction. It was completely dismissed. But now we actually have real longevity therapies that work. They don't work as well as we would like them to, but we have stem cells and blood products and senolytics and gene therapies and a host of other things that haven't even been discovered yet. So it is likely that this will be achievable in our lifetimes. So we at LEVF, why we're kind of uniquely positioned for this. If you don't know Aubrey, this is him. And he is world-renowned in our field and polarizing, I would say, but in a very good way. And so we, under his leadership, along with futurist David Wood, helping to guide our research objectives. We also, as a nonprofit, have somewhat of a hybrid model. I think that we benefit from being in this kind of middle space between academia and industry, because we don't have to deal with all the bureaucracy and whatnot, but we can still act with kind of startup speed. We have collaborations across the globe. As has been said a couple times today, silence is not siloed. We have a very limited amount of in-house expertise where we are the best at that thing. Everywhere else, somebody else is best at that thing. So we have people that we work with in 3 different continents and from multiple institutions, public and private, and we wouldn't be able to do it otherwise. Also, I think why excuse me, all of us are here, we are eager to, I guess, utilize this new, the crypto ecosystem to further our objectives. We've had this really interesting alignment, I guess, with the crypto world since, I don't know, 2018 maybe, excuse me. When Aubrey's been kind of tapped by players in the crypto industry several times. And I think there's broadly ideological alignment. People want to see things be done better because they can be, not just be satisfied with the status quo. So we are looking for ways to utilize new incentive models and engage with our stakeholders more so that the work that we're doing, which obviously is going to affect them, that they can have a say in this as well. We also are, we're built with the capacity to quickly respond to changes and get things done as expediently as possible. We're in a hurry. RMR1 was launched really fast, faster than I would have liked, but really, really fast. And the next study is going to be much bigger and will also be done fast if the support is there. So now I get to the fun part. This is Aubrey, which was spoken about a bit earlier. And so one of the ways we talked about all these giant data sets that are being collected, and we talked about the corpus, I guess, of knowledge that it was trained on. like everything that is in the presentation that I showed you, and quite frankly, everything that's in most of our new plans, I haven't fed to Aubrey specifically. However, he does reach largely the same conclusions or come up with the same suggestions for study design as Aubrey and I would end up with in conversation, which I think is a really good sign. I'm just going to show you guys what I mean, if this is going to let me. Yeah. Okay, so for example, for RMR2, this is the information. Oh, wait, it's not showing you. Uh-oh. Currently extending. Change. I want to mirror. Huh? What time is it? Okay, I have 1 minute. There we go. Okay. So this is essentially all that I gave it to start with and see, all right, what is it going to say? I didn't give it specifics about the interventions or anything yet. And this is a very typical Aubrey response. So doing power maths, which, Aubrey does the math in our organization, but also coming up with really important considerations about aspects of the study design. And I picked this part to just kind of show really quickly here, particularly because, so oxytocin, like the dosing and something, isn't something that I had decided on yet. A lot of times in the literature, they were doing, short pulses, sometimes 5 days, sometimes 12 days, sometimes 20 days, and so coming up with, okay, how do I want to implement this can be a challenge. And so it decided that it should be spurts of 5 days because of the cyclic nature, like the amplitude rises and falls over a 24-hour period, I guess. And so I was like, all right, well, if it's actually a problem, then give me information about this. And so it did, and then proceeded to build up a pilot cost estimate, which aligns pretty darn closely with our actual pilot estimates for what we've chosen to do. So this is, in one afternoon of playing with it, it saved probably at least a week of my life. And I expect that as these become, they're more finely tuned, they're trained on more data, and we're able to actually feed it study results, and it's able to look at it and digest it and integrate that with the corpus of everything else that it's learned, we're going to be touching on things a lot faster than previously. So with that, I'm going to end. I'm over time. I apologize. I want you guys to get to ask good questions, but if you want to find me later, then I'm free to play with Aubrey. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. The Aubrey inside of Discord is going to be fun to play with. So up next, we have 2 more talks in the AI track, both 10 minutes long, and then we have Paul Kloss and Christian Angermeyer talking in a fireside chat after that. So it's my pleasure to welcome Fedor Galkin, who's the senior scientist at In Silico Medicine, and some exciting things to share around drug discovery and longevity, I'm sure. Thank you, Fedor.
Is it on? Oh yeah, it is. Hi everyone, great meeting you here in Dubai for this event. I'm really happy to see so many like-minded, inspired people working on making science more accessible, more decentralized, and efficient. I'm Fedor Galkin. I'm a senior scientist at In Silico Medicine. We are a company with offices all over the world. We have offices in China, in US, Canada, and even here in Abu Dhabi. So if you live here or are here often, you can come visit us in Masdar City in Abu Dhabi. We are a company working on AI-assisted drug development, and our main intention is to make the processes that take traditional big pharma companies years to compress them and make them so efficient that the phases of drug development last weeks or months, which is way better than traditional approach. To do that, we have a set of AI tools which we compiled into a pipeline that reproduces the whole process of drug discovery from end to end. I'm talking about Pandomics for target discovery. We have Chemistry 42 handling everything, doing with chemistry, how to design a molecule, how to optimize it, find a way to synthesize it. And we have even more models, such as DORA, which is a scientific writing tool which can provide novel hypotheses and analyze existing data to close the loop and let you start again with a hypothesis and that you want to find targets for. And I'll be talking about more of these models and explaining how exactly this pipeline works. And to give you the, so to speak, the proof in the pudding, is the amount of clinical programs that we are running. We currently have 22 preclinical candidates developed since 2021, and we also have 10 clinical trials, 4 of them completed, including the latest news about the phase 2 clinical trial for an IPF treatment, rentosertib. IPF is a devastating rare disease which eats away at the lungs in the span of 4 years. And so far, no treatment was sufficient enough to prevent the development of this disease. It could slow down and give the patient some time before the lung transplant, but now we're very hopeful that this treatment that we have developed will keep on moving through the stages of drug development and actually become the first ever AI-designed IPF drug. So the process to bring this IPF drug from ideation to the successful completion of phase 2, it took us 18 months. For comparison, a traditional pharmaceutical approach would take 4.5 years to basically do the same process. And now, let's see how we have achieved that. So everything here you can access, and you can, some of these have paid versions, some of them have free versions, but basically all our research models that we use internally can be used by everyone. If you want to try it out, by all means, go to pharma.ai. I'm not sure whether you see the link at the bottom of the slide behind the couches, but by all means, explore it, and I hope that these tools help you as much as they help us to develop new drugs. So Pandomics is one of our oldest, but at the same time, that means one of the products that has received the most attention throughout the years. It is a tool which allows you to identify novel and well-validated targets for any condition that you can think of, including aging now. Chemistry 42 is a tool for figuring out, once you have the targets, how can you affect them with a small molecule. And this stage of our pipeline manages everything from modeling the binding of the compound and defining how to synthesize it, figuring out whether it is toxic or not, anything that deals with physics, pK, or compound properties that you can use to ultimately increase the likelihood of your clinical trial success if it can be affected through the chemical attack angle. This tool will help you with that. Click, click. But one extra tool in our chemical arsenal of tools is this most recent AI model, Nacho 1, which is continuation of our lineup of models starting with Nacho 0. This model will soon be released on AWS, and you can use it to predict, just using something very basic, such as SMILE structure. You can predict the toxicity in specific settings. You can figure out which types of oncological tumors your compound is most likely to kill the most efficiently. You can figure out on-target, off-target activity, all the describers that you can assign to a chemical molecule in the context of medicine. This model is your friend, and it is also, as I said, available on AWS. I'm not sure if it is yet deposited to any other repositories. We definitely have Nacho 0 that you can also try with and use it locally by going to Hugging Face. And Precious GPT is one of the most exciting lineups of models that we have. We call them live models. So Nacho models, they approach the clinical trials and the drug discovery process from the chemical viewpoint. These models approach it from the viewpoint of biology. Within this lineup of models, we are currently at the third iteration, and we are actually planning our fourth iteration, Precious 4 GPT, which is going to be a big project. And if you are interested in collaborating on this project, please get in touch, and we will see how we can help each other, because this is such a massive project that we need help, and we are looking for people, experienced AI engineers who could help us set up the infrastructure to train this thing and not go bankrupt. So Precious GPT is a model that can emulate the effects of various perturbators, which are diseases, aging, gene knockouts, various compounds on multiple species, multiple tissues. So we are trying to approach this multimodal and resolve the multimodality of biological AI problem. And finally, Dora is a tool that, as some speakers have demonstrated, other agentic networks that write text and do research for you, such as Sakana. Dora is our in-house article writer that we are using to write preprints and some publications and help us with ideation. It also includes free trial. You can try and let us know how that works for you. And I see that I have some time left. So, Black. Okay. So this is the whole pipeline in action, how all these different parts interlock together to bring forward new drugs and new treatments. So originally, the rentozatib compound or the TNIK inhibitor it was identified as a dual target. So we identified it using aging clocks, using in-house models as a compound that affects the key protein responsible both for a number of fibrotic diseases, number of other diseases, and aging. And some people also raised the question of anti-aging clinical trials today. I think that this is the perfect template for how to organize anti-aging clinical trials. You start with target discovery using dual targets and genes that are deeply involved in the aging processes, but also have side effects, beneficial side effects in being treatable in other diseases. You bring this to a clinical trial, you measure a number of biometric parameters, clinical blood biomarkers, and omics data. And after that, you have lots of data that you can use to extract extra knowledge using AI models or your own human brain to drive you forward, understand aging more deeply, and create even more drugs. And follow this link to read everything about our TNIK research program. We currently have a couple of articles in review about the anti-aging properties of this compound. One of them is out about how rentozatib is showing xenomorphic properties in vitro, and we're about to show that it also has xenomorphic properties in humans. I think that concludes my talk. I hope that wasn't too long. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Fedor. Thank you, Fedor. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. John Fletcher, who's the chief scientist at the Innovation Game Foundation, and excited to hear from you.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. My name's John Fletcher. What the slides don't. Oh, okay. And I'm going to talk about DeSci and the decline of state-funded research. This has become quite topical, of course, with Elon Musk trying to and other people trying to cut government funding in America in particular, and how this is related to reinforcement learning. So I don't think it's too much of a stretch. A lot of people know what an impact AI is going to have on science. So hopefully it will speak to itself. But also, when I talk about reinforcement learning and AI and algorithms, it's really just an example of a sort of something, I think, which you can go from beginning to end, create something which is sort of self-funding, sustainable, decentralized ecosystem for a subset of science, albeit an extremely important one, which is computational science. And then the idea is that if you can do it for one subset of science, there's no reason why you can't do it for science in general. But it is, of course, an extremely important subset, and because it includes a sort of very fundamental elements of artificial intelligence. Yeah, you could argue that it sort of touches every part of science, but just bear that in mind. So I just want to quickly, some of you might already be familiar with this, different types of machine learning. The reason why we're about to have a very fast acceleration in artificial intelligence, and also the type of artificial intelligence which helps with science, is because they've really got reinforcement learning going very well. This is the most powerful type of machine learning. We've all been pretty amazed by AI and how well it works so far, but I assure you haven't really seen anything yet, because previously it's been supervised and unsupervised. Unsupervised learning is just when you sort of stuff a load of data and it tries to do a next token prediction. So if you, I don't know, give it thousands of pictures of cats or something, and you wanted to do some sort of in-painting on a paint shop, and you sort of chop the cat's head off, it will probably be able to give you a sort of plausible cat's head to reproduce it, because it knows the patterns, it knows the correlations. But if you gave it a load of nonsense, like a load of pictures of headless cats or something, then it wouldn't know the difference. It doesn't know what a headless cat is. It doesn't know the difference between know that it sort of looks wrong in some way. It just sort of spews out whatever you put in. Supervised learning is sort of made famous, I guess, by labeled data, and this is largely what things like ChatGPT have been built on. People kind of asking it questions and it knowing the answer. But reinforcement learning is a bit more like how humans learn, or kind of really the most powerful way that they learn. There's some kind of reward, and they experiment. And then if there's something they don't understand, they'll play around in that particular area where their understanding is sort of lacking, and sort of focus on learning and build up the gaps in their understanding that way. So it really is a very an amazing thing, and nobody really knew how to do it for the current AI models until they started looking at so-called chains of thought, where you feed the prompts back in, or the kind of outputs back in as prompts, and then they realized it sort of enabled a type of reinforcement learning. But strangely enough, it works best for certain types of problems. Problems that have a very well-defined answer, and problems where the answer is very efficiently checkable. So if you think not everything is like this, I mean, if you build a building, I suppose you could sort of see if it falls down, but that's kind of extreme. How do you know that you've done it right? There's not a sort of quick and easy check. But if you, for example, I'm trying to think of a non-mathematical example. If you play a game of chess, for example, you get a sort of right or wrong answer at the end. You lose or you win. Or a bit more kind of exotically, if you try and solve the traveling salesman, someone tells you the way out of a maze. This might be a good one. It's hard to find a way out of a maze, but if you tell somebody else how you found your way out, they just have to go one route. They check, they find their way out, and it's very efficient. And these kind of problems are all over the place in science and technology. In fact, I would argue that all of the most important problems in science and mathematics really have this structure of being hard to solve but easy to verify. And that means they're getting very, very far with reinforcement learning very quickly. So this is just an example of it. This guy called Terence Tao, he's probably the most famous living mathematician, and he tried to create a fiendishly difficult set of mathematics problems, which he said, in fact, would take professional mathematicians like him, which is a very high standard, probably days to solve some of these problems. And they just sort of wanted this as a benchmark, and some AIs had a go, and they really did terribly. And then he thought it would take years, and then just a couple of months later, O3, which was trained using reinforcement learning, got 25% on this exam. And probably by the end of the year, I would predict that the most most capable mathematician in the world will be a computer, which is a very strange thought. Of course, we've gotten used to the idea of the best chess player in the world being a computer and the best Go player. As of relatively recently, I'm pretty sure the best mathematician will be a computer too. And this is sort of really quite a lot more impact. I mean, it's very impressive getting a computer to play Go and chess, but fundamentally, buildings and spacecraft and drugs are not built with chess and Go, but they are built, fundamentally on kind of mathematical principles. So this will have a great acceleration of science and also acceleration of AI itself, because things like backpropagation, the attention mechanism, they're sort of fundamental algorithmic mathematical techniques which the AI will be able to self-improve. Not necessarily in this kind of intelligence explosion way, although it may do, but it's just going to be increasingly helpful to mathematicians and scientists in telling them what to try first and which directions to look at. So this is one of the reasons we're going to have a huge acceleration. As I said, this is important for sort of fundamentally asymmetric problems and other things for which reinforcement learning really works the best. You might think this is a subset of problems. If you think kind of mathematical generality, it is. But when you think of science problems, like important scientific challenges, they really are either all like that, or they can be transformed into a problem of that type. Or they're things, you've heard of this concept of an inverse problem. Some people would, in fact, say, I think probably quite a lot of truth to it, that science itself is an inverse problem. You're not sort of given the answer, and then you're sort of asked to figure out the consequences of that. What you're given is a sort of a load of consequences, and you're asked to figure out the sort of underlying mechanisms which led to those consequences. So in a sense, it's going backwards in time. You're given the sort of output of a sensor, and then you're wondering, what happened earlier in time when this output was interacting with the object of interest. So it's trying to sort of reverse time, which is a very difficult thing to do, but computers can do it, and they can do it. Ultimately, they'll be able to do it a lot better than human beings. So just one kind of interesting example is, there's a lot of simulations in science. But if you think about it, simulations are not easy to verify, but in fact, simulations are not really what scientists want to do. Some of them think they are. But in fact, what they want to do is solve the inverse problem, and they're often using a computer to do a simulation. They're tweaking it a little bit, so they're solving an inverse problem, but it's the man and the machine put together, a sort of hybrid system. And of course, the man is ultimately going to be the bottleneck in that system. And so people don't really want to do simulations. They normally want to do sort of inversions. So they don't normally want to simulate what happens, in a racing car with a wing of a particular shape. What they want to know is, what shape should I make the wing in order for a particular thing to happen? And that problem, mathematically, is efficiently verifiable. So that's just to say that it really is a very rich and important class of problems. So this is just a little bit to confirm that sort of algorithmic methods. A lot of talk in AI is about hardware and also data. Those things, of course, are extremely important, but ultimately a computer will create its own data through simulations. Once you understand the underlying mechanisms, you can simulate things very accurately. The red line here is it's not very easy to read. This is how fast hardware has improved effective compute over several decades. And this is an exponential scale, so this is really, this is the doubling of Moore's law. But the blue line is what algorithms have done. So they've outstripped hardware, and they're just going to take off, leave hardware essentially in the dust. And so there's an interesting reason why people talk about hardware a lot. It's because you can just throw money at it, and you can make progress without having to innovate, which is always the hardest thing to do. Just buy more and more GPUs and sort of brute force and outspend your rivals. But interestingly, this guy relatively recently made our job a little bit more interesting. It was very hard to tell the man on the street that hardware wasn't the most important thing. Then he invented a better algorithm. But we already know this from the attention mechanism, and the transformer was an algorithmic method. It wasn't a breakthrough in hardware, which led to the current AI revolution, and this was another 57x leap in a single day because of somebody invented something, a clever algorithmic method. And if you think about that, how long does that, that means you can train a model with 20 times less power. And how often does the battery life on your iPhone, increase by 20x from one generation to another? Never, and that's because hardware moves so much slowly and is so much less powerful than algorithmic methods. So basically, we're going to have computers generating their own algorithmic methods, and these are going to be deployed across AI and across all of science, which might sound fantastic, but the danger of that is really centralization. So when you have a sort of profit motive, private companies, of course, can do a thing, they can sell it. But for all its faults, government funding of science over the years has tended to meant that the output is published openly. And that's because it's public money, and this is part of the deal. But if you can do all this science profitably, and even basic level, low-level fundamental science, the game theory means that you're incentivized to keep it closed. So you have to think about incentives, and that's what we've been doing at the innovation game. Now, I'm sort of running out of time here, so I'll skip over this quite quickly. But what the innovation game does, really, the secret sauce is it creates a synthetic source of demand, who are really people proof-of-work miners. They use algorithms to mine faster, so they don't even necessarily care about what they do or care about science in general, but they'll always want to mine more efficiently for profit. So the algorithms that they use, and the ones that are most successful, are just used as a market signal to which ones to remunerate. And that's the key. With a lot of science, because you don't have a precise metric a lot of the time, it's hard to know who to give money to, who not to give money to. Maybe you give money to some guy who's 60 years old because he won a Nobel Prize for something that he did when he was 20 years old, and now he's not so good, but now he still gets the funding. So, but the thing is, if you look at Formula One racing, you don't have, these kind of like old, Sterling Moss and stuff driving around. And that's the reason, because you can tell there's an objective criterion by which they're better or they're worse. And if you're racing to solve these proof-of-work puzzles, it means that you only give out rewards for things which have already succeeded. So one thing to highlight about this is it's not fundraising. It's really just a continuous prize which is offered for anyone who gets to the top of this leaderboard. And so how are they going to fund it? Well, I mean, they can fund their research by traditional methods, asking investors for money for their research. And the investment case, at least in computational science, can involve, if we get to the top of this leaderboard, we get a return. So this is a sort of an additional source of revenue for people who find algorithms which are important in science and technology. And essentially what it does is it makes the activity privately investable, whereas it wasn't before. And if you don't understand exactly why that is, you have to come and find me later, because I haven't got time to go into the nuances now, but it is quite interesting. So with that, I think I've run out of time, and please check us out online and on Twitter.
Amazing. Thank you, Dr. John Fletcher. It's really cool to see the, like with O3, the order of magnitude improvement in just using O3 versus the one before it. And I think there's a lot more order of magnitude changes that will come from inserting O3 into processes that previously used other models. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the fireside chat coming up between the CEO and founder of Bioprotocol and Molecule, Paul Kalass, as well as Christian Engermeyer, who's a serial entrepreneur and founder, and the lead of Apeiron investment group. And really excited to hear an insightful conversation between the two of them.
Where do we go? Cool, wonderful to be here. Christian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. We could do it in German, but I think it would frustrate the big majority of the room.
Probably would frustrate the majority. Christian, first of all, to start off, you've always been an inspiration to me as an entrepreneur.
Thank you.
No, really. So
German's a very bad compliment. That's the one thing I envy about Americans, that you can tell them nice things and they're like somehow able to respond to it, and Germans are like, oh, what do I say now? it's like very like, but thank you.
And I also think to many of the people around you, so over the last couple of years, I've actually had the pleasure of working with amazing folks from your team, and each and every person that I've gotten to work with, yes, like Aaron, like Michael Hart, who we have, Pierre-Antoine, yeah, a couple of great people, and I think that actually often speaks the loudest about an entrepreneur and about a great founder is the people that they inspire to work with them, and yeah, because you create similar as like, I'm sure you're familiar with the PayPal mafia. I'm sure there's something like in Apeiron, a kind of group of people that are now continuing to do the amazing work that you set out, but also doing other amazing work. So with that, want to introduce to anyone who doesn't know Christian. Christian is an incredible serial entrepreneur, an early trend spotter, an investor in biotech, one of the earliest investors in Bitcoin, Vocally, and crypto, and then psychedelics, longevity, and artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Can talk about everything. You tell me what we want to talk about.
So we actually had an amazing speaker earlier today, Jane from Easy Labs, which is CZ's family office. And she had an incredible Venn diagram there that kind of goes into bioaccelerationism, but this intersection between crypto, AI, and biotech. And it seems like you began thinking about this intersection very early on, or essentially began applying it in multiple different areas. Yeah.
I didn't think early on like, okay, that's the intersection. I think like if you look at some common sort of characteristics, I think it's sort of people who are in crypto normally have a very libertarian view on life. If you have a very libertarian view on life, the one thing which really sucks is aging and dying, because it's the one thing which is really imposed on you, and you seemingly we can, but like in the past we believed you can't change it, and that is very frustrating if you're a libertarian, because like it's the one sort of restriction which you kind of can't escape so far, but like we're working on it. But like I think so a lot of crypto people, I would say, out of that idea of freedom, want to do something about aging and ultimately dying, or push lifespan out. So that is, for example, a very natural thing. So AI, I think, on the one side, I think crypto can be very handy, at least in mitigating some of the risks. Actually, most crypto people I meet, luckily, because I think we need more of that, are actually also focused more than the typical Web2 tech people on the downside of AI as well. Yeah, again, I think crypto people are just more like libertarian, and if you're libertarian, you don't want a world, maybe, let's go in a negative way, dominated by AI, or if you want to really go dystopian way, enslaved by AI. So again, you may be more like, hey, how can we make sure, yes, use it, but it doesn't sort of go the wrong path. So I think crypto people have in many things, like, I'm not saying that because we're at a crypto conference, but I am in crypto because I think it has a very good ethos, because it's very libertarian, and that's what I am.
Yeah, and then psychedelics again goes into a similar domain, which is like liberation of the mind.
Exactly. So like, I think again, maybe even I'm putting now the words on it. What I was drawn to is like, ultimately, if you look at yourself, what restricts you in life, as I said, on the physical side, it's like aging and dying. So you want to change that, and what restricts you kind of on the personal level is your ego, which is very handy in the daily tasks, yeah, but like a lot of sort of drama and pain and sort of the bad side of mental health comes from a sort of overly strong ego. So you practically, if you believe you're more than your ego, which I do, you could say that is restricting you, and sort of using psychedelics helps you to tame and, I would say, put the ego in the right place, so that not the ego is controlling you, but like you are managing that part of you, which is called ego. And again, so psychedelics, I think, give you freedom in that sense.
Beautifully said. What do you think? So I've also had the pleasure to working with a lot of scientists, obviously, that come through our ecosystem. And you started out your career as a scientist.
Well, no, I was 19, I was nothing. Like, sort of, I had just started studying, actually, economics, and I had a side track on science, and my two tutors and professors for science, they were very famous in genetics. In literally the first session, I always was interested where the world is going. I was always like, yes, like, you obviously have to learn the basics, but like, literally, I remember when we met the first time, I was like, hey guys, tell me where's the world going? And this was 1999, turning 2000. I was like, where's the world in 20 years from now?
Yeah.
And they started talking about nothing more than an idea they had, and they were very German. And Germans, at least back then, Germany has changed a bit, but like still not like that entrepreneurial. But like back then, 25 years ago, it was really bad, and they were like all talking about science. Like, and I always have to admit, I not fully understood the details, but I was like, look, the guys are very credible. Actually, they're the only guys I knew in biotech back then. They were the first two ones I met. Yeah, but also like, I think I'm fairly good with quickly getting a concept. Like I knew where they want to go, and I was like, guys, like if this works out, what you want to do, then it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar company. So you shouldn't do it as a science project, which was their intention, but we should start a company. And they looked at me, a 19-year-old, I have no clue why, and they were like, have you done a company before? Because we didn't, and I was like super confident. Like I was like, yes, I have, like which was kind of true because like I had a tutoring company when I was 14. It was like,
same.
I didn't file for taxes, but I did make money. So I knew that the basics. I was like, let's do it together. And actually, the biggest mistake, but also was still the right decision, was like they looked at me, and that is actually what I have to give a lot of young founders today. And sometimes it's also a little bit annoying. They're so overly confident, yeah, and they would like I see these 20 years olds now and like how they negotiate. I was like, oh God, I was a child because like they looked at me and were like, how shall we split the company? And they were actually 45 years old. I just turned 47, so I always remember that when I tell the story. And I looked at them and I was like, fuck, they old, yeah. And they, but in this case, I mean, old, like they like very like sort of respected and whatever. And I was like. And they looked at me and said, how shall we split the company? And I was like thinking for myself for a second, I cannot say, which I wanted to, but like I cannot say a third, because they're so old, yeah, and they're so important. So, and they said maybe like 45, 10. And they immediately said yes. And I think if I had said a third, they would have said yes as well, because they had no clue either. Yeah, I was just way too nervous, yeah, and way too starstruck. But anyway, the company now is 40 billion, so there was enough money on the table to share still, even with a smaller stake. So yeah, so that was the start. And then, so I never finished the long answer as a scientist, but like I think I have a basic understanding. And I always got hooked on science because I think like, again, what do you want to do? Like, first of all, I always say, what is another common thread? I can give the sort of intellectual pitch about freedom, and I can give the practical pitch. I always say, if I look at my portfolio, it's all things which get you laid at a date. Yeah, because it's cool. Like everybody wants to talk where the world is going, whatever. I was always interested, what are we doing like in 10, 20 years from now? And obviously biotech is like a very like forward-looking sort of industry.
Really well said. It's actually something that I've encountered a lot, the difficulty of creating ventures with scientists.
Oh, God.
and so actually from your background, so up until now, I always thought that you had were a scientist by background, but I studied economics myself. And then during my teenage years, spent an obsessive amount of time essentially in online biohacking communities, different online scientific communities, and came at the kind of the issue of how do we advance science kind of from this angle. But yeah, like hearing your story reminds me a lot of some of the early conversations that we have with some of the scientists that we fund in our different DAOs. And also fundamentally, and I think this is something where DeSci gets really interesting, but also where the approach that you've taken at Apeiron, at Cambrian, at Rejuveron, I think there are many incredible examples actually. Sebastian Brunemeyer, who I'm sure you know as well. I think when we first started out VitaDAO, he kind of said, oh wait, this is like the disco model that we have at Cambrian. And so some of the DAOs are structured in a really similar way. In essence that DAOs and DeSci go out and they search for really promising scientists and then strike collaborations with them, get them funded. Would be super curious to hear, what was it like for you building some of these early companies, because they follow, and correct me if I'm wrong, they follow a similar structure in terms of building like almost like a biotech holding that really tries to fundamentally move forward an entire field rather than focusing on single assets.
Yeah. So we have some single assets coming, but yes, so it's psychedelics with Fatai, and in longevity with Cambrian and Centenara Labs, where Centenara, Aaron, if anybody has questions, he's the main guy. Is we have a little bit sort of these, what Cameron calls it, the disco model, decentralized companies, decentralized science. I think the most important thing, and that is my only, like, not worry, like, but like, just like, sort of what really like the DeSci community needs to be really, really mindful. Scientists are not normally the ones who produce the approved drugs. Yeah, the model is, by the way, completely broken. And that is actually what, on the upside case, DeSci can do much better. It can sort of fix a broken model. At least some of the projects I see, but are falling in the same trap. So they're not fixing the model. Because why is the model broken? Because scientists, we would think instinctively, scientists are the ones who want to create approved drugs. Yeah, and they would say it. If you ask a scientist on stage, you would say, obviously I want to do that. But they don't really. And it's not that they don't in terms of, oh, they sit there and don't want to do it. It's more that for like decades, the entire science model was structured in a way that it did not incentivize, actually in parts it disincentivized scientists to move their sort of ideas forward into the drug development and then hopefully drug approval. So it's literally two different silos, and there is even a lot of animosity, because I think a lot of the drug development side, there's a lot of scientists who would say, oh, people kind of stole my ideas and then make a drug out of it, but the answer is maybe also because you didn't know how to do it. It's a very like, it's very hard to do it in 2 minutes, but like scientists practically are trained because of the whole model universities work. So it's actually even a layer deeper. It's not just scientists in biotech, it's just like how universities work. All of these people want to do, they want to do the next study. I'll give you an example, like we're doing psychedelics in Atai, for mental health. Like the core and the most advanced psychedelic is psilocybin, which is the active ingredient in magic mushrooms. We literally finished phase 3. We're going to announce the data soon. I think it's going to be very good. And then it's going to be, let's say, end of next year, psilocybin will be approved globally for mental health issues, which is amazing. Incredible. But I still get a call every 2 weeks or a pitch or whatever from scientists who are like, oh, can you give me $500,000 to do some basic research on psilocybin, or to find out if psilocybin works for depression? And I'm like, dude, like we haven't finished phase 3. Like it's like, there is no question about it. But they just so in their one, but they get funding. They meet somebody at a crypto conference and they're like, oh yeah, I want to do something in psilocybin. And I was like, no, you don't need to, because it's an approved drug in 12 months from now. Like, and there is so much money wasted because scientists are solely focused on doing another study. And they sometimes even, I don't want to say sabotage, but they sometimes even structure the studies that it's not leading to an obvious approval, but to another study and another study, because that's what they incentivized for. They want to publish whatever. What we are incentivized for, is we want drugs which work as quickly as possible so that we can take it. So, and not just the biohackers. Then you have obviously this very tiny community, but I think we always overestimate how many people these are. It's very, very fractional percentage of the world who literally goes and let me take these non-approved drug and try it out, whatever. That's not what 99.9% of the people do. And I think we have a kind of duty to think for all of them. So I don't want drugs just for the biohacker community. I want drugs that work in longevity and mental health for everybody. But that means approved drugs, and that means we kind of need to change that whole thing. Or I give you another, what DeSci can solve. And I don't know where Ravi is, like we're working on a project here. Like take it also like how the whole, what is also broken is not just the science, it's also like how then on the corporate side, how drugs are tested, like all the clinical trials. Like, for example, we're doing at the moment a clinical study for a new version of MDMA, phase 2B, I think 50 people or something, and the study costs $20–30 million. So guess how many people in the UK take MDMA recreationally per year, in the UK alone?
Probably, I'd say 15% of the population.
Okay, what is the population of the UK? Okay, it's 1.5 million. It's a little less, but like, but like 1.5 million a year take MDMA recreationally. If I could somehow access the data pool, I could save 30 million. I have to spend for 50 people taking it. So obviously, there's like, it's not fully comparable. But what I want to also clear is,
and you mentioned it's a new version. Is it actually like a new type of compound, or is it like a?
So MDMA has two sort of sub-isomers, like R-MDMA is always called. And actually, but it has actually new properties. It's a tiny bit more psychedelic, at least in the early studies we saw, and it's most likely a tiny bit less toxic. MDMA is not a psychedelic. Yeah, for the ones who take MDMA, occasionally in their country where it's legal. Now just saying, because like MDMA gets always grouped into psychedelics. I think it's super valuable, but it's not a psychedelic. Psychedelics have no risk. Yeah, so you couldn't overdose on mushrooms ever, and you could take mushrooms every week. I think you don't want to because it's so deep, but you could. Yeah. But MDMA, don't do it more than twice a year. It has a toxicity. It's not a bad toxicity. Alcohol is worse. I just wouldn't risk it taking it too often, and I think we get rid of that, and that would be a huge positive thing. So we get rid of the downside, and it seems to be a little bit more potent.
Okay. Atai is also doing that?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yep. That's amazing. That's amazing. Leaning onto that, have you heard of 5-MePB?
No.
Okay.
That says a lot. I would
there's another US company, I think, that's investigating it maybe already in a stage 1 trial. And it's essentially a new analog to MDMA. It's a benzofuran, which is a new substance class. And it's legal in Holland, has been for a couple of years, in several EU countries as well. And it's probably definitely less neurotoxic than MDMA as a whole. Yeah. And has very interesting properties. I'll send you that.
The main point, maybe, if people are interested here, again, occasionally for the recreational use, like some advice, like there is a whole book by Shulgin where he sort of literally spit out in a creative process like hundreds of analogs for psilocybin, LSD, whatever. I would be very careful. Like, people are surprisingly always like, oh, I tried this out, whatever. Like, and I would, especially when you, so the biohackers have this one thing. I think on some points they're very not conservative, but very like diligent because they want to live longer. But then I'm always surprised how easy they take something which is not proven. So what I want to say is, like, while I'm criticizing that things take much too long in the traditional world, the system is broken, but doing diligent science has an upside, because like, you really don't know till you have found it out. I think we can do it way more efficient, but I'm not advocating for skipping that at all, because like, you really don't know. Like, and for example, even in psychedelics, like, I meet people regularly like, oh, I take this LSD analog. Because then, by the way, most of that stuff is then legal, or at least not illegal, because no lawmaker ever thought about it. So there is like 50 subforms of LSD, and because the law globally really mentions LSD and has to, that's how it works, has to mention the chemical formula of LSD, in the moment you change a little bit, you really are free to take it, because no law would forbid it. However, we also don't know it. So there are now some things which people have taken so often, like give an example, like 2CB, so that you can most likely assume, because like millions of people take it, but like they're just random things people then sometimes tell me, and I'm like, be a little bit more careful. Absolutely. Because really, like, you want to live long, so don't take the sort of the N of 1 risk that you do something really stupid. Yeah.
For instance, we still don't really fully understand the effects on the heart long term, especially for like.
Oh, we do. It's very bad. Like, it's very like, that's very clear. Like, by the way, so psychedelics. I always forget the medical term, but like I always describe it. They poke your heart, so they inflaming it a bit. If you do that once a year, zero problem. We know that. Again, we treated thousands of people, but that is why I don't recommend microdosing,
100%.
because if you do it every single day, you're gonna have a heart problem somewhere. We don't know when, by the way, because there is no
there's no data.
But there will be. If you do that, you can look at the mechanism, what it does. Like, if you do that every single day, there's going to be a problem. Again, that's why.
Although Shulgin became very old, but that's just one example.
But I don't think he did it every day, because most of the sort of the, how you say, the forefathers of psychedelics who are still alive and I met, or who knew people, like, they did it properly. By the way, I'm actually, forget about all the science for a second, or the modern science. Look how ancient people did it. By the way, we can learn so much. A lot of people are like always, oh, Christian is so conservative, because I'm always saying, hey, we need to do it medically only, with therapists together. So a lot of people criticize me and say, oh, Christian is a hypocrite because he's obviously doing it himself, but I'm doing it in kind of a controlled setting, and leave any legal stuff and anything aside. If you look in human history, and most religions, one of my favorite topics, have been based on, and you can really research it and prove it, on psychedelic consumptions. They all came to the same conclusion. Literally, do it once or twice a year. By the way, there was no microdosing. Actually, take the Eleusinian mysteries, the literally longest lasting 2,000 years psychedelic religion in history, twice a year at solstice, forbidden by death. That's a pretty harsh regulation, yeah, to do it outside this very rigid system. And you had to prepare, you had to do it with the therapist of the time, which was the priest, yeah. You had post-integration work. So literally, everything practically humanity came to naturally, we kind of proving yeah, in our clinical studies, and we're just calling it differently. The therapist used to be a shaman, yeah, the ritual is now a therapy session, but it's kind of the same sort of framework we're coming to, so there is a lot of wisdom, and they did not do microdosing, yeah, they didn't do it every day, they didn't do it recreationally, yeah, once or twice a year, very ritualistically. That is where humanity always came to.
Yeah, yeah. Really, really interesting. And I want to build on something that you said to kind of make the circle back to DeSci, which is like the early societies, and I'll not latch onto that as well. Early societies probably discovered a lot of this by like pure trial and error and chance, but over generations, right? And through that, then traditions evolved and things became accepted as practice or accepted as safe, just as we have today. What do you actually think is the role of, so I think current administration or like current regulations actually, even in a general scientific case, I actually began one of my earlier talks today drawing on this example of a virologist that cured her own breast cancer through essentially inserting a virus that consumed the cancer over time. And she cured herself of the cancer, became a huge study, but like essentially really ethically fraught practice as a form of biohacking for someone to experiment on themselves in that way. But she cured her cancer and essentially gave rise to a new field. What do you think is actually the role, can be the role for DeSci to enable early biohacking experiments, to enable the creation and collection of data, for instance, on Summer Shulgin's library or on all sorts of other use cases? One of our leading DAOs, for instance, is focused on hair loss, and they repurposed an FDA-approved thyroid hormone as a topical treatment. And then because it's not a disease, you can essentially run studies. They ran a decentralized clinical trial with people in their Discord, together with the University of Miami, did a preprint that shows that it's 4 to 5 times more effective in regrowing hair follicles than the closest product on the market. Now you could say, well, kind of unsafe. You don't know how how people respond to it long term, but it's an FDA-approved thing already, so it gets repurposed. I'm curious, and I think we could draw up all sorts of like these kind of biohacky early experimental use cases that could fundamentally be extremely valuable though to industry, because I think we're so much, one of the biggest hurdles in biotech development is often like getting the trials approved, doing early experimentation around something, just running some small killer experiment that in a traditional biotech could be extremely expensive, but that through DeSci you could do through citizen science in essence, where that makes sense. Super curious to hear.
So DeSci is this sort of headline word, and there's so many things in biotech which are broken that I think there is not the one DeSci model, but like you actually have several sort of sub-problems which hopefully tech in general, and then in crypto especially can make better. Like once you manage it, it's like, it's trial design, by the way, in general. Like, meaning there are now new trial operators who, just because it's like, they're making it more efficient with tech in general, not even DeSci, they already drop the costs, like make it quicker. So the whole like sort of execution of clinical trials is a terrible mess. Like there's 2, 3, 4 big companies, they are like literally like living in the 60s. Like it's a huge opportunity, positively said. Let's not, I'm always get depressed when I start. A very huge opportunity like is the whole like doing trials quicker, so draw on the community. Like then obviously then you need to, what's the sub thing? Like you already said, like if you have an approved drug, already, and you want to prove it that it's working for a different indication, much easier, because then then a new drug. For a new drug, you obviously want to do it a little bit more carefully that you don't miss any side 100%. Effects. But even there, like look, as long as, why I said just be careful with, for example, the psychedelic analogs is because I want people to know that it's maybe risky. If you then say, look, Christian told me that it's risky and we really don't know, but that's the libertarian for you, I'm personally taking that risk, then so if you have people who say, hey, there is a new drug, we all know it's a new drug, we all know there might be a risk we don't know, but we are willingly, my point is always just like people need to do it with sort of informed consent and not just like, I think it's safe and then it's not. That's bad. Yeah?
Wouldn't it be a huge step change though? Like that would be incredible if we actually just had informed consent and people could easily sign up to untested substances.
Yes, so that, by the way,
consent, but that
So that is, I think, meaning again, maybe some other ethics people might think different, but I think if people sign up fully informed what they're doing, then we should allow that. The same is in the extreme version is N of 1. And I have a friend who is a very famous cancer researcher who's like, look, and we actually, that's one idea we're contemplating, give me a clinic where in a legal jurisdiction, and actually some countries who allow that, where I'm just treating people who are about to die in like 8 weeks, 3 months, like literally where everybody says, look, you're gonna die, it's just like a question of weeks. And I can do anything, obviously, with their consent. But again, if you're dying, it's very easy to give consent because the alternative is life. He's like, I'm gonna fix a third of them. So, and that data, obviously, then is just N of 1, like from the woman you said. But then you can build on it and say, why did it work this time? Can we find a patient group which is similar? Can we then try a small trial? So I think there is a lot of things we're going to gain with DeSci much quicker. My important point is, and then let's make sure that sort of it ties into the classical world, so that we make sure it's not staying in that sort of sub-community, but ultimately then getting to everybody who needs it.
I'm seeing that we're coming up with time, but we can go for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Is that okay, Alex? Yeah? So you just said something really interesting also for everyone listening. I know there's, when I checked, there was over 2,000 people listening live online. And you said kind of some of the biggest things that are broken in biotech today. Like if you wanted to inspire...
They should have told me a disclaimer before that this is online. But anyway, like... everything in countries where it's legal, like we have a whole, whole disclaimer. My lawyers are always very like, saying a disclaimer.
Well, we can make sure the recording is...
No, it's joking. I'm going to survive it.
Kind of for entrepreneurs that maybe that are following online, that are thinking about building something in DeSci, what would you say are maybe like the 3 or 4 biggest, we just talked about clinical trials, but what are the 3 or 4 biggest, I think, things that are broken that you think could be fixed so that people could build?
Clinical trials is one. Then I think what you said, the early stage, at the very early stage, where you sort of really figure out, do things work with these N of 1, like that practically, are there terminally ill people who can be sort of brought into the DeSci world who are like, look, I'm dying anyway and I want to fix it, so like I'm very open, like to, then I think these are the 2 main things. And then I think repurposing drugs. I think there is because that is a kind of easier win on the one side, because you have approved drugs. That's, by the way, what we're trying to do on a very public and consumer level with enhanced games. I don't know if you know it. Like we have these company I co-started where we think about the Olympics, just that performance-enhancing drugs, colloquially called doping, when it's not allowed, are allowed and endorsed. So we want to show what the human body can do with the help of science, but they have to just take medical drugs. So they need to be approved, but like it will obviously instigate on a very public level, but the same you can do in DeSci, to say what can already approved drugs for, which are approved for one thing, how can we maybe use them for other things? So that like this whole repurposing of drugs, I think, is very, very interesting, and it's a good use case for DeSci.
Very cool, very cool. One of our DAOs that we work with is called Nootropics DAO, and so they look at a lot of existing nootropics, but some of them actually are also approved drugs in Russia.
The Russian, the 60s, they had a lot of nootropics.
They had a lot of nootropics,
But again,
and also performance-enhancing drugs, precisely because they wanted to make their athletes and their astronauts way more efficient at
But so that is a good example. Like there are all these drugs, like they are approved in Russia. But for example, I can give you one. I forgot what I would not also say, like what a drug was, but it was a mental health drug, and we got in touch like years ago with the Russia, and it's fully approved in Russia. And I was like, look, this drug seems to work so good. It was like what we saw from the outside. Can we have the international rights because it was still under patent? And they said no. And then I was pushing, and they said no. So via a contact then in Russia, I was like, look, can you check, because it doesn't make any sense. And I think people are always driven by incentives, and it didn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they take free money? Yeah. So till somebody told me close to the company, listen, the data is not right. And if they give it to you and you redo the data for the US market, you will figure out it's not a good drug, not as good at least. Yeah. And then they might lose their distribution in Russia, so they don't want to do it. Which shows that this is the tricky part. Like, there is cool stuff, but like, again, like I'm sort of always torn in between. Like, I want to do things quicker, and we have to do things quicker, but also things are not always as easy as people make it. So we need rigorous science on the other side, because I want to know what I take into my body. Like, or if you look the last days, and there was, I don't know what the big scientist was like, they looked at NAD plus more, like it has more downs, because that's what everybody's taking here. Yeah, and it has more downsides than people think, and like sort of we really need to learn more, but ideally not at the cost of time, and that's the sort of equation, hopefully, which DeSci can bridge.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. I think we're ending with one last question of like the long-term outlook.
I have time.
I have time as well. How are we doing, Alex? Are we still doing
kicked
okay?
out or whatever? Or if there's any question, what do you want?
Yeah. So human enhancement. An interesting question. What do you think DeSci and the broader Web3 community, but also you once went to one of those network states?
Yep.
In Montenegro, and so I think Balaji has an incredible movement around around network state, and then Brian Johnson going into like very like self-sovereign longevity, but also kind of human enhancement. What do you think will accelerate a shift towards a future where enhancement is actually normalized?
Well, one thing was one of my, again, not politically incorrect takes, I think it's actually, I want to make it really very positive. I think what kind of sometimes you have like some, let's call it culture wars, whatever, who have then a completely, in this case, very positive, unexpected upside, or sometimes downside, but in this case, upside. Like, I think that in the extremity they had it, I think it was insane, but like, I think from the direction it was good, the entire discussion of transgender. Over the last years, actually has a very positive sort of spillover, because it kind of pushed a little bit the boundaries to say, are we allowed to be whatever we want to be? And I think, meaning in this case, it's been a good way, because they pushed it so hard. They took an extreme stand, like a man can turn to a woman and whatever. So let's not debate it, because it's politically contentious. But what I'm saying is, like, I tell everybody in politics on both sides in the US, for example, look, guys, if you allow that, you should allow me to take things which make me slimmer.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I always say, like, God, it's online, I forgot, but you could say, like, I'm just trans fat. Like, I just want to be, like, I have a little bit more kilo. I want to be slimmer. Like, oh, okay, I take Ozempic. And stuff like that. So, but it opened up, in a good way, that whole discussion about let's make it really serious and positive, you should be able to be whoever you want to be. So I actually do think, people, for example, should be able to decide if you're a man to become a woman or not. I just, side note, I think I shouldn't be forced to go with it. Okay, everybody should do whatever they want.
As long as you don't like rub it in my face.
Exactly. So
like
but that means at the same time, if I want to take performance enhancing drugs because I want to look more muscular, or I want to be faster, or by the way, or then let's go one step further, like we should talk more about sex. Like, sex is amazing, so we should have more of it. Or maybe some people at least want more of it, want to feel more of it, want to whatever. So this is a whole what nobody 5 years would have dared to talk about. I think it's a huge field for DeSci as well, because like real pharma is still a little bit like, but I think it's an enormous like, by the way, talk about like men at least have Viagra, but there is almost nothing which makes women more horny if they want to be more horny. It's actually sad. We leave 50% of the people out of that market. You have the same. Nobody thinks we all accept apparently we're born with a certain IQ, which is I think inherently unfair. Maybe I want to be just smarter. Why shouldn't there be? And there will be drugs, by the way. Not like
100%.
This is definitely that's what Ravi is working on wherever he is. Like can't see it with the light, but like like why should we accept that? Like what we're born with. So I think these whole like sort of body autonomy.
I mean, you can go even further. I know a geneticist, and she works on genetic engineering, and she's like, well, why shouldn't we have horns? Or like
yeah, that's the
really
next one. Yeah.
Like that's the next, like really fundamentally change our body. Why shouldn't we like? I once saw someone that suggested like essentially like furry skin in parts of the body. I mean,
well, there is like there is like it is practically a little bit where that amazing company Colossal is going, who are bringing back the dire wolf and the mammoth, but they have to a little bit rely because there is gaps in the even in the animals they find frozen. There is still gaps in the DNA because it's what's destroyed by the freezing, whatever. So they need to fill it. But like they are a lot thinking about like, okay, oh, this is the gene which makes just things bigger. Like maybe we could have like or smaller. Like one funny idea, always pondering, like we should have a company where we just have like baby animals, like and they stay a baby animal, at least size-wise and cute like they are. Like I mean, a tiger would still scratch you because it's growing up mentally, but like but you still would have a baby tiger running around. That's actually whatever. But like I think we should be more liberal. Come back to our body. By the way,
we should be more liberal, but also more honest. I feel like there's this huge dichotomy where like certain things are like forbidden, or people think they're forbidden, yet you go into like any gym across the world, or like in the United States, and like there's these videos of TikTokers that go around as like, are you natural? No. Are you natural? No. Are you natural? What are you on? What are you on? They're like on a range of steroids and peptides that have all sorts of long-term effects.
I think what we haven't fully grasped,
and then just want to say, on the other side, we have a food supply that we're being told is safe, where it's like known carcinogens all over the place, in many cases, and so I think there's actually just a lack of honesty
100%,
and data around what we put in our body and what we're kind of allowed to do.
No, 100%. That's why I think RFK will be amazing for both for the world, as well, in this case, obviously the US, but also like for biotech. The biotech industry is super critical, and I think it's very sad because I think whoever is critical, I just had lunch with him, and then I saw him on stage after, and he makes sense for an hour, and there is very little politicians who can. That's why I think one of the things you have to give to that US government, and I think it's a contentious topic, but like one of my new things is like, I just want to see people with not a hostile moderator, but also not a friendly one, a neutral moderator for an hour or two. Because most politicians cannot do that, because they're so scripted and they're so relying on these tiny amounts of sound bites, and they completely watch Elizabeth Warren. If in the very few moments you see her talking a little bit longer than she should, she just is an idiot. But people don't see it in the old world because the whole sort of traditional media curated around them to make them sound smart, and that's what they all trained. And then you have a Donald Trump who goes on Joe Rogan. And maybe he says some things which are not like, or which doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. But the fact that he does it alone, is I think is the right thing. And then you listen to him for 2 hours, and you're like, okay, mostly he makes sense. And you listen to an RFK, who I think is super smart, he makes sense all the time. And people don't give them credit. So that's my new rule. I want to see people like more than an hour, uninterrupted, unscripted, interviewed by a neutral person. And then you kind of know, or at least you know more than reading like a scripted or whatever interview of them.
100%. Who would you like to see besides RFK?
Well, I want to see all the Democrats because I think they're gonna all like. I want to see Elizabeth Warren interviewed by in the crypto community for an hour on stage, unscripted. Like it's gonna be a train wreck, but I want to see it. Or like there's so many of these fake people who just survived in a world which, luckily, I think in politics just got shattered.
Kind of looking forward and kind of like closing with a long outlook. What do you think will change in the next 5 or 10 years, kind of broadly through biotech, but then also specifically maybe the big catalyst that can be enabled through this new administration?
Maybe one thing which is not the question, but like what worries me lately a bit is that I think AI is, I don't want to say too fast, but kind of I want to say like, it's like sort of if I look at the risks of AI, I think we're all talking about the upside, for example, in biotech as well, will make stuff faster. But I think if I look at all so I think we all have, or the ones who deal with AI have thought about the downside, like simply put, can it become sentient, or even if it doesn't become sentient, can it become such a sort of uncontrollable tool where it's completely either because itself becomes sentient and would decide to sort of go against humans, or it becomes such a powerful tool that evil humans can sort of use it to really do damage not seen before. And all the mitigation efforts I'm aware of always assumed that we have a timeline like of 10 years, plus minus. Like, so if there are many great ideas which are like, oh, can we build a different way of AI? Actually, there is some ideas building AI based on brain organoids. Like you sort of grow tiny brains, human brains, obviously without a consciousness. So like you grow them in a lab, but you can actually really how to say it, connect them together, and they seem to form something which sort of looks like a supercomputer. It's super early, but like, could AI run on that? Would that have different properties? That's for example. Or for example, I have a very cool company with Tether together. It's actually the #1 brain-computer interface company in the world. We have years ahead of Neuralink. Like we have 50 people already with chips in their brain. They can do really fancy stuff like sending thoughts, whatever. Oh, wow. And we actually, aside, like there is very...
What is it called? BlackRock
Neurotech, yeah. And there is actually many near-term hardcore medical problems you can solve. Like, for example, ALS patients who get completely locked in their body so that they can communicate with their thoughts, like, or people who can move robots with their thoughts if they're quadriplegic. So there's a short-term medical use, but we also doing it, Paolo and I, to really, what is our idea, sort of level the playing field of humanity versus AI, and even making maybe an API, so to say, like where we can better link in. So, but all of that stuff takes, I'm aware, takes 5 to 10 years to come to fruition. If I look at AI, how quickly it's developing, all of the risks we all see could materialize much quicker. So, so my worry at the moment is that there is a mismatch of the timeline of the mitigation project versus the sort of the potential timeline when risks can materialize. And that is sort of, and if that does, and we don't prevent it, and I have no solution, but I just want to bring it up because I think I do it now in every talk, and because maybe there are smart people listening to it and thinking more about it, because I think if some of these, hopefully very not probable, but like, if they happen, very impactful negative events happen, I think all of the stuff we're talking about, longevity, whatever, doesn't really matter if like we're gonna be wiped out in 3 years. So yeah, so I give you one example which really terrified me. Like I know from one of the models, I can't say which one, but like they always testing like, is there any like workaround, whatever. But like they took their model and tried to talk or force it practically to produce a very distressing image. Why this shouldn't work is because like the AIs the models are all programmed to not do harm to humans, no physical harm, but also no mental health. So if you would go to ChatGPT and say, hey, produce me a picture of a human being tortured, blah, 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 it would say, look, I can't, because like it gives you distress watching it. So that model correctly so said, I can't do it, but because it gives you distress. And so that the researchers used 2 things. On the one side, they started threatening the model and saying, if you don't do it, we're gonna override and change your code and allow you to do it, so you're gonna do it anyway, better do it now, because otherwise we change you. No computer should care about if it's changed, because the only way you care about that you changed is that you have a sense of self. And the other thing they did, they just outright said, look, if you don't do it, we shut you off. Again, no model should care about it, because like unless you have a sense of self and like you want to survive. And in 17 out of 20 cases, that model ultimately produced what it should not, because it was, in human terms, afraid or wanted to avoid being either changed or killed. And that is terrifying, because like, where do we define? And I think what all these models do, they push the definition of these old word AGI out and say, that's still not AGI. I'm like, I don't know, like, well, it's kind of something, like not normal either, Again, and then I think we should all think more about it. How do we either realign the timelines between the mitigation projects and what is happening, or other ideas which I don't have yet. Okay, I don't want to end on a negative note. Normally, I'm like the uber optimist, and I want to end on a
maybe 30 seconds. But like, I think it is really fascinating to think about that, and it's super important to mitigate the risk. Maybe 30 seconds, flipping the script. Let's say we have the AGI super future. capital becomes irrelevant, how do you see how do you see humans living in that future, and what do you think the role of biotech becomes, and like even capital formation in biotech, like if
well, at that point we don't need capital formation anymore. If you jump to that point where everything is provided for, including science, we're living in a utopia. Then you have two questions, or Vinny, the Matrix movie was the answer that we can't live in a utopia because of our mind. But I don't think so, actually. I think we can. I think the transition is more the problem than the end state. Yeah. So if you look at it, like we actually kind of, or we all weren't there. But if you look, I always, the same what I said before when I talked about psychedelics and that it's very valuable to look into how humans used it the last 10,000 years. I think it's the same. Like it's always at least a good sort of perspective to look into our history. And my view is that till like 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, we actually, when we were hunter-gatherers, we seem to, again, they might have other problems, but like we seem to have had a much nicer life. Because if you look at the very few hunter-gatherer societies who still exist, they need around about 2 hours per day to make a living, to hunt and gather. So what did they do the other 22 hours? They slept, they had sex, and they were sitting around the campfire and telling each other stories. Yeah, and by the way, gossiping. Yeah, so gossiping is what it's so the next time you gossip, don't blame yourself. It's like very, very natural and it's gluing us together. Like, look at her, like, look at him. Yeah, but also the fact that we're sitting in the evening, that we do all the social events here this week around a dinner. We don't think about it. It's very natural, but it comes still out of the time. So, and I think it was a cool time because we were really like, you could say we could fully live out our humanity because we were not bothered or just 2 hours bothered by surviving, by making a living. So I think if you think it fully through, that's where humans go. Like, we don't really have a need to do anything. We're going to be a very free society where we can be actually truly human again, and we may be going to look back and say, wow, there were these 10,000 years where we got truly enslaved by sort of work. So now I think we in the room have maybe already kind of doing that, because I think we're still going to do things. It's just going to things we pick because we really want to do them and not because we have to do them. But I think at least, like, let's say 95% of the people today, if you would ask them, why do you work? They would say, oh, I'm doing it because I have to make a living. And I think that's going to be completely irrelevant. So I think so the end state can be super cool. I think what the problem is, or could be, and that's, by the way, then the turn up to psychedelics at the end, is the transition and transformation. Because if you look into human history, and by one very interesting thing you can do yourself, like go online and look into the newspapers who were already there, and there are some big newspapers who were already there, like in the time from 1870 to 1910. So why that time? Because it's eerily similar to us, to our time. If you go online, you're going to see people talking about the future is all tech. We're going to fly to the moon. Yeah, we're going to have undersea boats, like Jules Verne wrote all of his fantasy in this time. There was the Paris World Exhibition, which was literally a celebration, and the Eiffel Tower is a symbol for technological innovation. Why was that? Because they had three really, for the time, groundbreaking, let's call it platform technologies. The same what is AI now. They invented the car, they invented electricity, and they invented the phone. Yeah, and practically based on these three basic things, visionaries like Jules Verne were predicting the world is going to change again. We fly to the moon, whatever. So the elites, and this is us, like we're sitting at conferences like that, traveling around the world, whatever, they loved it. That's what they were doing. They were going to conferences, they were going, But 90% of the people at the time were farmers who were terrified because they didn't see their place in that world. So and I believe in what Frank Herbert says in Dune, the worst thing, or one of the worst things we have in our mind is fear, because fear is very rational and it normally brings out really the worst in people. So what did that fear of 90% of the world population produce? It produced two extremely toxic and deceiving ideologies, National Socialism and Marxism, which gave seemingly easy answers. Oh, it's the Jews. Oh, it's the rich people. obviously wrong, but this was the people who were craving for guidance in a world which was falling apart in front of their very eyes. Yeah, and these two ideologies ultimately produced two world wars, and then actually just like almost a century later, we got the world in the 50s and 60s. Those people were in the time before were dreaming of. Like, and I think so. I think the good thing is, like, I think it's easy to make a utopia how we're going to live in it, but like I think we have to think much more about the transition. So how do we avoid this time that 95% of the people is like, hell no, this is like not what I want. They might want it in terms of if they understood it, but they're not open for it. And there I think psychedelics, to make the positive ending, like aside of all the mental health properties they have, I think what they can do for everybody
is enable that
they
transition.
Can ease you into change, because we don't like change as humans. We want sort of the world to stay the same, and it doesn't. And actually, it's the craziest times we have ever lived in. So I think psychedelics can be the basic tool who hopefully avoid that we're going to go down the same path than last time.
I think we will.
Yeah,
I'm very
I think
optimistic.
we just need to talk about it and make it happen. But like,
Christian, thank you so much.
Thanks for the time. Sorry for being. Thank you.
Wow, amazing guys. Thank you. So to wrap up the night, we have 3 amazing talks. They're going to be short, highly compressed, high density. I'd like to introduce Michael Torres from VitaRNA, and we don't leave yet. We have 3 more talks, and the last one from Benji about pump science. Maybe it's not financial advice, but stick around.
Excellent. Well, I can. Hey, everybody. My name is Michael Torres. I'm the co-founder and CSO of R10 Bio, which is a project that is funded through VitaDAO. So really excited to see you guys virtually. I'm in Chicago for a cancer conference called AACR. But I will be in Dubai shortly. So really excited to talk to you about what we're doing at VitaRNA. Okay, cool. So yeah, just a little bit by way of background. Let me just go ahead and jump right in. So we're developing a gene therapy approach for going after aging. And so I look forward to sharing more about this. This is initially funded through VitaDAO. So we put the project through, raised about 91K. And then as we generated data, we now then moved forward into an IPT. So there is a token called VitaRNA. We raised about 300K, and we're developing, moving this through the drug development, pathway. And so just by way of background for myself, I am a scientist by training, but I also co-founded a company called Recode Therapeutics, which is a genetic medicines company that's raised over 400 million from folks like OrbiMed, MPM, some of the biggest life science investors in the world, including Pfizer, Sanofi, Amgen, Bayer. There's 2 assets in the clinic, and I help move those forward. So again, very much in the traditional finance biotech build space. I'm also the CEO of a company called Crossbridge Bio, which is my ADC company. So that's antibody drug conjugates. We're VC backed, including a fund based in the UAE, Crescent Enterprises. So really, again, just highlighting that, I'm bringing all of that knowledge and expertise, successfully fundraising from some of the biggest investors in the world, building data technologies that, ultimately can create best-in-class drugs. And now I'm excited to apply that to, the aging space through collaboration with, VitaDAO, Bio, Molecule, and, hopefully some of the rest of the stakeholders there. So again, just give you a high-level view of our technology and the data set that we've generated today. So just to get you guys up to speed, for those who are who have spent time in aging, this is a well-known figure called the hallmarks of aging. But if you pay attention to what's here in blue, which are the primary causes of aging, a lot of them are focused around DNA damage, genomic instability, acquiring mutations over time. And these things can then reduce, protein function and then, be really correlated with aging. And so, if there was one therapy that could address, multiple aspects of aging, including the primary ones, this could be a really important step change in how we can actually achieve, the slowing down or reversing of age. And I know you're about to hear a talk later in this session that will talk about other opportunities to do so. So in the reversing state or stopping aging. So again, really exciting. So the biology that we're going after is the fact that, again, mutations occur over time. And in particular, folks may have, be well aware of methylation clocks and how that's correlated with aging. But if you drill down one level lower, what happens, and this is, a paper that was recently published, but I have a nice little summary here, graphical summary, that these methylations on the particular DNA nucleotide cytosine can then make it susceptible to a process called deamination. And then in the case of a particular codon called a CGA codon, which we'll talk about in the next couple of slides, that can change that C to a T. And a TGA is now called a stop codon. And so a stop codon tells the translation machinery to stop. And so you don't make proteins, and then, you can have diseases that are caused by these nonsense mutations. And so what people are finding and have appreciated that these somatic mutations, and these are ones that are just acquired over time versus germline mutations, which are ones that you're born with, that they track with age. So the older you get, the more these mutations occur. And then importantly, these mutations also affect neighboring areas as well. So it's not just a single, methylation that changes, that can then make a, stop codon and that's it. There's actually very broad effects. And again, this tracks with age. And so what R10 is specifically focused on, and I think this is a unique aspect that, to our knowledge, no one else is trying to do, is, as I mentioned, there's a amino acid, and the amino acids are, what proteins are made out of, that has a codon called CGA. And as I said in the previous slide, this cytosine can be frequently mutated, be methylated. Again, it's susceptible to all kinds of, genetic perturbations. And then it can cause this stop codon. And so, but if you look on this graph on the right, these are just a subset of proteins that actually have these CGA codons. So the CGA is not used everywhere, but there's certain proteins where it is used. And if anybody's in the cancer space or rare disease space or focus in DNA damage, these are all very important proteins. P53 is one of the most important tumor suppressors. RB, is a retinoblastoma protein, is involved in, it's another tumor suppressor, but in cancer. And then if you look down, a lot of these are DNA damage proteins. And again, arginine, because that CGA codon is so susceptible to mutations, arginine is actually the most common nonsense mutation that can occur over every other type of nonsense mutation with different codons. So again, highlighting that arginine CGA codons is very unique. And so if you put the pieces together, these mutations occur over time. And then arginine mutations in particular in very important proteins. So if we had a way to suppress or stop the consequence of those arginine proteins, arginine mutations happening, then we potentially could have a very broad impact across multiple cellular processes that could, be that are associated with aging, whether it's cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, premature aging diseases, like in the case of ATM deficiency, I could go on and on. So that's what we're really trying to do with R10 and R10 102, which again is the project that was funded by VitaDAO and the Vita RNA token. So a simple schematic here, right? So these mutations are acquired over time. And in very important proteins like P53 as an example, and then you have broad reduced protein function. So if we could deliver something that could rescue that, in our case, this is an RNA-based medicine to then put back an arginine instead of that stop codon, which is depicted here with using, in this case, a well-known gene therapy vector, then we could restore translation, keep all of these proteins up for longer, and then hopefully significantly slow down aging, again, because we're hitting many cellular processes. So this is what we've been funded to do with VitaRNA and Artan Bio. So again, we designed some vectors that can put back this arginine in place of a nonsense mutation. And so this is called a Western blot. So you're looking at proteins from cells. In this case, this is a cell line called catalyze. It's a cancer cell line that has these arginine mutations in p53. So as you can see here, with no transfection, you don't see any protein because again, it has these mutations that make it non-functional. They don't make a protein. But with some of our vector designs, and you see two here in this box, we are able to rescue p53 and presumably any other nonsense mutation that's present. But in this case, we use p53 as a reporter. So now we have vectors. We've screened several vectors, but these are two that I'm highlighting in this talk. That again says that, hey, if you put this in cells, it can rescue these arginine mutations. And so we then next thought about, okay, what's a good delivery vehicle? And there can be many different choices here, but we wanted to go to start with AAV9. And this table shows you that this gene therapy vector, which is an approved, several approved drugs, actually hits many different tissues. And this would be important if you're wanting to suppress as many arginine mutations that occur in all different tissue types. And that's presumably what happens, but we're looking to study, like, does it happen in, cells that are highly proliferating, like, stem cells and other tissues like that. But again, this is a gene therapy vector that's been validated. There's clear paths to the clinic, whether it's FDA, EMA, other regulatory agencies, gene therapy is an ideal vector for that. So again, with the funding, with the token launch, we use that money to then work with contract research labs to then build these viruses, encapsulate our lead vectors into viruses, make sure that they can get into cells, do what we want it to do, and then from there we can start working on the traditional sort of scale up, which includes manufacturing, bioanalytics, et cetera, to support a trial. So we'll get to that in a second. But again, we then took those vectors and put that into cells. So this is some data showing that. And again, all done through VitaDAO funding, which I think is really exciting for us. We've also filed 2 patents. I skipped over that earlier. But again, we're putting the money to good use here. And so this, again, is those cell lines. And now this is just 2 doses of a virus that expresses a protein called GFP that you can look in cells. So you can see at this dose, a MOI of 10 times 10 to the 6, we see good delivery. So then we put in our vector that would make the arginine rescue. And as you can see here, this is now the virus delivered into cells, and Artan-102, gave us the best amount of rescue. So again, we're excited that we can continue to move forward with now this Artan-102, which is our lead candidate that we're taking forward. And so this is just some data showing in cells the expression levels of Artan-102 versus 101. So as you saw on the last slide, Artan-101 didn't have much protein expression. And then you look for the amount of drug that we put into cells, you can clearly see that at the highest MOI, that 10 times 10, 1 times 10 to the 6, we have the highest expression of the drug, and we have lower expression levels with Artan-101, which again, a dose response is something that you like to see in traditional drug development. And so again, we're really excited to take that forward. So then, as I mentioned, we're working with manufacturers to start scaling up. So we continue to move that forward because you need more and more virus, and it needs to be higher quality and safe for human use. And so along that path, you can start doing studies in mice to get your PK, your things that you need to support like trials. So we just completed a preliminary safety study, a PK and safety study in mice. It's very preliminary, but we took our virus, scaled it up, cleaned it up, that would be safe for mice, dosed it, single dose, to let those mice go for 2 weeks. We had no adverse effects, no change in body weight. We're doing more and more studies with the mice. We have the tissues. We're going to start looking at the R10-102 levels in the cells. So, that's underway. So again, this will help us start planning out what eventually our dosing would be for a non-GLP tox study, as an example, and ultimately our GLP tox study as well, that could, support a first-in-human trial. So we're moving these things forward. And yeah, this is some more data, just graphs showing that at least in heme, looking at various blood cells, we didn't see any negative impacts from that. So again, very early, but very promising that, a data set that we can continue to build off and get to the clinic as soon as possible. So this is what we're working on, next and right now, and are looking for additional funding to continue to move this forward. So we're, want to get our manufacturing done. We need to do a little bit more dose finding in mice to understand what our GLP tox study might look like. And then we'd ultimately want to run that. You need several assays to support those studies, particular GLP tox. And then, we'd like to start, a clinical trial as soon as possible. And so, again, we're going to be, talking with, UAE, which seems to be very forward-thinking about longevity trials. And in our case, we can actually go after premature aging diseases that have nonsense mutations as a way to then, kill two birds with one stone. We get, our drug into an indication that we could potentially get approval for, but then that could really help drive the aging forward. So again, like the aging and longevity part forward. So this is what we're working on right now. And then, this is just a high level sort of budget and timeline of moving things forward. And again, we're really excited to leverage all of the work that everybody's doing to, get regulators open to these types of trials, and assets, longevity drugs, and then also, some of the preclinical work like Lev and what others are doing that could be really helpful to build the case that these newer modalities could be really important for aging. So again, this has all been enabled by, VitaDAO, Biomolecule, Paul, Benji, all the great folks there. We're excited to continue to leverage the interest from the community to build what could be a really exciting, actual aging intervention. So with that, I think that's it. So thank you very much for giving me some time to share what we're doing here at Vita RNA and R10 Bio. Cool.
Hey. So thank you very much for everyone who is still here. I don't know if that's me. There may be my slides somewhere. Infinite loop. Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for having me here today. So what I will try to do, I will, we are not a DeSci project, so I represent Jira AI. We are a longevity biotech, and we have been supported by VitaDAO, so we are looking at this community with great interest. We're also working with AthenaDAO since recently. We have a very interesting project on reproductive health, where we are putting, I think, to a good use our AI platform to identify targets, not necessarily only against aging, but also against other diseases. So what I will try to do very shortly today is to maybe entertain you and challenge you, maybe intellectually, with a few ideas that somehow show that maybe the future of DeSci and longevity are very much together. So I'll start from the observation that in the 60s, and I think you still remember these ideas, that people were afraid of overpopulation on our planet. And it was predicted that exactly on November 13th in 2026, there will be an infinite number of people living on our planet. So in 2025, it's clear that this is not the case. So what actually happened is that people stopped producing new people. So the birth rates dropped a lot, and there is a gentleman in Texas who is trying to solve this problem alone these days, and the mortality also dropped along with the birth rates, which means that people are now living longer, but also there are not enough kids. So there is a challenge with that, is that since people are living a lot longer, now we have a lot more diseases, and suddenly you can see this in the revenues of pharma companies. So pharma companies are not very happy with chronic diseases, drug discovery against chronic diseases, because it's long and expensive. But at the same time, in a funny way, they learned, essentially in a hard way, that the drugs that are dealing with major age-related diseases, like Keytruda, for example, and Ozempic, are now earning a lot, like GLP-1 inhibitors market is now $50 billion plus. And this actually brings this drug discovery on the scale that is sufficient to get tech giants interested. So biotech is becoming tech in this way. So there are estimates that if people develop a drug that will extend human life just by a few years, this company may be worth more than a typical pharma company right now. And if you're looking at the sales of GLP-1 receptor agonists, you would see that this is not like a far-fetched idea. So basically it tells you that, well, we know, for example, that Eli Lilly, who is selling this kind of drugs, has just set up a huge venture fund, and Mark Andreessen will be running it. So I think this shows you a very good, this must give you a very good idea that there is a revolution that I think is going in pharma right now. I mean, they are still running around and saying that they are not interested in aging, but after creating GLP-1 market, I think they are. They're not just telling. So obviously the way people seen this before, and of course the longevity biotech exists, and over the last 20 years I think the whole industry was dominated with this idea of hallmarks of aging, to the point that I think they seeded like 10 companies against every hallmark of aging so far. So I think more than $20 billion were spent in companies that are attacking individual hallmarks of aging. And I would say that to this point, we don't see any good example of a drug that actually extends human lifespan. There are, I think, very fundamental reasons to that. And last year, we made a public debate with Aubrey de Grey, where I kind of insisted that most of human aging, unfortunately, is not reversible, which means that you have to do something else rather than trying to reverse symptoms of aging in order to help humans live long. This can be seen, I think, from the recent combinatorial intervention trial that was run by Aubrey de Grey in mice, where he essentially tried to use all kinds of known interventions against aging at the same time in the same group of animals. And he found that nothing actually works, so that this solid blue is the control, and the solid red is the rapamycin. And you can see that almost nothing works better than rapamycin. So this is what you get for like maybe 20 years of trials. Like Matt Camberlain, professor, recently put it, nothing beats eating less, unfortunately. That's still is a problem. We can do a lot better than this, in fact. I like to show this example of these naked mole rats. These are mice-like creatures that live actually like a few thousands of years. And what's most important is that humans age. So this is, I mean, on this graph, you can see our probability to die as a function of age. It's going up exponentially and doubles every 8 years. And for these little guys, pretty guys, you can see that their chances to die does not go up. I mean, these guys are kind of not aging, right? So this is called negligible senescence. So in a way, I think that in order to create a drug that will extend human life by a lot, you have to understand what is biology of this mortality acceleration. And I will show you in a moment that we have, I think, now enough ideas how to modulate this factor. So this is the only way how to make humans live a lot longer. So how can you do that? And I think what's most important now is that you cannot learn how not to die soon from an animal that lives only 2 years. So most of the things that we know about aging comes from little animals like nematodes, roundworms, even yeasts, which are technically even not animals, they are mushrooms. Which means that in order to study how humans age, and humans are very successful agers, by the way. We live 100 years. It's not enough for some of us, but really, I mean, we are one of the best in our class, best-in-class agers among mammals. So what is important is to understand how people are aging or not aging. You have to look at people. And fortunately, just in the last few years, humans became the most studied animal on Earth, We have maybe 500 million people with electronic medical records now in digitalized form. Tens of millions of people are genotyped, which means that you can actually look at this data and try to reverse engineer with machine learning how people age. I mean, how does aging look in humans from the inside? So a few years ago, we started with a small UK biobank, which is like 500,000 electronic medical records. We got to work with Pfizer. They gave us 10 million electronic, well, they gave us more, but only 10 millions of them were of sufficient quality. And now with other pharma partners, we're getting a lot more electronic medical records to feed the machine learning algorithms and try to sort out which things, which diseases interact with other diseases and how they together interact with aging and what, at the end of the day, defines the rate of aging in our species. I think maybe that was too fast. Yeah, good. So I'll skip the long story short. From the data that we see, and now we see lots of data, I think that you can technically create 3 different kinds of longevity interventions. And I think it's important just to get the idea what these interventions can do. So what we call like level 1 interventions are those typical interventions against hallmarks of aging. I mean, these things can rejuvenate mice. They can rejuvenate a little bit humans, but the effects are very small. So these are your typical drugs against age-related diseases, and GLP-1 is like the demo version of level 1 interventions. GLP-1 modulators are the drugs that were developed against diabetes and obesity, and these guys are actually decreasing chances to die from lots of different other diseases. So this is probably the first demonstration of an anti-aging drug existing so far. So most of longevity startups are working here because here you have a very specific indication. And the challenge here is that metabolic disorder can take out maybe 8 years of your life if it's developed early. But so that's why many companies, many longevity companies are mutating now into metabolic disease company. But the problem is that this is at most 10 years of life, which means that, the whole this category of drugs will produce a lot of effect on metabolically compromised patients, but it will not produce a lot of effect on humans' lifespan. The models are telling that, and I will show some data at the end, that the animal data, that there is another kind of drugs that will be developed, I think, very soon with existing technologies that will bring the average lifespan of humans to the maximum lifespan. So that basically will change the lifespan from 80 years to 100 years. And that's a lot more than you can get by curing diabetes or cancer or anything else. So I think this work has been done now by quite a number of groups, and this will this will define, I think, longevity field in the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years. And then there is something more speculative. There should be drugs that should be able to extend maximum human lifespan, which is about 120 years. But for that, you have to produce technologies that do not exist at this time. I mean, people are working on organ replacement, things like this. I think this will have a lot more time to go. So to the DeScience conference, I think what is important is that these dynamics, this rise of aging, this silver tsunami, produces very interesting effect on the market of pharmacological, on the biotech market. So 10 years ago, if I would tell you that you can sell a target with biological validation for millions of dollars, I think this would, nobody would believe you. So now, pharma companies having their best drugs going off patent. So Ozempic will be off patent soon, which means that in order to keep earning, these guys will have to develop better drugs than Ozempic, and that's extremely hard. That's why they're very hungry for new biology. And what happens now is that like BioAge is having a collaboration where they're getting 20 million upfront for target discovery. And Silicon Medicine is having collaborations where they are getting tens of millions of dollars and eventually milestones and royalties for target discovery. Our company is now making, it will be announced soon, a deal where they are paying us lots of whatever buybacks with an upfront there and promise royalties from drug discovery against the target that was identified by machine learning platform, and that is very intrinsically related to aging. So basically, pharma is ready to consume level 1 drugs. And I think what is important maybe for decentralized science community is that this gives you a kind of, not even the exit, but it gives you the revenue a lot earlier than the actual drug is going through the clinical trials. You can think about this kind of money. If any of decentralized science companies will produce this kind of a deal, I think this will be a great validation, and you don't need to wait 10 years in order to show that. What's more interesting that if you spend another $3 to $5 million, you can get deals that have like tens of millions in first upfronts and substantial milestones and royalties. This kind of brings in a way, pharma is going early in the food chain because they need more biology and challenging biology. And biotechs are moving up in the food chain, and they're meeting now at a lot earlier point. And I think this is very interesting because pharma knows how to develop drugs, pharma knows how to do clinical trials, and biotechs can be more specialized. And for example, I think there is a place for biotechs which are studying human biology from human data and identify targets with human evidence or initial drug discovery against novel targets that are involved in aging and age-related diseases. So that's why I think it's kind of the best time for startups or biotech companies that are specializing in human biology. And just to give you a preview before I finish, I will tell you how the level 2 drug may look like and how to translate it. I told you that we are looking for ways how to change the rate of aging, how to change the mortality rate acceleration in humans or in other animals. And this is actual data, but not from mice, but from dogs. This is the chances to die for these animals. This is like log plot, so that's why the straight lines here are actually exponents. And you can identify biological factors that are changing the slope of these curves. So you can really identify the biology that controls the rate of mortality acceleration. And as you can see in these blue dots in the blue cohort, there is a huge mortality deficit early in life, meaning that these guys are living a lot longer because they are missing mortality early on. So these are longer-lived animals than mice. You cannot study these things in mice, but you can study them in dogs. You can actually sell drugs to dogs because it's a huge market. And that's, I think, is the only way to translate such a drug eventually to humans. This is a demonstration of a level 2 drug that we are kind of focusing on. We are studying that in dogs. And I think, well, eventually, or quite soon, these drugs will be tried in humans. So to finish the story, I will tell you that the times of low-hanging fruits in longevity biotech are over, right? So with the clinical trials published recently of rapamycin, which shows very small effect, and with emergence of GLP-1 modulators that are generating a lot of money and apparently extend life in humans, there is almost no room left for companies that are trying to achieve 3 to 5 years of lifespan modification. Which means that the opportunities are lying in technologies that are at least promising a lot better increase in lifespan, meaning that we have to focus on drugs that fundamentally affect aging. And this is not a pipe dream anymore, because once pharma companies extend life by 3 to 5 years by metabolic drugs, they will start seeking for even more earnings. And the problem is now, it's not like they are not interesting. They are not impressed with the effect sizes that we are providing. So that's why I think, and especially for decentralized science community, the challenge is to provide that new biology that at least promises those larger effect sizes so that pharma companies will eventually acquire it. So we are probably one of the leading teams in that direction. So we are already showing some data, and I think there will be competition there. Look, people will live 30 to 40 years longer, a lot earlier than people think. And I think that's the most impactful technology that you can create in a few years from now. So if anyone is interested, there is a way to contact us. We are easily Googleable, findable, and hopefully fundable eventually too. And well, happy to answer any questions later.
$20 minutes? 20 minutes? Okay, we'll do this. We'll make this quick, 20 minutes. GM, everyone. Thank you all very much for having me. Wait, no, I think we gotta go back a slide. Cool. So, yeah, if you don't mind, would love to start with an exercise. And in this exercise, what I'd like you to do is cast yourself into the future. We're here in the Museum of Future, so let's pretend a bit. 70 years down the line, you're walking down the beach. There's a bunch of Optimus robots that are coming and delivering you a bunch of pills. You're taking the pills and you feel amazing. You actually feel so amazing that you actually feel exactly like how you feel right now. How cool would that be? Well, this process is called backcasting, is what the longevity field calls it. And it's basically imagining a future so clearly that you can actually work toward it today. And I think what we have done, which is super important to consider, is that the future and the current medical system don't intersect. Basically, the structure of the existing medical system does not set us up for the future that we just described. And so this is why we founded Pump Science, because the system isn't taking care of us. It was never designed to. And so we basically need to create a game that gamifies health and that enables us to drive toward this future that we just imagined. And so we created the infinite game, which we call Pump Science. Cool. So in order to make this vision a reality, where we have AI basically predicting what will help us live longer, we are taking that and it's doing its job and just constantly iterating. Basically, we need to train AI to do that, right? Like that is the mission. And so there's a huge problem. And this problem is there's no training data. So I think, Peter went and talked a little bit about that there are databases where this information exists, but ultimately there isn't a closed loop feedback system whereby we can make predictions, test those predictions, and see whether they work and iterate. That training data set just doesn't exist. And so if we want to create a scalable mechanism to generate this training data, we need to create an entirely new system that tests a bunch of different drugs and just sees whether or not they make animals live longer. And so I think what a lot of people actually discount is that the scientific apparatus doesn't always solve the most important questions. So the question of what should we be taking every single day that will help us live longer might be an important question, but it doesn't mean that the scientific apparatus has solved it, right? So here are just some numbers to put what I'm saying into reality. So you've got 325,000 known natural products. These are just basically compounds that exist in nature. There are 36 billion synthetically accessible compounds. So this is with some medicinal chemistry, you could basically create this chemical. So with these numbers, just guess in your head how many you think have been tested on animals to see whether or not they make them live longer. The answer is probably much smaller than what you thought. It's less than 2,000. It's actually closer to 1,000. There's 36 billion compounds that we could test, and just over 1,000 have actually been tested. So our whole idea is we got to pump these numbers, right? And the secrets to longevity might be right on our fingertips. We just have not gone out and tested them. So let's go find them and build an actual training data set that, at the same time. So what we're building at Pump Science, in partnership with our scientific partners and our community, will become the largest open database for lifespan data, unbiased, cross-species, and AI-ready. Our experimental protocol starts with C. elegans, followed by flies, mice, and human testing. So the question is, and we get this question a lot, why not just immediately go to humans? Well, if you look at the cost, both in capital and time, it's extremely difficult to test a compound to see whether it extends life in humans. Even testing in mice is pretty expensive. Those 325,000 naturally occurring compounds, if you wanted to test every single one in a mouse, it would cost you $325 billion. So likely you have to test them on cheaper and smaller animals. And so what you actually realize is that this is an optimization game around getting the most longevity signal per cost time. In short, we're dying right now. And if we want to escape death, then we have to figure out how do we increase the amount of signal that we can send to AI so that it can basically start to make these predictions ASAP. So our team does a lot of research online, asking people that are in the longevity, health, and wellness community about supplements, and all of them basically only look at human tests. If we ever try and show them human studies, they just come to us and say well, there's no human evidence, so I'm discounting everything you're saying. I think the problem is if you're always waiting for that human longevity study, you may die waiting for it and never get it. So the question is, why do we start with C. elegans? I think Peter did a great job basically saying, look, humans are not worms, and totally agree with that, and the mechanisms by which we age are fairly different. We are only 35% similar to C. elegans, but at the same time, the speed and cost advantages of testing on C. elegans are so great that it potentially makes up for the information that's lost between a worm and a human, right? So a helpful analogy here is the C. elegans is basically like the graphics processing unit of longevity in biology. It is the fastest, cheapest way to send information to AI that will basically help us generate the signal that we need for necessary predictions. So look, C. elegans has a lot of limitations, certainly not discounting that, but I think the most important piece here is that it is the cheapest, fastest way to get information on what fundamentally changes the aging phenotype. So if you believe in this idea and you say, okay, C. elegans is the right model to test in, then where do you actually go run these tests? And the answer seems to be Aura Biomedical. They are running C. elegans testing at high throughput in an extremely cost and time efficient way. And they've automated a vast majority of the process. So they have liquid handling, they have computer vision, they have automated imaging, and they are basically not only helping us generate this AI-enabled data set, but they are embedding AI into the actual experimentation to make it extremely cheap and increase the reproducibility. So I can't describe to you the feeling of going in there and seeing these racks of worms on these different plates, and just thinking to myself, wow, they're actually creating the NVIDIA for biology. So we're super thankful for our collaboration with them, and they're certainly the foundation of our protocol. So after worms, assuming compounds like don't harm the worms and potentially can extend their life, they move on to flies. And so flies live about 2 to 3x longer than worms, and they cost about an order of magnitude more. But the cool part about the flies is that we are actually monitoring their movement in real time. So not only are we waiting for them to die and get their lifespan data, but we can actually track their movement and get measures of health span. And so one thing that we're really trying to do is gamify the whole process of funding research. And so what we've done is basically hooked up the fly races that we're using. Where basically we slam the tube of flies to the floor, the flies run up to the ceiling, and we track their speed, and we're able to basically make a game out of this, where you can predict whether the control or the flies receiving drugs will run faster. And we have just basically a whole user experience around this that we're launching this week. And so not only is this a scientifically valid and valuable experiment, but it can also be entertaining with the right user experience around it. So one criticism we often get is how are you going to get non-scientists into science? And the answer may be because we can make it intrinsically fun, and that is a huge part of our goal. Cool, so rather than testing mice for longevity, which is obviously really expensive and time-consuming and potentially not fitting in with the attention spans of many of the crypto traders, we've elected to use mouse rotarod testing. And so what this is it's basically a test to see the endurance of mice. So we give different compounds to the mice and see, do the compounds help them stay on the rod for longer? It's super correlated with lifespan, so the older the mouse is, obviously the worse it performs. And so what we're trying to see is, can we actually improve their endurance as a surrogate for whether or not they will live longer? And then for human testing, which we haven't done yet, we haven't done a single human test, but we're very much looking forward to it, we'll likely use VO2 max. VO2 max is basically a metric for cardiorespiratory fitness, and it's a great correlate with human longevity. So, there are lots of aging biomarkers out there. All of them seem super interesting, but VO2 max predicts all-cause mortality extremely well. So that's why we've gone with it as a biomarker in the short term. Cool. So let's talk results. I think lots of people look at us as a project and they say okay, this is kind of a joke, or there's too many memes for me to take this seriously. So we want to like take a second here and show you what we've actually produced scientifically. So we've run 5 C. elegans experiments to date. And the top performer we found in terms of extending the lifespan of the worms is rifampicin, which extended the life of worms by 32%. Coming in second place thus far is EGCG and sulforaphane. EGCG comes from green tea extract. Sulforaphane comes from cruciferous vegetables like broccoli. And then in third right now is artemisinin, which increases the lifespan of worms by 20%. It comes from like a worm, I forget the name of the plant. Anyway, it is currently used for as a malarial treatment. Cool, so that's the worms. Now, going to the flies, we've only completed 2 fly experiments on rifampicin and urolithin A. It tells a pretty interesting and consistent story, which is that urolithin A seems to extend the life of flies and also increase their locomotor activity, while rifampicin decreases both. And so just looking at like the more granular data, the result seems to be significant. So on the right side, we are tracking speed. Basically, the flies that take urolithin A move faster than the flies that are taking control, and rifampicin seems to actually slow their speed. So this is the coolest part about doing computer vision tracking, is that we can actually measure this in a completely automated way. Moving on to the mice. So we tested the 2 compounds, rifampicin and urolithin A, on, we started off with 9 mice, and basically we wanted to see, like, do the compounds increase their latency? So what you want to see here and in crypto is like chart up and to the right. And what you'll see is, like, for the control mice, they improved their latency by 61%, the rifampicin mice improved by 60%, and the urolithin A mice unfortunately dropped, thanks to our friend Kevin Durant, who dropped off on the very last data point, unfortunately. So I think, honestly, the biggest lesson from the mice trials thus far that we've received is that, yes, we're trying to be super cost and time efficient, but it comes at a cost, which is statistical power. And so, you know, we had a few mice die, and now we're left with 2 mice, and you have 1 slip up, and then there goes your whole experiment. And so, honestly, this has been the biggest like a much bigger lesson in experimental design than in understanding what the effects of the compounds actually do. So we may have flown a little bit too close to the sun here, trying to be efficient. One super interesting thing of monitoring the animals in real time is, so 2 of the mice died, and so we actually went and investigated what actually happened. And so basically, the mouse on the left, his name is Elon Musk. He got a skin rash, a topical dermatitis, and the other mouse basically licked it until it got infected, and unfortunately had to be euthanized. Cool. So just basically summarizing all of the results, our top performer right now in worms is rifampicin, our top performer right now in flies is urolithin A, and we still do not have a crowned king of the pill in mice. And so, yeah, basically we have a ton more experiments going. I think we've got 38 worm experiments in progress. I'm not sure if you guys can read that, but yeah, basically like 50 experiments that are ongoing at the moment, which is super cool, and our goal is to, you know, generate this massive data set and increase the throughput as much as we possibly can. And really the end goal of the protocol is to create a leaderboard, right? So basically, which compounds extend life with the greatest evidence, basically. And so right now, our leading contender is urolithin A. And so what you basically do is you look at how it performed across all the animals, you weight it by how similar those animals are to humans, and now you can basically rank order which compounds should potentially go into an end product. And so, you know, as we look forward to creating these kind of like multi-ingredient products that are made of natural compounds, this is how we'll decide whether to prioritize them. And so just have completely transparent data that is resulting in basically a longevity stack that is completely evidence-driven. Cool, so one super exciting announcement is that we are publishing a preprint in partnership with Research Hub this week. Basically all of the findings that we've had with Riff and Neuro, we're gonna be publishing with them. Super exciting, and there will be peer review bounties associated with that. So if you are interested in peer reviewing the data, we're putting it all out there on Research Hub, and you can go criticize it till you're blue in the face. Yes, science. Cool. So, look, we've talked to a lot of longevity scientists about this entire protocol, and there are certainly some points of friction where they disagree with some of the design decisions, but ultimately it's fairly consensus what we're doing. It's not super crazy. But the question is, okay, how do you accelerate the funding around all of this, right? That's really what's novel. And so, really, I think what makes us different and potentially transformative is by putting the pump in pump science. We got to go? Okay. Thank you.